Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are. We welcome you here at the National Stadium. Match number 6 of this series, West Indies under 19 versus England under 19. It's a beautiful condition. Just to let you know that sun is shining brightly. Umpires just about taking the position, but beautiful condition, and we expect that this game today would be really a critical one for both teams. West Indies leading the series 3-2 with 1 to play. Good morning, Clyde.
Good morning, Raphael, and good morning to the viewers of this live stream, wherever you are. Good afternoon in some parts of the world, and really looking forward to this really important encounter. We've seen a really good ding-dong battle between these two teams. Just when England looked poised to maybe, level up, West Indies went ahead. They had a 3-1 lead. Now it's 3-2 because England have played some good cricket in the last ODI, the fifth ODI rather, and it's now 3-2. Today is very crucial. Somebody can win the series, somebody could level the series. As the conditions are, it's just beautiful, it's just right for cricket. Let's see how they go about.
Yes, you are so right. Today could decide if there's a winner of the series. It can happen today, or if not, tie for what would be a really amazing final. The news is England won the toss and they will elect to bat. As we see the West Indies players just about going onto the field. What we'll look to do is to give you the teams. The England team. The England team for today. Faid Ahmed, Ralphie Albert, Will Benison, Ben Dawkins, Caleb Falconer, Alex French, he's in. Sorry, Alex French being the 12th man. Alex Green, Manny Lumsden, Ben Mayers, James Minto, Isaac Mohammed, Joe Moores, and out today is Luke Hans and Jay Singh. And that's the England lineup for today's game.
Well, the West Indies, they have made some changes. They seek to strengthen their bowling, their pace bowling areas. And so the team for today would read Joshua Dunn, captain, Zachary Carter, Jakeem Pollard, Shaquan Bell is back in. I have Jonathan Van Lang, the amazing Vital Laws, Kunal Tilokani, as we look at the first delivery.
Lifting delivery that goes down to the boundary for 4. That ball pitched and really bounced and flew over the slip region, and the third man fielder, who was fairly wide, had no chance. But interesting delivery for stop.
Yes, certainly a very interesting delivery. A bit of pace, a bit of bounce. The wicket does look a bit like it has some moisture. And certainly, I think with what we've seen there, it's going to make for a very interesting morning.
England off the mark with the first delivery.
Just to continue with the West Indies under 19. Tanez Francis, he's in. Matthew Miller. And we have 2 changes. Shamar Apple, the wicketkeeper, he comes in. Also, Micah McKenzie, they were out on duties for the Leewards and Guyana at the Regional Super 50, and so they're joining the team today. And it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to this level coming from the West Indies professional level.
Jakeem Pollard, and it's from this northern end. Commentator's good delivery once again. He's again getting that ball to leave the right-handed Dawkins. Already we are beginning to see some extracting some bunks off this wicket and some movements.
Yeah, the wicket does look a good one. It looks really good from here. I haven't had the opportunity to really go down close to see what it looks like, but from this vantage point, I can tell you it certainly looks as if it will help the medium pacers today.
So they're using the wicket where the first match was played, so they're back to the first wicket that was used. And for Pollard, there's 2 slips. Third man, the point, cover, and mid-off on the offside. A long leg, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. So 6-3 fields being used. That's really good conditions today. The sun is shining brightly. Probably the brightest morning that we'd have seen since the tournament has started.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. It's really the sun being out from ball 1.
Again, eerily played to mid-off. They're going to scamper a single. And not in control, Dawkins here. That ball coming off eerily. Dropping well short of the mid-off fielder. And pick up another single.
Yeah, it's really a good, beautiful morning. Certainly, the fact that we don't have much, well, there is just a slight overhead cloud, but really, nothing to really help the pacers as how we saw, you know, the previous 5 matches where the morning just seemed to have that little bit of cloud cover before it really gets beautiful and the sun is out in all its splendor, you know.
Yeah, it certainly looks as today's probably going to be one of the hotter days. But it's really the sort of condition you want for cricket. So Mohammed comes into strike. And again, good delivery. Well played by Mohammed, just dropping the wrist. And that concludes a good over. England this morning winning the toss here and batting their 5 without loss.
Yeah, Pollard starting well, hitting some good areas. The length was really good. That first delivery, I think Dawkins, he was really committed to the shot. Couldn't get out of it. Luckily for him, the extra bounce took it over the slip.
Yeah, West Indies will be hoping to take the advantage, maybe just a clinch series today. England will have really other thoughts. They will want to square it.
Yeah, England will want to square this, and so it's going to be important for both teams to really assess the conditions, make sure that whatever the plans are that they spoke about, you know, they stick to it as much as possible and execute. Once they do that, then I certainly think it's going to go right down to the wire today.
So the right-handed Ben Dawkins, who has been prolific in the series so far. Shakan Bell takes up the attack from the southern end and push a cover, and they go through for a quick single. Dawkins, who just failed to get to the 3 figures. Final game scoring 97. It has been really the player of the England team. Really has batted well throughout the series.
Yes, certainly Dawkins has done well. Got that run scoring ability that just once he's out there in the middle, you expect him to score.
First extra. This one go down the leg side. Well, we have seen Isaac Mohammed really seen probably some of his brilliance in also his last game. Yeah, I think he got up to 74. So I think these are 2 players that England really would be looking at to give them the sort of foundation to really get, you know, really competitive score.
Yeah, certainly they had a good opening stand in the 5th ODI.
stroke down to mid-off, firmly down to mid-off, past the mid-off fielder, and the batsman going to pick up 2 in the process. Good timing as he really stroke that one confidently down.
Yeah, that's a good positive start there. Just trying to make sure that he played through the line of the ball, and so well executed that it was able to go between the stump and the man there at mid-off and pick up 2 good-looking runs.
But Clyde, your thoughts, maybe you'll come back to that. England winning the toss and batting here. And a good lifting delivery by Bell. And Mohammed, that's looking to play it somewhere on the offside. Made no contact. But again, England won the toss and bat this morning. Are you surprised? You think it's probably there?
No, not surprised. I think that the English team, they realize that once they get a good platform to score runs, they can score runs.
Again, they get a single there, and not in control of this one. Mohammed, as the ball pitch right up and just bubble out on the onside, and pick up another single. The confidence, I think that based on what happened in the last game, 158 before they lose the first wicket, would have given the England team a lot of confidence. Played on that wicket. This is the 3rd game being played on this wicket. Played nicely. Ball pitched up to mid-wicket. The mid-wicket fielder has some running to do as he goes back to forward square leg. And 2 runs. They're going to get an overthrow there. A little bit of sloppiness there as the ball came in and was not collected by the keeper. Not really backed up on the offside. So 3 runs resulting. Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, there was just a little ricochet off the stump. I think that took it away from the keeper's trajectory. But going back to what you said, Rifa, now you were chasing 276 and you got such a good start that you will want to back these guys that they have the momentum.
Nicely played down to 3rd man. Really played well. Mohammed in control there. That was shortish in length and was on top of it. And steered it down to 3rd man for single. And that completes the 2nd over. England opting to bat this morning. They're 14 without loss.
Yeah. So the momentum going with the English in terms of their batting. And I quite agree that, you know, you want to take every opportunity because you realize now the strength for here, this series here, has been your batting. Your batting has looked good. So you want to bat first and give your team enough time to try to put some pressure by scoring quickly, you know, building strong partnerships. I think they have a good batting lineup. When you look at the likes of Falconer, Benison, who is back in, Ahmed, who comes in, Joe Moores. These are guys that can really up the scoring rate, you know. And so you want to get, once you get a good start here, then it means that these guys coming in, they would have the license to go and they can post a total. Maybe we can see the first 300 total.
Yeah. Well, it also speaks to the confidence that that the English team have in the wicket. I think they would feel very confident the way the pitch has been playing right through the series. And with what we saw in the last game, in the first half of the batting, one would think that, you know, it's a confident team. They will be really looking to try to square the series. And as you said, a first inning total of 300, you know, they will be happy to have such a score. Pollard with 2nd over. You know, sun once again shines brightly on this beautiful National Stadium facility here in Grenada.
Looking at that delivery from Pollard, in the previous match, West Indies batted first, and England, they really didn't use the option of pitching that ball up to the bat, and you saw that delivery just chipped away as it pitched, and gone past the batter.
Second wide. Pollard did just train down the leg side, looking for the Yorker, and you could see him putting a little more into that delivery. Just going down the leg side, so we're already 2 wides, 15 without loss.
Yeah, Pollard just wants to settle in here. I like the approach, the fact that he's looking to pitch the ball, allow it to swing through the air.
Yeah, another shortish delivery, and push down on the onside. But again, Pollard, you've seen him getting the bunks, and this is something we see really right through the matches that have been played so far. The bowlers, and that speaks to the quality of the pitch. They have been able to consistently get the ball to bunks, and you don't want to be playing on a wicket which is true, which give you an opportunity to play shots, and the bowlers still are able to extract some life from the pitch. This one taking edge, going down to third man. Again, coming forward and just again dropping the wrist a bit and just letting it slide off the bat. And goes on to third man for another single to Mohammed.
It was interesting to see how Mohammed played this one, recognizing that Pollard is just trying to draw him forward and just slightly away from the body. He made that adjustment and went across to the off stump to make sure that he was able to guide it and guide it well. He's taken into consideration the extra bounce.
Yes, I agree to do that. He played with expecting the ball to bounce. Again, outside the off stump. No shot offered by Ben Dawkins. As we look at this England on the 19 team now, there are a few names that we can sort of call that one would expect to hear from later. I mean, not to say that all the players doesn't have a chance, but those that really would have stand out. Ben Dawkins, the striker, at the top of the list.
Yes, certainly good prospect for future development there, Ben Dawkins. I think he has really good powers of concentration. He has good ball striking ability. He's a pretty tall lad. Moves well in terms of getting in line. When you look at him, it does remind you a bit of, although he's a right-hander, but Alistair Cook, and in terms of that height and the ability to move around the crease and so on, getting in line, it really does remind you of Alistair Cook.
Down the leg side, look at the glance, he's out, caught behind. Big wicket there, look at the glance, a short lift in delivery. And seemingly coming off the bat, and the keeper was coming around and picking up that catch, and what a breakthrough. England losing the first wicket. Ben Dawkins going for 9.
Yeah, really, the West Indies under 19, they would love to see the back of Falconer. So he has been in really good form, scintillating form. 78 in the fourth, 90 odd in the fifth. And so to see the back of him today, it means that he hasn't gotten off. And a lot of what England would have wanted from him, they have to re-strategize and come again. So a good breakthrough. The West Indies would want to keep the pressure on here now.
Yeah, good breakthrough for the West Indies. Ben Dawkins, the leading run scorer for England in the series. You can see just looking to turn it and probably turn it fine. And just coming off the glove. But you can see the jubilation of the West Indies team. Very happy to be able to pick up that wicket of Dawkins.
But again, you have to give credit to the bowler. He pitched the first one just a little bit away. They got the single. Now, what happens, you see the bounce, so Dawkins is aware of the bounce. And so he just pushed one, and then that one to the body, trying to just get out of the line and maybe glance it down to the fine level, which is vacant. And you pick up the wicket there.
So Ben Mays. Again, another shot delivery. It really was not played too well by Mays there. As he looking to maybe play down to Gully, and that should be Mohammed. Just playing away from the body. Again, Shaq and Bell also have been able to get some bounce of this pitch. Two slips in catching position. Mean with the backward point. Probably deeper backward point. Cover mid-off. And the third man. So they continue to focus just on the off-stump attack. Another lifting delivery. Does seem to be getting some life out of the pitch this morning. Mohammed just had to pull inside of this one and allow it to go through.
Tell you what, I like the approach of the West Indian bowlers so far. Now, what Don may just want to look at is keeping the mid-off right on the circle and asking him just to continue to push that ball up and a little wide of the crease, like right around that region, and ask the batter to come after him. So you may just want to bring back the offside, just let them hang back a little bit, hoping that the Mares would go on the drive. And just give them that opportunity. With that more ball moving the way it is from Bell, it could just create the right chances.
Yeah, testing over for Mohammed. He's driving well through the covers, and this gonna go down to that cover point area for 4. Good shot, this one. Not a bad delivery, just up a bit. But Mohammed was quickly into the drive and hit it square on the offside down to the boundary for 4.
All right, so this is what I'm saying to you, Rifel. Exactly what the shot was is what you want, because he was playing away from the body. So you want that man to be right back on the circle, that man at point, and then I'll ask him to continue to do it.
Play down to third man again. Shortish delivery, lifting delivery once more. Mohammed was in control and played it down to third man. So he moves to 10. It's 21 for 1 as we had the completion of 4 overs.
Yeah, good start by both teams. England just looking to settle in after the loss of the wicket of Dawkins. West Indies will be happy that they got an early breakthrough, and they will want to push home, whatever advantage they have here. Just continue to probe good lines and lengths and ask the batters to come at them.
So Pollard continued at 6-3 field. Left-handed Mohammed. Strokes down to mid-on. Confidently in control.
And that's the approach that has been working. So you pitch it up, and then you use the short ball as the surprise delivery, the one that would make the batter very uncomfortable. Let's see if he's thinking along that lines. Maybe just look to pitch the next one just a little wide off the stump. Ask him to come at him, and then you can surprise him with a short lifting one.
Right up hit on the pad. load appeal by Pollard there. Well, you can see the thinking there. Mohammed looking to clip that one somewhere through the mid-wicket area. Crashing into his path.
Yeah, certainly heading down the leg side. But that's what I'm talking about. That's the approach. So you pitch it up. And this time I would love to see him pitch it on the off stump instead of attacking the stumps, you know, just a little wide, maybe 6 inches outside. Ask him to drive at it. If he gets through, it's a good shot. If not, you just may get that edge.
Well, he do have two slips waiting. This one is driven and past the mid-wicket fielder. And he will come back for 2. Again, ball pitch right up. Pollard focusing on trying to get the ball right up Yorker length. And Mohammed this time getting bat on it. And just past mid-wicket forward square leg.
Is it going to be the shot delivery, or is he going to pitch it again?
Good stop by the point fielder. Again, looking straight down to the third man area. The fielder just at point. They're moving quickly to his right. And making a good stop. A single on comfortably taken.
Yeah, still was hoping that delivery was just a little shorter. Really ask him to get up a little bit higher, you know. But I like the thinking so far.
Yeah, and you want to encourage the drive because you see Mohammed is not afraid to drive anything, you know, a volley and being given the room. Well, he gonna flash. Good delivery, and as the batsman, the Ben Mays coming forward, ball leaving him outside the off stump and taken by the keeper. And once again we seen Pollard hitting really good length, good line.
Yeah, that's good, thoughtful bowling there from Pollard. Again, not afraid to pitch it up, and at this stage you can't be afraid to pitch it up. That's the new wide ball. You're going to get a little movement whether you want it or not. So you want to use that conditions as much as possible.
Once again, beaten Mays driving ball, once again leaving the right-hander, taken by the keeper. And another very good over by Pollard, who has now bowled 3 overs, picked up 1 for 10. It's 24 for 1.
Yeah, good end to his over. Again, I still will want Don just to support that length a little by asking the fielders to stay back. You don't want that ball to be played too easily over the heads. So you want them to just hang on the circle a little bit. If they need to rush in, then they rush in. The single is okay, but it gives you the opportunity now to get that catch, and that's what's important.
So Bell is gonna continue second over. So important that you look to get a good line. Third over is Bell. And that ball is hit through the offside. It's not timed as the batsman would have wanted. But once again, another 2 runs for Mohammed.
Yeah, Mohammed placed that one well. It was a bit aerial, but what went well for him is that he was able to get it into the gap, and it dropped just before it got around the lines of the fielder. So well played to Mohammed.
Not afraid to play his shot, Mohammed. Positive frame of mind. Allow this one to go to outside the off stump. I think, Clyde, the bowlers would be happy with the sort of bongs they are getting. Little movements, but the bongs that they are getting, I think they'll be happy bowling this morning.
Yeah, certainly will be happy. And the thing about this is that both teams will get it. It's going to be true for the entire day. And so who controls it well here?
Driven once again. The third man fielder have some running to do. There's only get a single. Bell, I don't think Bell would be too disheartened. Once again, we see Mohammed looking for the drive the ball outside the off-stump leaping in.
Yeah, as the bowler there, you will be happy because it means that he's committed to playing the shots. And as we know, there's the proverbial saying that one day for the watchman and one day for the thief.
Once again, another good delivery. Play to the point there, but not in control. So, yes.
Yeah, and this is what you want. The West Indies boys, they will feel happy with what they're seeing so far, what they've done so far. And so it's just a matter of keeping control of this.
Another good lifting delivery. And keeper taking a shoulder height. Ball moving away from the right-handed miss.
Yeah, keeper Apple with the gloves. His first match in the series. So he wants to continue his good glove work that we've seen.
And this time he misses under this one. And really, the bowlers have really encouraged, as we see Belly bending his back with his final delivery, going high over the batsman's head. And the keeper behind. Easy take for the keeper, and that completes his third over, 27 for 1.
Yeah, it's 27 for 1, a good start. Again, West Indies just keeping things a bit tight. England not doing too badly themselves, 27 for 1 after 6, scoring just about 4.5, which is good for, you know, setting a foundation. And so they will be happy. The only disappointment is that Dawkins, who has been their most prolific scorer, he's back in the hut.
They would have really been happy to see back of Dawkins. Pollard into his fourth over. Ball pushed back on the onside. He has been able to really keep a good line and a good length. Not strain much. Forcing the batters to play. This is what you want to see with a new ball. Start of a match. And this one is hit over cover. And he's going to pick up a couple of runs here. It goes down. It actually goes across the rope. And you see the attacking nature of Isaac Mohammed. As he just moved, chipped slightly and hit over cover for 4.
Yeah, really a shot that he will certainly get runs for once you get it over the infield. But again, just doing what it takes to make sure that he puts the bowler off his length.
Yeah, I agree with you. Good movement as he chipped, used his feet a bit. And not a bad ball, but you could see him giving himself some room and hitting over cover. You're driven. This one goes over mid-off. And it's not going to reach to the boundary. It just stopped there and come back for 2. That's another positive shot. Mohammed is really not afraid to play his shots. As we see now that slips have been taken out. They started with 2 slips. Now the mid-off, let's see. Extra cover goes into position. Fielder still inside the circle. The fielders out at the third man and the long leg. Short delivery, hit down to backward square for 4. Really good shot. And again, we are seeing Mohammed really into his zone and taking advantage of that short delivery and pulling it down to backward square for 4.
Yeah, the game of chess, really, the fact that you have to know what your opponent is doing and be able to predict. And I certainly think Mohammed was able to predict that that short ball was coming. And he goes quickly into position and to get to the boundary from it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Really put the ball under some pressure. And Pollard, for once, just missing his run there. Seemed a little bit annoyed, but he's going back to his mark. So the field is 1 slip, third man right back on the boundary. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. And it remains with just 3 fielders on the leg side, long leg, mid-wicket, and mid-on. Delivery push on the offside. But yeah, we really been seeing a change in the batting of Mohammed. He just seemed to turn into the aggressive style.
Yeah, I think the plan is to really get a good start. And so he's continuing with that plan. He's the one that has been assigned the task from the beginning. And so losing Dawkins, he now steps up and take control.
He's 26 from 26 deliveries. Right up hit on the pad. Load appeal. And umpires on move. Pollard there. Maybe disappointment. Fellow just falling on the pitch. But again, good decision. Ball going down the leg side. And that completes another over. Pollard 1 for 20 in 4. England 37 for 1.
Yeah, Pollard there just hoping that the finger may have gone up because of that little drift that he tends to get when he pitches the ball up, but certainly not enough to take it onto the stump. It definitely would have gone past the leg stump, and so good decision by the umpire, standing firm. Pollard may be a bit disappointed, but he's bowled well, and so he needs to, maybe just compliment himself that he needs to continue.
I agree. But give Mohammed credit. He changed the statics and did use his feet. And really then the Pollard had to rethink his line and length. So he probably would have won the battle in that last over, Mohammed.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. Mohammed doing what he needed to do. He drove the pitched up one, advanced when he had to, and pulled the short one.
Turned down to fine leg. Bell continues in his fourth over. Done for 17 so far.
Yeah, Bell just looking to continue to keep that line and length. Just use this shorter, not short pitch, but just shorter of a good length. Short of a good length bowling is what we've seen from him.
The aggressive Mohammed steered this one down to third man. Clyde Happy playing that shot really good in his innings so far.
Yeah, it does tell you that he's seeing the ball well. He's in control of what is happening out there. And it does say that, it will take a good delivery to get him out, or some really good thinking to work him over.
So Bell also is bowling to one slip and a gully. Ball's driven nicely through mid-wicket. And it's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Good shot play, the full toss. And Mez really played that sweetly through the mid-wicket area for 4.
Yeah, a release of pressure ball, you would call that. Full toss on the leg stump. Three fielders on the leg side. He could have placed that anyway. And certainly got the good contact and was able to beat the fielder. So really not a delivery that Bell will be happy with. Wants to just get back to that line and length that will continue to pose problems for the batters.
43 for 1. This one played straight to the fielder.
Yeah, with this sort of bounce that we've seen, it's going to be interesting to see when the spin comes on, what sort of effect it has, and how the batters are going to deal with it as it comes.
West Indies be looking to pick up another wicket. This one is hit down to backward point, short delivery. On top of it, Mays and playing it down to backward point for 2. But good confident shot, getting into really good position.
Yeah, Mays just taking a little time to get himself in. He's been there for some 20 minutes. And so I think he is beginning to grasp that the wicket is a true wicket. He can play, you know, with that sort of freedom, not much lateral movement. So once you get behind the ball properly, you will get runs.
Again, play to point. You can see the confidence in Mays there, as he was in really full control, and just said, I want a point. Comes out the bat really sweetly. That concludes the over. 45 for 1. And we had some 8 overs completed.
Yeah, good positive start there. And certainly the battle continues. The English will be happy with the fact that they were able to keep the run rate just around 5.5, without taking any injuries. Though they've lost a wicket, it really has not deterred the mindset that they came out with, and that's good signs for this match.
So we've seen the first change, Jonathan Van Lang. We haven't seen much of him in the series so far, but he picks up the attack, replacing Pollard.
Yeah, Van Lang not really bowled much in this series, but certainly has the ability with the ball.
Play down to east, down to square leg position. The fielder coming in off the boundary. So one more to Mohammed. He's 28 from 29. And the field for Van Lang just continues with one slip, third man, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, short, fine leg, and the backward square. Sort of bustling run. Delivery just moving further away from Mays, who didn't offer a shot.
Yeah, Van Lang just looking to get a bit of momentum, maybe just get the body loose a bit. It's not bowled much in the series, as we said, so just wants to get accustomed to it. Certainly think it will take him a few deliveries or a couple overs to get really into a good rhythm and a good momentum.
Yeah, another single as the ball pushed on to a wide mid off. We've seen Van Lang coming on rather all second change. A short delivery, again played down to the third man. Just about medium pace.
Yeah, what is good about it is that he's trying to keep that length just outside the off stump, that line rather, just outside the off stump, not giving much room. And so far he has pitched up. He has gone a bit shorter. Let's see what he will do with the next two deliveries.
He's driving there. His Mays out, caught at the wicket. And really ball outside the off stump. And Mays looking to drive. Really didn't get across, so looking to drive and taking the outside edge. And the peel went up. West Indies are struck, picking up the second wicket. England 48 for 2.
Yeah, good breakthrough there for Van Lang. He will be happy with his start in his first over and being able to see the back of Mayers. Again, you look at the variations in terms of what he has done. And I think Mayers, seeing this one pitched up, he was committed to the shot. And fortunately for Van Lang, he got the edge. Unfortunate for Mayers, he really didn't. He was trying to use more of his hands than really trying to get into position.
I agree with you. He will be disappointed because it didn't look as though it was a delivery of much merit, really. And he stood up and probably was trying to maybe hit it square, probably looking to pick the gap. But he didn't move, and, really flash at it and taking the outside edge. Will be disappointed.
Yeah, certainly will be disappointed. I think the wicket is really good for batting. As Mohammed has shown, you can play your shots. You can get value for the ones that are dropped, and you can pick up the singles. So it's just a matter of spending time and not really getting too carried away by what you're seeing.
Yeah, and we would have seen him play 2 beautiful shots in the last over, on drive to mid-wicket and then hit down to a cover point, which indicated that he was really getting into his zone. But, yes, only scored 13 in the last game. Push to cover, first delivery. Will Benison.
Benison was not in the last game, but coming back in just to strengthen the top order batting a bit. Benison is a stroke maker, likes to play shots, and so I think once he gets in and he gets a feel of what is happening, we can see a bit of stroke play from him.
48 for 2. West Indies would be happy with the day's work so far. We know seeing spin from that southern end.
Yeah, so far for both teams, whenever the spinner comes on, I think except that first change where we saw Carter come from this end, all the bowlers in terms of the spinners have started from that road end or river end.
Yeah, you're right. Most of the spin come from that end. Joshua Don. And right away we've seen ball turning, wide signal, wide of the off stump and turning wider. We have seen him bowl a pretty long spell previous game. Again, more turn and bounce. Really interesting deliveries, 2 deliveries so far in the over. This has been turn and bounce. There's one slip in Carter. As the off spinner bowled to this one a little bit straighter. But the batter denies of Mohammed. Just look a little concerned.
I just want to look at Don a little bit.
Driven down to long off, just past the cover feeler. That's single to Mohammed, who is not afraid to play the drive. Ball given just a little there.
Looking at Don, it almost tells you that he's just trying to put the ball on a good line and length. You're not seeing that sort of pivot coming over the front foot and looking to really turn that delivery.
Full toss, played down to mid-wicket.
Still a bit tall in terms of his, you know, the really good spinners, you see them almost wanting to lay, you know, to getting themselves towards that ball, that end, and he's just, so maybe something that he can work on, that delivery there, maybe just a little better, but still not bending at the waist to really get that turn that is expected.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just look a little bit casual.
Yeah.
You're not seeing the drive of the off spinner.
Really want to get over that front foot as it's planted there, and that's a little bit more like it, but still he can get a little low and a bit more loopy.
So that completes the over. His first over, just going for 4. England under 19s, after 10 overs, they are 52 for 2. And really would want to consolidate, build a sort of foundation. It has been a good morning so far for the West Indies.
Yeah, good morning for the West Indies so far. 52 for 2, scoring at 5.2 and over, the English. They will take that. Maybe 1 wicket too much, but certainly they have started well. West Indies will be happy. They will be happy that they have gotten the breakthrough, seen the back of Ben Dawkins, and then picking up Ben Mez, just to keep a level of control over this first 10 overs. So Van Lang, this one Mohammed just guides it past the slip. Third man comes into play as I welcome our good friend and author. Good morning, Ref.
Good morning, Clyde, and good morning to listeners, wherever you are, and viewers of this, I would say, this all-important game. Looking to square the series, England.
Van Lang. Shot delivery well controlled there by Benison. He gets off the mark, but certainly I agree with you. A very important, very crucial. Whoever wins here will have a bit of momentum. Just may want to. West Indies can clinch the series here. England will not want that, and they will want to push a Game 7 decider.
Yes, I think England is under pressure more than the West Indies at the moment, because with West Indies up 3-2, England would want to square this. They've got to win this one, and then the final one will be up for grabs.
Yeah, really, one would have expected this after the 4th ODI, where I think the English got back into it. But certainly, it's been a good battle.
Yeah, and I think it adds to the competitiveness of the series. You don't want a lopsided series where one team wins by 6-1 or 5-2. You want it closer. And yes, England, having done a bit of a regard, they've just drawn closer to the West Indies.
Van Lang, second over. Again, just using a bit of variation, just slowing that one up a bit. But importantly, he has it on the line of the off stump.
Yeah, prized the wicket out. He's into his second, just 5 runs coming off his bowling, so he would be happy with his return so far, and Josh Dawn will be very pleased with his performance.
Yes, certainly they've done well. This one is just on the line of the leg stump, turned into the onside. They pick up a very easy single. And that brings the over to an end. A pretty quick over there by Van Lang. Only 2 runs coming from it.
Very enterprising bowler he is. That's Lang. Enterprising cricket as a whole, because he is a wonderful striker of the ball and can bowl the cricket ball too, so that enhances his performance on any team, or his value on any team. England has gotten off to a good start in reference to the run rate, which is just over 5, but they've lost 2 crucial wickets.
Yeah, they certainly have lost the man in form for them, Ben Dawkins. Missed out on a century in the previous match, as Dawn continues from the river end. And this one just missed there. Umpire signal wide. Really not getting anything onto it. Just a bit of turn there for Dawn, just taking it past the leg stump. But certainly good signs in terms of the spinners who we will see on display later on.
Yeah, sure right. But he's got to be careful about his line. Nicely flighted delivery with that one. I love the flight.
Yeah, again, just pitching. Umpire reckon that it will go with the bit of turn that we've seen. But certainly that's the idea. You want to give it that flight. Yeah, firmly struck there by Benison. Fielder not able to gather cleanly.
Yes, in an era where so many of our spinners tend to bowl much flatter trajectory, and we understand the reason for that with batsmen these days looking to get after you. It's refreshing to see the young man seeking to give the ball generous flight.
Yeah, as he's in again. Dawn just getting a bit of turn. And certainly that would be encouraging signs. Again, one would wonder how soon he will get his, I would say, mystery spinner in. Again, good bounce, good turn. Landing in some good areas.
Yes, a couple of deliveries, last 2 were flatter in trajectory.
Yeah, I like this from Dawn. That one just going through with the arm. He didn't look to turn that one. It was a bit faster, flatter. Will he slew it up here now? Really good bowling there, good thinking. And I love to see when youngsters can, really think about their cricket and execute accordingly. So we look at it there. Threw the batter into that shot. And Mohammed, who's been there for a while, so he'll be confident that he can put this away. But on this occasion, he missed.
That last delivery, I think the batsman was looking for turn. It didn't. It just went straight on. So there's a bit of guile there. And it is so important. The real good bowlers and those that will take wickets are those who are masters of variety rather than being so predictable all the time. And I thought that he did the right thing there, just allowed it to go straight through, not looking for turn.
So Van Lang in again. That one placed well by Benison, but a bit aerial. The fielder was not close enough to really give it a good chance, but certainly a bit of risk taken there.
Yeah, it was a forcing shot. He wasn't in full control of it. Yeah, it yielded 4, fine. And probably he will say what's important is the end result. But Van Lang should not feel undone by this. It was aerial for a while.
So he's in again, Van Lang, just looking to attack that stump. Not really looking to give the batters room, as there's a change in the field. The slip has come out and Carter has just been deposited into a short mid-wicket. And the long on will just come a little straighter.
I think it's also refreshing. I'll get back to this point that I want to make, Clyde.
Again, well played, just tucked off the hips. Fielder's doing well, sharp off the boundary.
Yeah, I think every team's got to have specialist batsmen on it. But when you have a team where you can call on no less than 6 players to bowl and bowl pretty well indeed, then you can feel very happy. I think the West Indian squad here, there are several all-rounders, which is very good. And decent all-rounders too. In the mold of Van Lang, who can bowl pretty well. You still got Zachary Carter, who can bat at the top and bowl. So it's a fine thing to have a number of these young players who can hold their own with both the bat and the ball.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. You see a lot of them here. Van Lang with that one just a bit shorter. We can mention they had it in Shaquan Bell, who bowls pretty quickly but still can. Matthew Miller, again a decent medium pacer. Budu, spinner, but yet can bat well at the top. When you look at the team, I think it's filled with players like this.
Yes, and that's probably one of the more admirable things. It has a great deal of advantage to have good all-round players, but you've got to be also careful, because generally you've got players who are picked predominantly to bat. So if they do bowl, it must not be in the capacity as a first choice bowler. I think having all-rounders on the team is so very good, but there must be a couple of guys there who are specialist batsmen. That's what you're paid to do. Get out there and bat.
Yeah, I think when you look at the squad here, and that says a lot, because Joshua Dunn, you would say that he's a specialist batter, but again, you see him with the ball.
Yes.
You think about as this one is lifted high. Will the fielder get around? A good valiant attempt to get there, but unable to really reel it in. But not bad from Don, drawing Mohammed into that shot.
Yes, it was a good delivery, and his eyes lit up. Let's look at it there, down the track. He went, made use of the feet, but didn't get the kind of connection. Poor failure. And great attempt to pull off the catch. It would have been a stunning one.
Yeah, Bell does move quickly, as we see a decent bit of fielding there. And the fielder's really working hard this morning.
Yeah, I think it's good to see those West Indian under 19 fielders getting off their mark quickly. And that's so important. How quickly can you respond? Can you get off the mark?
Down to Benison. He cuts down to that man there at the sweeper position. They pick up one.
Yes. When you look at, when you study athletics and sprinters in particular, yeah, you know that the really good sprinters are those who get off the block quickly. There are some who are not the greatest of getting off the block, but had this ability to make up.
Reverse sweep there, good option for Benison. He will pick up 4 runs. And just getting that one past Carter. And reverse sweep working in his favor.
It worked. And you've got to do those things too. Innovative, swept well, and yielded 4.
And many times the field is not set for that shot. And so it always presents runs when once well played.
Manipulated it. Yeah, you talk about Usain Bolt, for example, who I don't think was the best starter, didn't get off the block as well as... But then he had something that other athletes didn't have, and that was just speed. And he was able to catch up after 50 yards. He would catch up with everybody, and nobody would catch him then. Then there was Carl Lewis, who was a good starter also, but his finishing was so very good, so very powerful. On the field of play, that is also critical as a fielder. How you get off the mark and how alert you are. The fielders who are at extra cover and mid-off and mid-on, you know you can't be static. You've got to be on the move. So when that ball is struck, whether to your left or to your right or towards you, you've got to be ready to pounce on it.
Yeah, and that's why we often teach the young cricketers that they got to walk in on the ball of the feet so that you can move left, move right, and certainly respond to that quick ball that will be running maybe just to your left or to your right.
Yes.
It's very important.
I love fielding at covers. It was the area that I fielded practically all my life. Cricketing life, that is. Loved it, really loved it. And it was a non-boring experience for me, a non-boring field position, because you can't be guaranteed that ball is going to come at you at some point during the course of the over.
Well, Micah McKenzie, who we've seen for the first time in the series, has just picked up a wicket. What a delivery. That one turned away from Benison, who was committed to the drive. And Zachary Carter taking a really good sharp chance in the slip. A breakthrough for McKenzie in his second delivery.
Lovely, really lovely. The way that it was pitched and it was able to turn away from the batsman. And he was pushing. The ball took the outside edge and Carter took it jubilantly, threw it up in the air, and he did that with conviction and confidence too. Set back here for England, 73 for 4, but that was a fine, really a fine delivery.
Yeah, this is very encouraging for the West Indies. Seeing that one just grip and turn and having the batsman drawn into the shot. I think it was just perfectly pitched at the right pace. He wasn't too fast. It threw the batter and he was all committed. And therefore he couldn't pull out of that one. A beautiful delivery.
Oh, gosh, it was a classical leg spinner, wasn't it?
Certainly.
Beautifully pitched. And had everything right attached to it. Trajectory, the line, length, the speed attached to it too. Oh, what a lovely delivery it was.
Yes, and I was just saying that we've seen him for the first time in the series, McKenzie, because he was out on duty at the higher level. And so it's good to see that he can come back and come back down to this level, his level, and make early inroads, early impact. So, in the third delivery, he's already picked up a wicket. Oh, again, landing on some good areas. The batter then, Falconer, had to come forward, couldn't play back.
Yeah, well bowled, really well bowled. And while all of that is taking place, Mohammed is there on 41.
Here he is, McKenzie, just slightly shorter. But again, that turn that we're seeing, very encouraging signs. Mohammed will be wondering. This one is a bit shorter and unable to get it past the infield. Mohammed will be wondering what is happening. He's there. He's on 41 from 49, has seen 3 wickets fall on his side. But he soldiers on as Falconer now drawn forward, plays in the approved manner. And so McKenzie's first over comes to an end. A wicket maiden. And so a good start for him. Certainly the fact that he's included in the lineup has certainly yielded fruits already. So it's 1 over, 1 maiden for 1 wicket, no runs. And that's a dream start for any bowler coming into the attack, to be able to pick up a wicket in your first over without any runs going to your total. And we call it a dream start.
See what the selected team would look like, quite frankly, for this West Indies under 19. I think they've got some real talent around.
I certainly want to agree with you that the talent that we're seeing here, and looking at this, the Sri Lanka series, looking at this series so far, it tells you that these guys are ready to be competitive.
Yes, I think I love what I see.
So have a change of bowling from the river end again, and it's our good friend Vital Laws.
Yes, well, I guess you've noticed that once he's on, and there's a big beaming smile that comes onto my face, really. And it's nothing to do with partiality or nepotism. No, it just has to do with refreshing to see an unorthodox left-arm spinner.
Yeah, this time just a bit quicker through the air, a bit shorter, not really warmed up as yet, Laws. So he will want to get into his work. I mean, he's really been impressive. So if we just sound his name ever so often and feel jubilant about it, it's just the fact that he has done well through the series so far.
Yes, he's a wonderful find.
Again, Mohammed just continues on his way, quietly just working his way to 42.
Don hasn't brought on Laws early, certainly not within the first 10, if my memory serves me well. Makes sure that some of the lacquer gets off the ball, so he'll be able to grip it more effectively.
Yeah, he does. I think this is the earliest that we've seen him come into the attack. But I like the move because you already have England in a position where they're 3 down, and so you want to keep that pressure on.
Very much. I think it's good thinking here on the part of Don. Keep them guessing.
Yeah. It's not really pitched as he may have wanted to.
And I think the English batters would be very appreciative of Lord, really. And I say that because it's an opportunity for they themselves to develop the art of playing the unorthodox left-arm spinner. So I don't think that they're going to be too wary about this.
Certainly not. And this one is just guided by Mohammed, who continues to soldier on. I like the fact that he got a good total, 74 in the previous game, and you can see the consistency beginning to come He didn't start the series well, but certainly he has made his adjustment and is moving well.
Well, there's the old proverbial saying that a bad beginning makes a good ending. He's on 44 and has batted very well and scored more than half the runs so far. And with 44, his first landmark is looming just ahead, which is a half century, so he'd want to get there. And after that, he would think about, hey, let's post the first century of the series.
Yeah, certainly will want to. So the first hour has come to an end, and is the drinks break. And just to review what has happened so far, the England on the 19s, they won the toss and decided to bat. Dawkins and Mohammed, they opened the innings. But Dawkins, he was first to go. He was caught Apple bowled Pollard, and he went for 9 very early in the innings. In came Mears. He didn't spend much time. He batted for just 25 minutes. He got 8 runs from 13 deliveries. He was caught by Apple of the bowling of Van Lang. And then it was the turn of Will Benison. And he was out with a peach of a delivery from Micah McKenzie. It turned, it drew him into the shot, and he was out. Caught that slip by Zachary Carter. He went for 10 of 14 deliveries. Caleb Falconer has joined Mohammed, who continues to just find his way through. He's on 44, Mohammed, and Falconer on 2.
Yeah, these two will be very important for England's destiny ahead. They've got to restore some respectability. At 79 for 3, you can't afford to lose another wicket here, especially that of Mohammed, who is the set batter. He would have to think now, Clyde, about batting throughout the innings.
I certainly agree with you. He has to think about staying there for as long as possible. He has the technical competence. What he needs now is the concentration to go up a notch and really focus in, dig deep, and maybe try to get again the other landmark after the 50, which is the 100, and then he can think about other things. By then, the innings would have progressed maybe to a good stage where the others can maybe up the ante a little bit and get them into a total that is respectable.
Yeah, I think it'll be good, really. Let's put it this way. I think it'll be a shame if this 7-match series between these two teams and there isn't anyone coming up with a century. You must have somebody somewhere, one of these young players, who would say, look, I know what it is to score big. I know what it is to score a ton. And getting 100 would suggest that you're really ready for the other level. And for the remaining couple of games in the series, somebody from either team would want to say, I need to get 100. We had someone just 3 short of that. And I'm sure that he would have been rueful that he didn't get the 100 runs. But it's a fine opportunity for them. They can't fault the conditions at all. It was favorable. So let's see whether that could be had.
So it's going to be McKenzie as the play continues after the drinks break. And he's bowling to Mohammed, who is the set batter. His mindset here, we will look and assess.
Ooh, don't be surprised if there may have been an edge onto that one. Just looking at the the body language of Carter. May have gotten a nick, who knows?
It just seemed to have hit the edge and gone down. Keeper really would have been Superman to take it because it was edged down, as this one is just guided past the slip. will not yield more than one, but cleverly played by Mohammed, and he gets off strike and leaves the bulk of the work to Falconer.
Yeah, the run rate has dropped a bit. Not significantly, but it's under 5 now. So it is a good period for the West Indian bowlers. They've kept it tight.
Oh, this one coming the other way a bit faster and looking to surprise the batter in Falconer. And it's again good thinking by McKenzie's been serving up that leg spinner, but just letting them know that the Google is there. He's in again. Leg spinner on the line of the leg stump.
Yeah, to me it's so nice when and so refreshing when you have the conventional leg spinner having the ability to bring the ball into the right-handed batsman. The googly could be lethal.
Again, well stroked there by Falconer, but certainly good thinking from McKenzie. It's over completed. And so he's 2 runs in his second over. So 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 1. Good reading.
Yes, and these bowlers got to they've got to work at their craft. And when I say that, as a leg spinner, you must not simply be bowling conventional leg spin throughout your bowling performance. You've got to develop other weapons in your armory if you're going to be successful.
As Laws continues, I agree. You know, variations, we've seen it time in memorial. Once you're a spinner, you're expected to have some sort of variation. And you look at the great Shane Warne, as we would always call his name. He developed the flipper. He had the top spinner, the conventional leg spin, varied his attack in terms of how wide he went on the crease. So he did all different things just to ensure that he was not predictable.
And it calls for a great deal of skill to do that, Clyde.
This one is just swept by the man out there.
Because when you want to put so much variety in your bowling, it's going to question your control. One that comes into the batsman, one that goes the other way, one that goes straight on, one that comes through quicker but doesn't really do anything. The flipper, those are not easy. You might be able to bowl them, but how consistent can you be in regards to your control?
This one is just pushed out. Mohammed being careful there. He knows what Laws can do, and so he's watchful. But I agree with you. The level of control, and again, confidence has a lot to do with it. Because you have to be confident if you want to pitch it where it should be pitched.
Yes. And to do that, you've got to learn to work hard on your craft. It's important to work hard. Get out there. Got him.
He goes. So really, Laws doing well. I think Falconer here, not Falconer, but Mohammed rather, may have just missed one that pitched on the stump and not doing much. Certainly a big wicket here.
Yeah, he was looking to sweep. And the ball cannon into the pad. And all the close-in fielders went up. And Laws himself went up. And the fatal finger of the umpire went up too.
Well, certainly West Indies will be happy with the fact that the finger went up. Mohammed not pleased. he was the set batter and really had the opportunity to get a big one here. And it's unfortunate that he goes.
Yeah, but this is a big blow. It really is a big blow for England. 82 for 4, and the in-form set batsman in Isaac Mohammed just being dismissed. So you'll have two relatively new players at the crease in Falcon, who is 4, and the captain himself has now come in to join. So he's got to play a captain's innings here. And with England 82 for 4, they won't be happy with this, but West Indies, they obviously are elated of their performance this morning.
Yeah, really good going for the young West Indians. The spinners coming in and have done a good job in terms of picking the wickets. And they will want to continue with the spin. It's been troubling for the English batters. But again, I'm disappointed. We have not seen the batters going on. You know, we've had quite a number of batters get into the 40s, getting just past the half-century mark, but not really going on.
Yeah, perhaps that's the only real disappointing thing in this series so far, with players, yes, going past the 50, but not getting to the 3-figure mark.
So we have to credit the bowlers, because for them not to get there, it means that the bowlers are doing well. And I say bowlers in terms of bowlers from both teams. This one is a bit short, and Ahmed looking to pull. May have just rushed onto him slightly. Nonetheless, he gets it to long off, and they get a single.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be very happy, Ahmed, with his batting performance on this tour. He'll be happy with his bowling performance. He's bowled very well and bowled quite a lot too in the series. I would like to see him, quite frankly, settle down and get a half-century, get a big score. And this is a fine opportunity for him to do that. And England needs him now to score a big one. Now, can he do that? We'll have to wait and see. But it's not going to be an easy task with the West Indies bowlers bowling well.
Yeah, certainly. The bowlers doing a good job, but the batters here now needs to really commit themselves to batting and building a really solid partnership that can bring them closer to the 50 over mark. Field is spread. There are singles, so rotation of the strike will be possible. All it takes from here on in will be sensible cricket.
Yes, very much. It's about assessment of the game. And every cricketer's got to be thinking all the time.
This one is firmly struck by Falconer.
And Clyde, it's important that you've got a good leader, a good captain, one who can marshal his forces and who can lead by example and also be able to read the game well. But every individual player must understand that he or she has got to be thinking too while they're out there. It's important that everybody keeps thinking throughout the duration of the day. You can't lapse. The concentration has to be very high indeed.
Yes, as McKenzie continues. This one may have come off the edge of the bat. For a while there, he was excited, McKenzie. But I agree with you. When you think about the game of cricket, you think about concentration. It's not just about going out to the middle, having the ball in your hand or having the bat, but it calls for thinking. Everything that you do is done in split seconds.
Yes, so important for the players to wear the thinking cap throughout the entire duration of the game.
And this is, to me, is what makes the cricket, the type of sport that it is, it's not an easy game to play. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's not for persons who easily give up.
No, it's a character-building sport, isn't it?
Shot, this one looking to turn it. Past the diving backward square. And they will pick up 2 as the sweeper. A mid-wicket comes around.
He was looking for the faster ball, but he pulled it down. It was short enough just for the batsman to swivel and sort of pull it down to backward square.
And another over comes to an end. And the total at the end of the over, 88 for 4. 19 overs gone. So the West Indies doing really well to control the pace of the game so far.
Yes, they've bowled well, and all the bowlers have put their hands up and responded very well to the call of the captain Dawn.
And he still has a couple of bowling options to him. We have not seen Miller as yet. So it's going to be important to see how he varies this pair of spinners. This one just stroked to Pollard, who misfields. And the batsmen get the single. But it will be important to see how he breaks the bowling innings in terms of when he makes the changes. So far, the changes that he's made has worked well. But he has to have in the back of his mind, that's Dawn. Is he going to break them? Is he going to just bring the spin and maybe get a few overs in, the medium pace? That will be important. Again, misfield. True. Ricochets off the stump, a bit sloppy there.
Yeah, and one would say, well, it hit the stumps. And what's the intention? Should you go for the stump or go to the keeper who is standing up? And the keeper was in fact standing up for the throw. Those things do happen. And of course, the question will continue to linger on when there's an effort to run out the batsman and hits the wicket and ricochets into another part of the field diverted. Should there be an opportunity to score? What's the intention? The intention is to hit the wicket. That's what the fielder did, hit the wicket, and he's penalized for hitting the wicket. Yeah. That's ironical, isn't it?
I quite agree, and certainly something that we need to maybe just pay a close attention to.
I've always contended, and everybody has their own opinion, I always contend that it is highly unfair that a fielder is seeking to run out a player, and one of the mode of dismissal is run out and hitting directly, and it hits the wicket, ricochets, and he's penalized for a great effort.
This one is just lapped over the keeper. And they pick up 2.
Could you imagine being penalized for doing the right thing?
Yeah, it would certainly will feel a bit grievous because you're asked to always try to hit the stump. You practice this in your fielding drills. You practice hitting the stump, and to be hitting the stump, well, maybe when it doesn't count. But certainly something we could look at. Maybe we need to change the laws.
It's one of those that I don't like. I really don't like it. It's just unfair on the fielding team. That's my thought. I have had this discussion, of course, on air with commentators over the years, some of whom have vehemently disagreed with me.
Yeah, but it's a bit harsh. If you miss, fine, you get the overthrow. But when you hit, I think you need to have a dead ball after that.
That I would be pleased to see change. Who knows if it would be. But there have been all different sorts of adjustments and changes in regards to the laws. And nobody seemed to be prepared to look at that one. As England, 95 for 4 with some 20 overs gone.
Yeah, the laws certainly have changed. Vital Laws has completed another over, and so McKenzie will come into his, I make it his 4th over.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. McKenzie picking up a wicket in his first delivery. That is turned. This one is turned just behind the keeper. And they will come back for the second run. We just would wait to see what the umpire signal. Well, he doesn't signal, so of course there was bat involved. And the total moves closer to the 100 mark. It's 97 for 4. McKenzie into his 4th, 1 for 9. So his economy has been very good indeed. He is bowling with a great deal of confidence. That augurs good for the young man. This is a great learning opportunity for all those youngsters out there from both teams. Well bowled, well bowled. Really beautifully bowled. Hi, Rafael.
Yeah, morning, Stevenson. Good to see you up this morning.
Got off to a late sleep last night.
Yeah.
It was good to see you last night also, Rafael, and being supportive.
Yeah, I thought it was well supported. Good work.
Yeah, having the launch of my new book last night. Here is one that really, he was pushing forward. And that delivery is Ahmed. And there was a bit of bounce and turn attached. Beat him. Picked up, collected behind the stumps. Beautifully bowled. And you could see him in his body language. Oh, he seemed to be all pumped up. They get a single ball. Just pushed up easily to long on as Van Lang comes off the boundary. Well played. As they're getting closer to that 100 mark, 98 for 4. And we must repeat that these two, Falcon and Ahmed, they've got to restore some respectability here for England. A lot would depend on both of them. It's got to be a captain's knock here by Ahmed.
Yeah, and good start by both spinners. They would be encouraged with the support they're getting from the wicket. McKenzie is finishing his 4th over, going for 1 for 11. But really he has been able to get the ball to turn, pitching in some good lines.
And Laws, who's been very enterprising. And a wonderful find. He's been spoken of around the region with great interest.
Yeah, I think he would be probably the greatest threat to the England batters. Already picked up 1 for the morning and has been really consistent and picking up wickets in every game.
He's 1 for 14 so far. Just lapped around the corner for a single.
I have not really hit the sort of link and line that we normally bowls. That final delivery was kind of well up and played down to the short to fine leg. But no sort of link which really create a lot of problem with batters wondering whether they should play back or go forward.
This time he's sweeping down to fine leg is Falconer. Gets his 14th run. Swept it well.
Yeah, and if he's pitching, it will create tremendous problem because it's so difficult to pick the deliveries that sometimes you play for the one leaving there and there's one coming back in. And that's a danger if he's pitching on a really good length.
Well played out to mid-on. But I also like the fact that though he's an unorthodox left-arm spinner, that he has pretty decent control. He doesn't drag down too many of them.
Yeah,
Tripping out too long off for a single.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's one of the features of his bowling. You know, as we say, we continue to speak about leg spinners, you know, how they can be, how they can bowl a lot of loose deliveries, but he just seemed to have that control, not giving much away. And that's a good feature of his bowling.
Sure is. Yeah, the other thing is in developing his craft as the over comes to an end, in developing his craft, what version of games would he want to play? Would he want to play at first class, 4-day cricket, maybe get on to test match cricket, or just play the shorter versions of the game, 2020 cricket and also 50 overs? I believe really in starting off playing that longer version. It's going to help you prepare for shorter versions.
I agree with you. It's also going to give you an opportunity playing the longer version. Know you can set your field. You're going to have players around the bat, and you know you can attack. But this shorter version is a matter of being tight. It's a matter of restricting the scoring. But you come to the longer version, the 4-day or the test matches. No, you can bowl to plans. You can set plans. You can attack. You can decide to bowl one side of the wicket. So there really is a lot of more option within bowling in the longer format of the game.
Yeah, you're so right. And it's really important to expose your young players to the longest version they might be in preparation for whatever level they'll be involved in. McKenzie has bowled pretty well into his 5th. He's bowled with good control. And I think that's the admirable thing about both bowlers as bowlers who can be erratic if they don't get it on the day, but they've both been pretty steady. He and Laws.
Yes, you're so right with that in terms of the control, that delivery there. Seemingly the googly as the batter, Dave Falcon, are probably playing for the leg break, looking to drive. Come on up there, it's going down to a short fine leg.
Yeah, and probably will just pursue that discussion a bit. They get a single, the ball peels off the outer edge of the bat down to short third man. Yeah, the regularity or lack thereof of bowling the googly in the case of the conventional leg spinner. What's your thought, Ray fellas, to the regularity of it?
Well, you want to have it as a surprise delivery. So you don't want to be too regular in terms of bowling the googly. You don't want the batsman to pick it. So you shouldn't know when the googly is coming. But again, we have seen probably one googly being bowled in that particular over, and it speaks to the rhythm that he has. It speaks to his confidence, and it also speaks to his control. But ideally, you want to mix it up, but not too regular.
Yeah, Mustaq Ahmed, former Pakistan leg spinner, bowled more googlies, in my opinion, than conventional leg break.
I think it's one important thing that I think that Laws would have said it in one of the interviews. You have to understand the batter you're bowling against. You need to pick him. You would know his weakness, where he's probably having difficulty.
Now that's a good firm hit, and just came forward and drove. I think he was looking to go over the top there, though.
Yeah, hit it straight to the short cover, but hit it firmly.
Yes.
Yeah, you were probably looking to pick the gap. There's a big gap there. After the short cover, there's no one out on the boundary. So if you would have been able to pick that gap, pick up a boundary.
Yes, but the intent was good. The aggression was there. This time he turns it down to backward square and gets a single. Falconer, who's now moved on to 16.
But just going back to the point there I was making in terms of the spinner, being able to assess players, being able to pick the weaknesses is one thing that I think we are used to know. You see a batter face two, three deliveries, then you're able to pick up maybe where his strength is. And probably even based on how he settles the bat, you know, how he holds the bat, can give you an indication of what are the shots you will find difficulty playing, or the side you'll be able to see where he's weak. But as we said before, it's really good to see that the spinners have a tremendous amount of control, not straying much, and it's good to see.
Yeah, that's good for the youngsters. No question about that. Takes the catch, has he? Yes, caught on ball. Beautifully bowled. Coming forward, that Falconer, and looking maybe to push the ball up to mid-on, and he didn't get it very well. It's interesting as to whether that ball came into him. Let's look and see if it came in. Did it? Yeah, didn't seem to be just sort of straight on. What's your thought?
It actually came into
Came in a bit.
He's probably looking to play with the tide and hitting that one straight back. But we see Laws was consistent. Speak to again his consistency. Good line, bringing the ball up all the time. And I think Falconer, they would be, Amit, would be very disappointed. Falconer, they're looking for the driver, not getting to the pitch, not getting over it, and hit it in the air. And Laws coming up with a really good catch.
Very good catch. I think that was the lovely thing about it too. Not just the fact that it was a beautifully bowled delivery, but it was pitched back firmly and had to move across to his right. Dived across, took it, tumbled over, and he was confident, threw the ball victoriously in the air. And England, they've lost their fifth. It's 106 for 5.
Well, I think you were very right there. But just looking at the replay, just look at so the ball seemed to angle the other way, and he was playing for the one coming into him, which he would have played with the tide, as we see here, and just sort of holding its own a bit. A really good catch.
Good catch, really good catch. So Joe Moores has come out to join his captain. England in a spot of trouble now, 106 for 5. 23 overs gone, 23.5. So not even the halfway stage as yet. West Indies would be very happy with their work so far. So here is Laws to Morris. Ball peels off the outer edge of the bat and goes down to backward point. Verging on third man, gets a single. He's off the mark immediately. as the over comes to an end. So some 24 overs gone, and England 107 for 5.
Yeah, and loss continue to create really problem for the English batters, not being able to read them effectively and picking up another important wicket. He has now picked up 2 for 20 in 5 overs. Loss, most we see just coming into the wicket a bit late. Normally he's one of the top batters, so probably would have batted 3. Haven't been doing too well in his last few innings, but is a player of tremendous ability. And England would be hoping that he can really stick with the bottom half of the batting to give them a sort of score really that they can be competitive with, because we look and we see this what the spinners are getting off the wicket. I could make it very interesting if they could get up to the 200. But the spinners will be very happy with the sort of bunks and the turn they're being able to extract from the wicket.
Yeah, it's very meticulous about field placing. They've got a short third man. There's a sweeper right back on the backward point boundary. Extra cover in the mid-off. McKenzie, who's bowled very well into his 6, is 1 for 13. It's been a fine performance. And he's bowled with alacrity and with great confidence. Driven up to long on and gets a comfortable single as Francis comes off the boundary. Very important period this year, particularly for England. On the 19th, they got to restore things here. It's moved away from them slightly. Turn just behind square on the leg side for a single. But it is a quite lovely day early on. I heard you mentioning that it was the brightest morning of any start of matches since the series begun. And it is wonderful ethereal conditions here.
Yeah, it's a sort of condition you'd always want to play in. Relish this sort of condition. It's bright. The sun probably not as hot as yet, but really a cool condition. A little breeze blowing across the field. I think the players would really enjoy that, the condition they are playing in this morning.
Well bowled. That's a beautifully bowled leg spinner. But I thought equally well played 2 more, just going onto the back foot and using the turn tide of the ball and running it down to short third. Nicely flighted delivery. Nicely played. Push down to long off and yields a single.
So England at the halfway stage, 110 for 5. They would want to continue to just turn the strike over, just to frustrate the bowlers a bit. The spinners have been keeping a really good line. McKenzie in 6 overs, only going for 17. Pick up 1 wicket, and while we saw Laws in 5 overs just going for 20. So the spinners have pulled things back. England have been able to continue that aggressive way of scoring quickly, but really have pulled things back.
Yeah, into his 7th Laws, whether Dawn is going to continue with him, going right through. He's bowled 6 already. Here he is, just bringing the batsman forward and turns it up to mid-wicket. Gets a comfortable single. Ahmed. As Moores comes into strike.
Yeah, Ahmed don't want to really play a captain's inning. I think we saw him in the first game. Really looks a good player, but have not really pushed on in the other games. This is really a good opportunity where he would want to really lead, really want to push. He want to help guide the bottom half of the batting. So a lot to depend on the captain Ahmed.
Yeah, but he's got to contend with a very good combination here, where both McKenzie and Laws are bowling quite well. The run rate is 4.42, so they've kept it quiet. This is a very important period here. Off the back foot goes Moores and cuts the ball down to the backward point. Picks up a comfortable single.
And what the batters are doing, which is good, is they are picking up the singles. Now we're not seeing the boundaries being hit, you know, but a lot of gaps on the field, and they are really looking to pick up the singles, turning that strike over regularly. This is good.
Yes. It's an important part of the game that players need to understand. The value of rotation is extraordinarily important. Let the bowler be exposed, not just to one batter all the time. It's a psychological challenge for the bowlers when rotation is happening. Well bowled by Laws, who brings the batsman forward and pushes it back along the track to him. Ahmed remains on 14, 113 for 5 as some 26 overs completed.
Yeah, another good over by Laws, only going for 2, which tells you really that they're looking to tighten the screws. The game in a really interesting situation. England will want to get off 113 for 5. And I would think that when they started this morning, they would have been really hoping to, you know, to set a sort of total. Probably look to give West Indies probably the most runs by any team so far in the series to chase. But again, we saw the bowlers coming back strongly. That wicket of Ben Dawkins, I think, was a key wicket. And here we're seeing that both spinners have really sort of tightened things. So England haven't been allowed to get off to the sort of start they would have wanted.
Pollard is brought back into the attack. He's 1 for 20 of 4. And he's going to be moving in now to bowl to Moores. Here he is. Tucked up. Thought about a single for a fleeting moment, made a few exploratory steps, both he and Ahmed. Ball going out quickly to mid-wicket. Pollard, whose first delivery, I think, surprised the batter. And reared at him. Got 4. Went over the slip cordon.
It was an interesting delivery first up. It really flew.
Jakeem Pollard, left arm seamer. He's got a pretty good build for a fast bowler. He's a youngster. You haven't seen the best of him. And obviously he's going to get stronger. He's already a strong young man, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But one get the impression that he still seems to be bowling within himself. We know that there's a couple of times he came off and some sort of injury, and it still seems as though he's bowling within himself, not really going flat out. As we see him there, just trying to focus on line and length and not trying to do too much.
Yeah, and that's fine. If he can up that pace just a wee bit and still maintain good line and good length, good control, he's going to be a handful. For now, he is predominantly ensuring that his line and his length and variation, those are pretty good. Nice shot by Moores, just coming forward and clipping it just to the left of the umpire down to square leg on the boundary. The return comes in, good one. They go through for the single. Moores pushes on to 5. Ahmed this 14, 113 for 5. The field changing over to accommodate the right-handed Ahmed. It's a quiet period here, and understandably so too, as England seeking to restore things after the damage of 5 wickets going. And Don has been rather meticulous about his field placing. The mid-on has come to mid-off, and mid-off has now gone to extra cover, just to give coverage there for Pollard, who moves in, let alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, a lot of effort is being made in terms of the field placement. You can see they're trying to get probably the right fielders into the right position. Heavy offside field set. And as that delivery saw outside the off stump, just moving away from the right-handed Ahmed. So they bowl into a plan. And Pollard, again, trying to keep the ball up to the bat and keep a really good line.
Turned out to mid-wicket for a single. Want to give you England and sorry, that's Sri Lanka and Pakistan. I think playing the 7th 2020 match today. If we put our hands on the score, we'll let you know.
Yeah, I have not been able to follow it closely, but Pakistan have been doing pretty well.
Oh, but there's been a lot of cricket played. Gee whiz, all around. Every day there is a match played somewhere in the world. Internationally, that is. Laws who will move in. So Dawn has kept in. Shot coming into the right-handed batsman, onto the back foot he was. I think it was short enough for him, Ahmed, to try to go onto the back foot and to cut it. Let's see what he's going to do with this one. Just seemed to be enjoying his bowling. Badly line onto the leg stump, and Ahmed just turns it behind square, gets a single.
Yeah, and he had good success. So with the success I've been having, you know, he would give him the extra confidence. And you're right, he's really enjoying his bowling. Picked up 2 wickets for the morning into his 7th over. Already picked up 2 for 23.
They'll get us quickly run single. Yeah, it's so important to love what you do. And the players who do very well, whatever sport, are the ones who love what they do, enjoy their craft, and have fun. Those are elements that you want to maintain in sport. Sport is about having fun. You've got to enjoy. That's why it's sport, you see? You've got to enjoy it.
Well, you can't be more right. I mean, if you love it you're going to make the effort.
Yes.
You don't have to wait on anybody. You're going to go the extra mile just to make sure that you get to the highest level. As we see, just a hint of drizzle coming out of nowhere. The ground staff not yet on, just seem to be a passing cloud. The umpires are taking no chances.
Ooh, well, the umpires have called covers onto the ground, but I think I can assure viewers that this won't be very long. It really won't be. It's been bright sunshine for the entire morning, and this feels like a run against the play, so to speak, where the rain just seems to have come from nowhere. We'd ask Clyde, John, just to look up that Pakistan-Sri Lanka game. I'm sure that somebody would be interested in the score. Sri Lanka, in fact, batting first. The covers are called on. I'm not sure whether the umpire would want the main covers to be pulled on. The primary one, which would cover the pitch itself, that is being pulled on, and I think they're now bringing on the bigger covers to ensure that the square is protected. The light rain persists, but I dare say I don't think it's going to last very long.
Yes, I just think I don't think it's going to last long. Just a sprinkling. The umpires very careful, don't want anything happen wetting of the pitch. So they are bringing on the heavier cover. England 117 for 5. In the 28th over. Has been a good morning's play. West Indies would have done well and probably would feel that they're in a better position or the happier position, being able to pick up 5 wickets this morning.
Yes, 117 for 5. Moores is 6. Ahmed 16, and Dawkins went for 9. It was a good innings by Mohammed. 45 of some 57 balls, and unfortunately he didn't get to that 100. Benison 10, and Falconer 16. So it's not the best sight really for the England top half, having been dismissed with a total at 117 for 5, but the West Indian bowlers have done a great job.
Yeah, good knock by Mohammed. I thought that he looked well. He coming off 50 in the 5th game, scoring 74, and he looked confident, looked very attacking, and probably would be a little disappointed not to get up to that 50 mark, but played a really good inning. And was really, really disappointed when he went this morning. But again, credit to the West Indian bowlers. I think they bowled well. They got a wicket this morning. It probably encouraged them, as we saw both of the fast bowlers getting a tremendous amount of bunks off the wicket. And probably took advantage of it. The important wicket of Ben Dawkins was a good one, to a lifting delivery down the leg side, which he looked to glance and was able to get some bat onto it. So the start they have was a good one, and they continue to pile on the pressure. And spinners, even when they came on, didn't make it easier, with Laws continuing to be successful on this stadium wicket, picking up 2 for 24. And really would have pushed England back, having them lost 5 wickets for 117 runs.
We did promise to give you that information on the Sri Lanka-Pakistan match. Sri Lanka dismissed for 114. Now that's surprising because they got off to a pretty decent start. 114 of 19.1 overs. And Pakistan, off to a good start. They're 20 without loss in 3.2. So Pakistan need another 95 runs to get in 16.4 overs. And I don't see any reason why they wouldn't get that. As we speak to you, the sun is out in all its glory. And I think the covers are going to be pulled off. So we're just going to leave you here for a while, and be assured, don't stay away from your set too long, because I think we're going to have a restart soon. So once the covers are pulled off, the players are back on, and the umpire says it's time to play again, we're going to be here to continue the coverage. Yes, and welcome back. We did assure you that the break was not going to be long, and with, of course, knowledge of local conditions here, we've proven to be right. England 117 for 5, just a few minutes break. We're over number 28. The sun has come back out. The rain has dissipated, and England will continue their fight here in Moores and Ahmed. Partnership worth just 11 so far, so it's a rather youthful partnership, but it's gonna be an important one, as Laws will continue into his 7th and will move into bowl to Ahmed.
Well, England will want to bat through the overs. After this overs, we still have 22 overs remaining, and I think they would want to make every effort to bat up to 50 overs.
So here is Laws in now and bowls to Ahmed. But he doesn't bowl. Yeah, there are times when he just doesn't feel very comfortable. I think he does the right thing. Just go all the way back. Here's Laws again. Left arm unorthodox over the wicket. He's coming forward and driving up to long off. Tilakani is on there and gets a comfortable bounce to him. And a single to Ahmed brings Joe Moores into strike. As I said, that was what we usually refer to as a passing cloud here in Grenada. An expression that is found around the region too, meaning that the shower is short and sometimes sharp. Off the back foot is Moores and cuts the ball will come back for the second run as Miller having to chase the ball. So November has produced a bit of rain, hasn't it?
Yes, this is period we normally get rain maybe right up to December, but as you know, the pattern has changed over the years. So
yeah, it certainly has over the years. Weather pattern has changed, and there are all sorts of explanations for and theories out there for the reason for some erratic weather behavior and conditions across the globe and all over the world. We're hearing the same thing, although climatic conditions have changed quite dramatically.
yeah, so there was one time that we could speak about the dry season and the rain season, but I don't think that's the case now. Maybe up to June, you'll expect hot sun, June, July, and then for the rest of the year, rain right through the year. I think the pattern has certainly changed. So we are seeing even more sun in this period, where one expect normally would have rain.
Pollard gets one outside the off stump. Pushes one outside the off stump rather. Ahmed.
We also would have seen cricket. Normally would have played for the first half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And really the next half of the year would have been football going right through. That has also changed.
Yes, really has. No cricket's been played in these parts of the world right through the year. Pollard to Ahmed. Pushes that one outside the off stump. Yeah. And even the drainage pattern in so many of our fields across the world now is so much better. You can have a downpour and within half an hour, because of good drainage, cricket can restart. Lots of things have changed these days in comparison to our times, Refill. Hasn't they?
Yes, I do agree.
There's Pollard again to Ahmed. Driving loosely outside the off stump. That was a naughty shot.
So that's 3 deliveries bowling that over Pollard, and Ahmed looking to play outside the off stump and miss all 3. Again, driving with his body really away, just the bat going and the body just staying one place. So you need to get a little closer to those deliveries if you want to get bat on rate. I think the most that can happen there is an edge.
Here's Pollard again. Pushes the batsman onto the back foot and plays the ball with soft hand down to the lone slipper. Well, Rafael, probably should have been leaving this for the final match of the series. And this is expected to be my penultimate game, sitting alongside both yourself and Clyde John, who's just given a wry smile. It's been a long and lovely career. Enjoyed for the most part.
Well, I can tell you that you had a long and distinguished career, and will be greatly missed. People would miss a voice. And as was said yesterday, in terms of the dictionary that you use in commentary, I know a lot of people is going to miss it. We really appreciate the time that you have been doing commentary, not only local games but around the region. And we'll certainly wish you tremendous success and the best in the Papua New endeavors.
Thank you so much, Rafael. 120 for 5. We probably could leave it for the the last one. Just having a little look across there to Clyde, who doesn't seem to be very convinced, is he? Oh, well, it's been a great experience doing cricket commentary over the years. Really, it's been wonderful. My first test match was Phil Edwards' first game against Sri Lanka in Jamaica. I think he got a 5 in that game. Bowled beautifully, and it was to see the slinging action of this youngster. And bowled quickly too. And it has been an absolute pleasure and honor to have done test matches and won the internationals, to a lesser extent 2020 version, going across the region, meeting some of the greats and celebrated individuals over the years. And having to sit in the commentary booth with Mike Holin, Jeff Dujon, and Ian Bishop, Tony Cozier, Retz Pereira, Henry Brofil. All of these great radio announcers. So it's a great experience. And having done it for 34 years, if you're doing anything for 34 years, that's a relatively long time, isn't it?
Yeah, really. It's a lifetime period, really the most important part of your lifetime, 34 years.
But it's been absolutely incredible, enjoyable. Here is Moore just reaching forward and driving up to mid-off. The late Everton Weeks. I did in fact work with him. Andrew Mason. There's an appeal for leg before. Not given out. Simon Crosskill. there in Jamaica. These were, and Faz Mohammed, of course, formed a wonderful team for many years. Back then with CMC. Pushed up to shot mid off. So the over comes to an end, and Moore's 8-17 to Ahmed, and England just a little sedate, and the run rate has dropped considerably. They're exactly 120 for 5, but one could understand that these two will have to stay there and repair whatever damage that has been done.
Yeah, there's a lot of overs to bat. He really would have to bat. There's just 27 overs, 27 overs bowled. Still 22 overs to bat. Lord just coming off a maiden over. So far, 2 for 27 minutes, 8 overs. So this pair would want to remain as long as possible. Joe Mo's one of the better players in the England team, and the captain Ahmed. So they really want to really consolidate this position, and the bat as long as possible.
Yes, they need that. Very importantly. Down the leg side. Diving attempt would be cut off just inside, and they're able to come back for what would be signaled as the leg byes.
Yeah, Bell just coming back, taking over from Pollard, and that's ball slanting down the leg side. And Ahmed looking to turn it, coming off the pad and going fine, and being able to pick up 2 leg byes.
Into his 5th, none for 25 so far is Bell. Turn up to forward square leg, and gets a comfortable single is Ahmed, who's now received his 18th run. Moores comes into strike. It is wonderfully bright now. We had a bit of shower earlier on, but there's been no adjustment to the overs, and it's nice and sunny and pretty warm out there as Bell goes into Moore. Short rising delivery, rides it well, opens the face of the bat in a rather dexterous manner, and gets the ball down to 3rd man for a single. Gone to 9 now. Partnership now with 18. Invaluable 18 runs. Umpires Bran and Tuckett for this game. How important, Rapel, is this partnership?
I think it's very important. This pair can be considered maybe the 2 last set of batters from what we would have seen. We know the ability of Joe Moore, batting highest 3 as number 3 at sometimes, and Ahmed we would have saw inning played in the first game. Does show that really have what it takes. And as a captain, you know, you would want to think that this is a pair that would have to bat maybe up to 40 overs, at least 40 overs, 45 overs, and then they would try to push for the last 5 or so overs. So they're doing the right thing, not to take more chances. Look to pick up the singles here and there, turn the strike over as much as possible. You know, and as they get in, one would think that you would begin to push it a little bit more. 35, 37 overs, you look to push it a bit more. But at the moment, they're doing the right thing, not to lose any of these wickets.
And what would the captain, Joshua Dawn, be thinking?
He would want to keep things as tight as possible, make run scoring difficult, push them into a position where they have to take chances to score runs. At the moment, he's doing it well because they have not been scoring very quickly. We already have 31 overs, and still at 124. So they are keeping it tight and doing the right thing.
Laws into his 9th. So he is bowled unchanged. And that also says something about him. We've seen him bowling pretty long spells comparatively and still maintaining some control. Now that's good. Usually he'll give maybe a leg spinner 5 overs burst.
And that is positive, being able to bowl long spells. As you look to the longer version of the game, you are expected to bowl long overs, particularly as a spinner. 20 overs, you are expected to bowl for a very long spell. And if you can show that you have that kind of control, even in this shorter version of the game, I think it all goes well for you as you look to the longer version of the game.
2 for 29. He's into his 9th. He's bowled really well. Really, really well. And just seemed to have the ability to capture wickets whenever he bowls. This one seemed to be a little faster through the air. And struck out to shortish mid-off. A bit wide, 2 at mid-off. But it's been a very good bowling display, both by he and McKenzie. Hit.
And it's good to see that they have pulled it long on up to short mid-on. It tells you the sort of control they have in terms of keeping things really at a tight rate.
Yeah, they hit on right on the circle there. Slightly extended. Oh, this time he has gone for it. Saw it pitched up. And of course the mid-on fielder is in. Lifted that over. Long on. That's gone all the way for 6. That's a lovely hit by Moores. Yeah, it was pitched up in the slot. And he lifted it high and handsome and majestic. It was an imperious hit. Went all the way for 6.
Yeah,
lovely.
very good shot, over pitch delivery, really in the slot. He didn't have to do much, but just to step and hit it over long on the fielder. Even though the fielder was long and he would have had to just look at it go over his head. Went a long way. Oh, sort of releases the pressure a little bit at the end of that over. 32 overs completed. 132 for 5.
Lovely shot. Really lovely shot that was. Deserved the blow it got too, because it was right there in the slot. As Bell will move in from the Darbo end. Big swing at that one. Peels off the outer edge. Goes down to third man for 4. That's not where he wanted to hit that.
A very interesting shot played there by Amit. And one thing that I think he probably wanted to hit this over mid-on, mid-wicket, because there's just 3 fielders on the leg side. So there's a big gap. There's a mid-on, backward screw on the boundary and a long leg. So a lot of room. Probably looking to hit that somewhere over mid-on or long on the area. Flew off the edge and go over the keeper, slipped head down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Carter could do nothing. Just had to look overhead to see it fly by down to third man for 6. So a couple of aggressive shots played in over the last 4 or 5 deliveries. Partnership is now worth 26. Yeah, it's important. It's important for them to maintain the wickets, but they've got to keep scoring. And I think we're beginning to see some aggressive intention here.
Yeah, and it's good we have seen that with the England batting in a number of the games played before, where they would have stuck it out when things were pretty tight, and then they begin to push it along. They begin to be a lot more aggressive, and maybe this is what is needed here. In the last few deliveries, we had 2 boundaries being hit.
Yeah, none for 32 so far is Bell. Make that none for 33. Make that none for 34.
Jomo really looks a good player. England will be really hoping that he will really stay and steer the ship. He was disappointed in the last few innings. He actually batted at number 7 today.
Here's Bell again to Moores. He's on to the back foot and cuts the ball out. Cuts it to backward point. So we're into over number 33, 139. If they continue along this path, they'll get up only to 212, but they obviously will have a better figure than that in mind. But to do that, this partnership, which is now 33, would have to push on. Dot ball to complete the over, and at the end of 33, it's 139 for 5.
Yeah, and Mo would be a little disappointed. Last 2 deliveries in that over was short outside the off stump and was only able to hit it to the backward point fielder and not being able to pierce the field, but continue to look good, as we have seen. I think he got 59 in the first game that he played, and just so has demonstrated his quality in really some of the shots that he has played. So he will want to really lead the batting. The captain, Ahmed, would want to stay with him as long as possible. And at 135 for 139 for 5, 33 overs. This pair would really want to stay on till probably after 40 overs, just to make sure that England is finding themselves in a good position.
Yes, they certainly want to. And doing well so far. Partnership of 33.
So final over by Laws, push mid-wicket area, take up a single, and they will pick up an overthrow. As attempt to hit the non-striker's wicket. So 2 more to the captain, Ahmed. Pushes the score on to 26. 141 for 5 in over number 34. Laws in his 10th over so far picked up 2 for 37. And for him, just a short third man backward point, short cover, a long off. And lots of room if he can get it over that short cover.
I like the approach of the West Indies under 19, not trying to rush anything, but they're wearing on the patience of the batters, asking them to really try to manufacture their shots.
Oh, it's an Kenny making room. He pick up a single there, but you know, as you rightly said, just trying to make some room to pick that gap in the covers. He went bouncing out to the cover fielder. Farhan Ahmed, captain of the England under 19 team. His partnership note 36. As the left-handed more. Yeah, good delivery there. That turned away from the left-handed more.
Yeah, Law's just getting that one to leave the left-handed more. Got quite a bit of turn there.
Yeah, batters at times finding somewhat difficulty to know what direction the ball is going. This one is played to short third man again, turn and bounce, and he just dropped his wrist. Played it to a short third man. No chance of run. So that complete the spell of loss. He went in 10 overs. He took 2 for 38 and continues to pick up wicket in every game. England 142 for 5, and we had 34 overs completed.
Yeah, really good spell there from Laws, completing yet another 10 over spell and picking up 2 wickets for, I would make it, that's 38. And really he has done really well. Started the first ODI picking up 1 for 27. The second, he only bowled 6 overs, none for 37. And from the third to this one, the sixth, he has bowled his full quota of 10 overs. The third, he picked up 10 overs, 4 wickets for 30. And the fourth, again, 10 overs, and he picked up 4 for 35. The fifth, 10 overs, he picked up 3 for 42. And today, 10 overs, 2 for 38.
McKenzie's hit as pick up the strike, replacing Bell. Hit down to mid-wicket. The fielder on the boundary having some running to do. And Van Lang feeling there, 2 more runs to more. Actually, 1 actually took. So Mo comes into strike.
Just to give you a little further update, out of 51 overs bowled by Walter Laws through the series, he's picked up 14 wickets so far.
Yeah, has been the leading wicket taker. Good delivery bowled by McKenzie. The batsman had to reach for it. Some more.
McKenzie.
And sweep fine. They're going to come back for 2 runs there. That ball taken from outside the off stump by Jomo. And look, picking up the gap. The backward square fielder had some running to do. So that 2 more runs, some more. 145. So there's that backward square going a little bit finer. The mid wicket is also going a little bit squarer. And there's a short mid on, really big gaps on the leg side. As this ball is pushed down to mid off, and they come through again for another single. Van Lang in that position.
Yeah, but that was good running from the pair, recognizing that Van Lang was just outside the circle, and so you played it soft enough that you can complete that single. And so it tells you that they're looking to rotate the strike, maybe get the run rate back up to just maybe about 5. They've done well to set a foundation for their partnership, 39 so far. And so this partnership would be integral in terms of how much they get.
Once again, push to cover. Doing it well, picking up the singles, picking up the twos. Once again, we've seen the changes. Van Lang, who was on long on boundary, comes up to mid-off, just inside the circle. Oh, short, bouncing delivery. Giving the keeper some difficulty there. Chomo just dropping his wrist and allowing it to go through. But good delivery. McKenzie, they're finishing his 7th over. Picking up 1 for 22.
Yeah, it's good to see McKenzie. He's really bowled well. 1 for 22, 1 maiden out of his 7 overs. And he continues to have a good 2025 season. He was the leading wicket taker in the Breakout League. That league where the West Indies, really try to make sure that you look at some of the future players. And he featured well and picked up some, 12 wickets in that Breakout League with his best performance of 4 for 25. And so that earned him the call up to the CPL team, St. Lucia Kings. He didn't play in the CPL this year. He was out on the bench for all 11 matches, but nonetheless, I believe he would have gotten some valuable information that he can use here now at his age group level.
Yeah, I agree with you. He would have gained a lot of experience, even though he didn't play, but, knowledge in terms of what is required. Has bowled with tremendous control. Swept down to that long leg position. Sad ball, Joshua Dawn picking up the attack. So single.
Dawn has bowled well also. His 3 overs going for 16. Not really in amongst the wicket, but he has certainly helped to keep things tight. Helped to just put a bit of pressure on the English batters.
Yeah, and has been able to get a lot of turn. Oh, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ahmed, who is back and hit this one down to cover. And ambles another run.
Yeah, the West Indies under 19 will be looking to get a breakthrough here, hoping that one of these players may just play a false shot and a wicket, but because they don't want this partnership to get too big.
Down the track and lifted this one over long off for 6. A really good positive shot played by Ahmed. Good use of the feet and lifted it over long off for 6.
Yeah, clearly the intent was to go over the offside. You can see he didn't come down in the line of the ball, but he came down alongside the ball so that he can get that bat and the angle to go up over cover. And so certainly bringing up a maximum there. Full reward for his intent.
Yeah, well, a safe shot played. And Kane, some aggression. They're looking to pull a shorter delivery. Ball by Don. Hit to that short square leg. Bit of an aggression shown there. Stroke to mid on. So Ahmed on 36 from 55 deliveries.
Yeah,
once again play to mid on, and that's complete. Over with went for 8 from Don, and none for 24 in 4 overs, 155 for 5.
Yeah, Ahmed has certainly responded well to the situation that he found his team in. And so far he's playing a captain's knock, 35, and it has come in 36 rather, in 55 deliveries, and more importantly, some 73 minutes. So he's been patient. He's been, really trying to make sure that he keep the scoreboard rolling over.
And a reverse sweep attempted there as McKenzie continues in his 8th over.
Yeah, McKenzie.
A nice stroke down to long on. The amble another single.
But he has certainly shown that he has confidence, McKenzie, from the first over. You could have seen the enthusiasm. You could have seen that he is up for this challenge. He got the breakthrough very early. He has not produced anything close to what he has produced on that second delivery. And can he get something here now? That is what is important.
Yeah, ball given a lot of air. Over toss, really, and again, stroke down to long off. Yeah, he looked really good when he started. Was able to get that ball to turn and to bounce. He got was really a beauty. What is good about him is the control that he has. He's bolted left-handed more. More again looking for the reverse sweep. And straight to backward square. Not sure is the best shot, best method at this time. There's backward square. There's a third man on the boundary. Fairly square. So it's turned down to backward square position. Picking up another single.
Yeah, I don't think it is really warranted at this time. While yes, we understand you want to, but that partnership, you want to make sure that that partnership continues to extend. It has gone past 50, but you want it to go further into the bowling innings of the West Indies so that you can get...
Short delivery hit down to mid-wicket, just dropping short of the fielder there, and they come back for 2. Ahmed, they're having to reach for that delivery. Leg spinner just going further away from him. And he hit it down to mid-wicket to pick up 2 more. Complete the over. England 160 for 5.
Yeah, well placed by Ahmed. Fielders were a bit straighter and squarer in that of the mid-wicket, and so it was relatively safe in the gap, but don't want to take too much chances here. Still would prefer to see them push it around, pick up the, maybe just drop it a little and pick up 2.
Wide signal, a short delivery. See the keeper going up at umpire signal wide. Ball steered to that short third man position. We haven't seen Carter for quite a while. We saw him in the first couple games. We haven't seen him bowl. Again, this one with the pace taking off, push it in front of him, and Ahmed scamper another single, and this pair continues to do it really well, taking the score from 106. At 106 for 5, West Indies would have really feel like a press home the advantage. Turn fine. And this is going to run close to the ball. Well, they're going to pick up 2. You're not going to get into the boundary. Let's see. Yeah, getting some bat onto this one. Fired Ahmed. playing a captain in good knock, goes to 41. England in this 38 over, 164. Yeah, we've seen Joshua Don bowling over and around the wicket. He goes over the wicket to the right-handed Moores. Play to mid-wicket. And they pick up another single.
And you can see the effort by the pair to really, they're thinking about strike rotation and really trying to place the balls away from the fielders as much as they can to ensure that they make the strike rotation possible.
It's good to see the maturity in which both batters are playing. Hit down to backward point. Again, they pick up a single. Seem to be really comfortable in picking up the singles, and when the bad ball come, you know, they would make maximum use of it. So another over completed. 166 for 5.
Yeah, 38 overs gone. Another 12 remaining. So skipper Don will certainly have to think about the changes that he will make and how effective these changes will be in terms of maybe pricing out a wicket or keeping it as tight as possible that initial score at the end does not get too much past or even close to 200.
Yeah, we see that the spinners were able to really extract some bunks and turn earlier on the wicket. And one would think that, you know, maybe a score of 250 could be challenging. And I would think that the England on the 19 maybe would have understand the importance of batting through the 50 overs. Just to give them an opportunity of getting a score that would create some problem for the West Indies on the 19.
Yeah, quite agree. Oh, throw coming in there just a bit wide. But certainly the batter was under pressure. But I agree, 250, if they can get up there, will certainly pose a bit of a challenge. Just thinking about what we've seen in terms of the bowling lineup and the selection, England seem to be a bit pace strong in terms of Minto, Green, Lumsden, pieces that are into the squad.
Short delivery swing down to mid-wicket and just over the head of the mid-wicket field, and let's see, just waiting for the signal. Seem to have gone all the way. Now just drop one bounce and goes over the rope for 4. One of the few bad deliveries bowled there by McKenzie. Or the batsman, they're having to reach for it a bit. And was hit down to the boundary.
I think he was trying to get the googly in there. Just dragging it down a little shorter than anticipated.
171. So there's a mid-wicket right back on the boundary, long on. Ball given some air, and this time Ahmed is pushed in front of him. So he's eyeing his 50, 46.
Yeah, we'll want to certainly try to get past that 50-run mark. He's done all the hard work. So it will be good for him to get that 50 and push on as far as possible. And there's still enough time to get 100. should be putting it on his mind even now.
Another short delivery, and this one, the mid-wicket fielder is gonna just come around. Ahmed not getting hold of this one. It was a quicker delivery. Just staying down a bit. Ahmed in this aggressive mood. Hit it down to mid-wicket. So he moves closer to the 50s, 47. Jomo gets a full toss and hit it over mid-wicket for 4. Bad delivery and playing the reverse sweep, not sweep here, but swing, and hitting it down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, swatted that one really hard in the reverse. I tell you what, it's a good shot to be able to play the full toss in that manner. He was fully committed to it and picking up a much-needed boundary that will release some pressure. England under 19 looking positive. They're looking to push that score, I'm guessing, into that area where they would be about 200, 250.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy to get up to 250, being 106 for 5. McKenzie, it's not one of his better overs. That last delivery being hit for 4. So he in his 9 overs, 1 for 37. A lot of credit has to go to the England batters. These players really dig in, play the patient game first. I know they are beginning to be more attacking.
Yeah, when you think about the conditions, you think about, you know, the state of the game. There's a partnership like this is always on the cards. Just have to stay and bat.
So Bell continues. So he's into his 3rd spell. He did start at the southern end and came at this northern end, back to the end that he started. He has so far bowled 6 overs. Have not picked up the wicket as yet. So there's a 3rd man right back on the boundary, backward point cover, mid-off. There's also a sweeper. Cover on the boundary. And the leg side, a long on, short mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a short fine leg. Feel very defensive.
Yeah, it will be. It's all about saving the boundaries. Maybe bowling a little bit straighter at the batters.
And this he's looking to pull at this one by signal there.
Cleverly done by Bell. I think he got the batter there in Ahmed. It was a slower delivery, slower ball bumper which looped. And Ahmed looking to put all the effort to make sure that he get it over the head of that man who is out at the cover point boundary.
Once again, he's looking to pull. And this is down somewhere over mid-wicket. But again, a little variation in his bowling. And that ball went bouncing down to that mid-wicket position. And again, as you said, good thinking by Bell.
And he just wants to make sure that he doesn't give away boundaries here. They will be happy with the 1s and 2s. And even like this, a dot ball will help the West Indies cause, and so there's no problem with that. Just want to keep the run rate as low as possible.
178 for 5. Just one delivery to complete the 48th over. Ahmed 47 from 69 deliveries. Another shortish delivery, just play down to cover. And he ambles another single. That takes his score to 48. After 40 overs, 178 for 5.
Yeah, good position, a good recovery by this pair. They've really fought hard to make sure that they remain out there, that they remain together. And so Ahmed just too short from his half century. He will be eyeing this, and in the back of his mind, he will be having a total that the English may want to get up to.
Yeah, I think he would want to get to that half century mark. I think it was the first game we saw him. I think he really batted well, but wasn't able to get off to any good start after. He want to get his 50 and to continue to bat in. We still have some 10 overs to bat, and they will want to really bat as long as possible. Just to give you a little indication of the bowling, we had Jakim Pollard. He had 6 overs, while the players are refreshing themselves. Pollard 6 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Bell 7 overs, no maiden, 36 runs, no wicket. Van Lang 3 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Joshua Don 5 overs, none for 30. McKenzie in his 9 overs picked up 1 for 37, and Laws in 10 overs picked up 2 for 38. Dawkins was the first to go. He was caught keeper, Apple, bowled by Pollard for 9. Isaac Mohammed played a tremendous inning. He went LBW to Laws for 45. Ben Mears, he was caught by Apple of the bowling of Van Lang for 8. Benison, he was caught by Carter of the bowling of McKenzie for 10. And Falconer caught and bowled Laws for 16. Farhan Ahmed not out 48. Jomo not out 32. This pair would have added some 73 runs and really would have kind of, pulled England back to a position where they could bring some respectability to the final score in this innings.
Yeah, really, they did well this pair to put on 73, and not just put on 73, but to keep the run rate just around 4. It went slightly under for a period, but not for very long. As they reconstructed the innings, they allowed the run rate to drop, and then as they got in and got their sight in, they were able to become more expressive. And I think right now they're in a state where they're going to be looking to be very positive, picking up more boundaries in and between. Plus the running between the wickets, they're going to be a little bit more intensive.
Yeah, I think they have played it well. I did see it as important that this pair bat as long as possible, maybe onto the 40th over, maybe 45. And then look to push it really hard for the last 5 overs. So they have done well. We are up to 40 overs. 179 for 5. And maybe next 10 overs. And they probably would look to get at least 60.
Yeah, with 10 overs remaining, you want to at least have a target in mind. Again, you still have to break that 10 overs incrementally if you're this pair out here as to how deep do we want to bring this before we begin to get aggressive, or are they going to just play on merit and take whatever is offered? There has to be an approach. So we're looking to see what the approach will be.
So we're about to continue. England on a 179 for 5. We are going to go into the 41st over. And McKenzie into his 10th over. It's the slip for the right-handed Ahmed. Has gone back deep. Short third man. In the air, just over the cover fielder there. And the batsman would pick up 2 in the process. And that will bring 50 to Fayed Ahmed. Really has played had a good knock, captain's inning, picking up his first 50 of the series.
Yeah, good innings by Ahmed. Really, he answered the call. The call was for a pair to stay at the wicket and to really bring England back into this game, because they were certainly rocked at the top. And this pair has done that. And in doing the repair job, you bring up 50. That says that you're well on your way to doing what you need to do.
Push down to mid-wicket. Pick up another single. So Ahmed has batted for 71 deliveries, 89 minutes at the crease. He had 2 fours and 1 6. And he's on 51, 182. As England continues to consolidate. Again, the reverse sweep being played down to mid-wicket. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they're going to pick up another 2. So we see Mo's once again hitting over mid-wicket. A reverse fashion.
Yeah. Reverse sweep has certainly yielded some runs for him.
Yeah, and I see reverse fashion because it's not necessarily a sweep shot. But again, taking that one on the full. I know the mid-wicket is being pushed back, so there's 3 fielders push to the boundary, and again looking to hit this one some over the short fine leg. Again, looking to pick up the gaps. And that ball went down to that long leg position. It's 185 over number 41. Right-handed Ahmed come back into strike. Stroke down to long off. So playing it well, playing it rather easily. 7 runs already scored in the over.
Raphael, I'm looking at the spin here of McKenzie. Quite noticeably laws, and the way they toss the ball from hand to hand as they get into the preparation. And quite frankly, I look at Hayden Walsh Jr. and I see the same thing, and it tells you that somehow this group of fellas tend to work together.
Yeah, and there's a sort of rhythm. I think that's what you see in the tossing of hand. It gives you a sort of rhythm. I think what also went for them is why they have been able to bowl so consistently on good length and line. I think is that sort of rhythm. The run-up have been good, and therefore they have been able to keep things fairly tightly. 41 overs completed, 187 for 5. England on a 19 opting to the bat first in this 6th game in the series.
Yes, so the rain is with us once again. The ground staff, they are at the ready. And I don't know what the umpire was waiting on, but certainly did not allow the over to start as the ground staff rushes in. It should not be too much of a long break as we're about to complete the final 10 overs or 9 overs in the West Indies bowling innings, and certainly they have gone well to restrict England to 187 for 5 after 41.
Yes, but credit though to the Englishmen, partner partnership of 81 between Moores and Farhan Ahmed. 52 half century for the skipper, and with just about 9 overs to go, they would obviously want to get maybe 6 runs per over, 7 runs per over, 8 runs per over for the last 9, and see if they can get that beyond the 250 mark.
Yeah, it will take quite a bit of getting, but this pair being out in the middle, they understand the surface, they know what is happening already, they've seen what the West Indies have to offer, and so I think certainly they will be in that position where one of them at least has to press the accelerator, while the other one may just decide to, consolidate and look to bat out the innings. But there must be a plan if they're going to get to that 250 mark and more.
Both are set. Moore's 36 of 49, and Farhan Ahmed 52 of 73. So they've got similar strike rate.
Yeah, and I mean the strike rate, as we've seen from especially Moores, who is bringing out the reverse sweep quite a lot, tells you that he's the man that has tasked himself maybe with just looking to be expansive and look to take the risk, as we would say.
Yeah. Notice, Clyde, that the lights are being installed at the stadium. How many of them do we have up?
Well, so far we have one completed. I think
don't know if our camera man could just get us a shot into an image there with the lights being up. Yeah, but it's nice. It's been a lot of talk about it quite some time now, and it's getting into fruition.
Yeah, it's certainly a welcome sight to see the lights. It says that potentially we can, push towards day-night cricket, bring some life to the whole aspect of cricket in Grenada, where we can have guys after work, and not necessarily needing time off from work, but after work they can engage in some good competitive cricket.
Yes, if that were there in our days and our time, you could well be assured that the crowds would have been massive to come out and look at night cricket. But you're not missing any cricket now. The rain has come. I don't think the stoppage is going to be for very long. At 187 for 5, England under 19, and with some 9 overs remaining. So we want to invite listeners to hang around there. Umpire Greg Brathwaite is out there and just making sure that the covers are put on quite well. And we're going to wait until the umpires say it's time to resume. I don't think that's going to be too long from now. So don't go far away. We'll be on hand to bring you the broadcast. And welcome back here to the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's at Queen's Park, where England under 19, 187 for 5. And it's a great partnership so far between these two in Moores and Ahmed. There's been a break where a bit of rain came, but it's not going to affect the game in any untoward manner. The West Indies fielders are going out there, getting ready for the last part of this game with some 9 overs remaining. And with England under 19, 187 for 5, and a very good partnership so far of 81 between these two. The current run rate being 4.56. They obviously will want to think, these two, about pushing on and getting that run rate above 5.
Yeah, you will want to get that run rate up above 5. The tendency for many of these teams is to really up the scoring rate in the last 10. Some teams score in excess of 60, some 80. You know, so you really want to get that total, that run rate eventually just maybe up 6 and over would give you just about 60. If you can get more than 6, then it's all better. And so it's going to be interesting to see how these two approach the remaining 9 overs.
They are set. That's the good thing, with half century already going to Ahmed. So they're set. And this is a fine opportunity for them now to just pick up the tempo. 187 for 5 as we about to resume, as Bell will come in from the far end, the River Road end. Bowls to Moores, who is onto the back foot and tugs that well down to the deep mid-wicket, long on boundary, and that's going to go all the way for 4 on par. Brian now signaling rather rigorously. Short delivery onto the back foot, and he spanked it.
Yeah, that interestingly, it was not too far away from the fielder, but it was hit with enough power that the fielder didn't have any chance to come around and to get there.
Yeah, so some aggressive intent here shown by Moores. Yeah. His time is tickled down to fine leg for a single.
You look at the way he has approached the last, I would make it 3-4 overs. He certainly has shown aggressive intent, and that just might be the sign that he's the one that is going to try to, you know, get the run rate up.
Yeah, but Farhan Ahmed, who has been there for a half century, will want to begin now to become expansive. That's in the air, going down to the third man area. The ball drops before getting there, so not catchable. They got a single.
Yeah, so it seems like both batters have the intent, so they really want to maximize, and so they're both going after it.
Yeah, you can see the intent here, and that is to go hard. Moores will be taking strike. Bell none for 41 into his 8th. Ball goes behind the keeper. They're going to come back for the second run. It's not good work done there down at third man, just overrunning the ball.
Yeah, Francis with that heavily strapped finger would have gotten hit in the previous match. So Bell has used a good approach. He's going into the wicket. This one was a bit faster, but the previous one, or the previous two rather, slower deliveries into the pitch.
Yeah, the field is rather spread now. with a long off, sweeper just about 2/3 way to the boundary, extra cover, backward point, third man right back on the boundary. There is a fine leg and a deep backward square, forward square leg, mid-on. So lots of opportunities for singles and twos as the case may be, and the out boundaries. There's a long on also positioned. You like this field?
Looking to save the boundaries. Yeah. I think they expect the English youngsters to come at them.
Off the back foot, hits the ball hard into the ground. Carter having to run across there to his left. That's not where he intended for the ball to go. Wanted to hit it much squarer. Over comes to an end. 196 for 5, so the 200 just 4 runs away. And we have still another 8 overs remaining.
Yeah, 250. Really, if they continue in this manner, will be on the card. You had some 8 runs coming in that last over. So they will need a breakthrough. Very important for the West Indies if they're going to get control from here. But that partnership has certainly been a good one for England and has laid them a good foundation where they can challenge that 250 plus score. And so it will be Miller from the Dabo end.
Miller, this is the first time he's bowling in the innings. And pulled out to long on, gets a single shot delivery. That just sat up.
Yeah, we've not seen him previous, so he's fresh, and it means that he wants to be able to emulate the good work that has been done by the pieces in the early parts of this encounter rather. Is he brought on for the dead bowling? We saw him bowl at the death in the previous match.
Yes, he obviously is brought on for this. How tight can he be bowling to Moores? Nicely played by Moores. Just opens the face of the bat to a delivery that is wideish and full, and glided down to third man. Got a single. I'm sure that Moore will be thinking here about 4 Moores getting a half century to join Ahmed, who has achieved that already. Interesting shot. The catch is going to be taken gone. Outside the off stump. And never got to the pitch of the ball. Just stretched for it. And even Miller doesn't celebrate at all. Who expected that? It was outside the off. Just stay there. It was one of the strangest shots I've seen. Caught at cover. And so England, they've lost their captain, Ahmed, who is gone for 54. And he won't be pleased about that at all.
At all, he will not be pleased. You can see that he's clearly frustrated with that shot. But, I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due. Miller didn't have a good finish to the last game, but certainly has come back and has worked hard to break this partnership. Totally outfoxing Ahmed.
I just wondered a couple of things. Yes, it was sprayed wide, and maybe asking him to fetch it. And perhaps it may have been slightly slower too. And Ahmed was stretching for it, and it did look rather awkward. Not for somebody who's been batting so very well. and got a half century. Carter taking a simple catch. And so England, they've lost another wicket. It's number 198 for 6.
Yeah, totally out, Fox. At this stage, you expect the bowlers to be maybe focusing on the wide Yorkers. But this was a wide, slower delivery, very loopy. And so committed to the shot was Ahmed. And the most he could do was to get it to Carter shot cover.
Yeah, it was a very interesting dismissal, wasn't it? Had to stretch a long way to reach it. Still decided to go through with the shot. Could he have pulled out? He was lured into the width. So Rafi Albert joins Joe Moores. Miller picks up his first, moves in to bowl to the new batsman, who drives well down to extra cover. They're coming back for the second. They've got to hurry, and they get there in the end quite comfortably. Nice flowing drive through extra cover.
Yeah, good shot there by Albert, and just coming in and really looking. He has to be aggressive, but his aggression has to be controlled, and this one was nicely controlled.
Played it well. Good cricket shot it was. This time gets a single. So he understands what's needed, and that is quick runs, and has set himself that desire to score quickly. He's on 3. Just the 2 balls he has faced. Moores comes in to strike on 42, and he has to take over from where Ahmed left out. Got him. Well, he was looking to switch hit that. And so Miller has picked up another one.
Tell you what, Miller really has a good comeback over here. So you look at the replay, switch it, and definitely plumb in front, no doubt about it. Had to wait on the delivery, Moores. And so Miller with that slower ball just seemed to be working and outfoxing these batters for the English under-19s.
Switch it. Just wondering how necessary it was. It's a risky shot, and so much depended on Moores. You would have thought that he would stay there and just guide the lower half of the England batting, but they've lost their 7th wicket. 201 now for 7. Moore goes leg before to Miller for 42, and with some 7 overs remaining, the remaining 3 will want to stay there and put on maybe another 30-40 runs for England.
Yeah, good double strike there for Miller, removing both set batters. And so that tells you that if they're going to get anywhere close to 250, Ralphie Albert will have a job to do. We know that he can strike the ball well, but he wants to make sure that Mintu and Lumsden and these guys can give him the support that he needs.
Mintu has come out and has joined Albert. He won't be taking strike, as Bell, none for 43, moves in from the far end. Push down to mid-on. Not with all the conviction in the world, though. Carter runs after it. They get a single.
Yeah, good ball in there from Bell. Again, the slower delivery seemed to be working. There's something about the slower deliveries that the guys have really been able to conceal it well. And that shot there, Albert was just too early into the shot, and it looped. It was just around the mid-wicket, mid-on region.
Fishing for that one outside the off stump is Mintu. Doesn't make contact. Third man is on the boundary, backward point, sweeper, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on is conventional, mid-wicket. And there is the deep backward square and a fine leg. More verging on long leg though. Bell to Mintu. Mintu is not getting behind that one, just push the bat at a delivery that was hard length. Let's make contact, collected behind the stumps.
Yeah, Bell just mixing up the piece. Last two deliveries on piece, just around the off stump. One will expect that the slower delivery will be coming using the same concealable action, and there it is. It's well concealed, and so you have to look at that ball very carefully.
Yes, you play prematurely, can't bring about your demise. England now under 5 runs per over. I think it's a psychological thing if they can get up to that 250. The West Indies have done very well here. Outside the off stump.
Yeah, Bell doing a good job here by keeping things tight. It's not really giving away anything. 2 runs off the over so far, and he's thinking of closing it off. Most importantly, no boundaries.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well so far, hasn't he? Driving well through extra cover. This might go all the way to the boundary. It does. 4 runs, pitched up. And he came forward and drove it sweetly to complete the over. He really would have wanted to have a dot ball, but that was over pitch and driven well for 4. 207 for 7. 44 was gone.
Yeah, just airing there, Bell. Want to close off that over. Really, maybe with the most being 2 runs. Dot balls would have been ideal, just to add a bit more pressure to the situation.
So, Matthew Mills has got the golden arm in this innings. Golden because he's picked up 2 in 1.
Yeah, certainly golden, striking, not just picking up any 2, but picking up 2 set batters. So you have to see the golden arm.
He's in to Mintu. Well played. Short rising delivery. Got right on top of it. And rode it well while turning it up on the onside for a comfortable single. Played that delivery well, didn't he? Rather skillfully he did.
Yeah, what I like about the way that he played that delivery is that he played it so that it does not trickle too far, that the possibility of the second would have been on. Credit to the fielder though, he was quickly onto it. Well, the keeper rather.
Good cricket. Delivery pitched up. Well bowled, right up into the block hole. Can't do more than squirt it out on the offside. Dot ball. Precious for the West Indies. Not so precious for England, who are 208 for 7. Just another 5.4 overs to go in this innings. Can they get another 30, 35 runs? Good bowling. This is good bowling. Short rising one. Just pull back the length. And had Albert ducking under it. Good control so far.
Yeah, good
Miller.
Good comeback from Miller. I think I like the approach. I like to see that he's challenging himself to bowl at the death. Using, I would make it a bag of tricks.
Yeah, you got to be a pretty brave person to want to bowl at the death, because that's when guns are blazing. Tugged down to mid-wicket and they would get a single. It's like saying to your commander, I want to be in the front line of the battle. That's where the artillery is, that's where the firepower is, but I want to go there because it's important that you've got somebody there to defend. So there are areas in the game that are for those that are braved and proven. You don't want to put a debutant, unskilled person to be bowling in the death overs.
Yeah, certainly don't.
Mindu takes strike and gets a single. Comfortable one too, as he pushes the ball down to long off.
What Miller has done well is that he has placed in the mind of Mintu the fact that he has an array of deliveries. So he did not commit there. He was hoping just to play based on what is served up to him.
Here he is. Gets it just behind square leg on the onside and gets a single. So at the end of 45 overs, with 5 more to go, England 211 for 7, with Ralphie Albert into double figures, he's 10, and Mindu there on 3, and they've put on some 10 runs so far, and they want to ensure that they don't lose a wicket from here on.
Yeah, you want to preserve that wicket. You want the partnership to be a good one, but more importantly, you want the run rate to always be up in terms of its trajectory.
Yes, it's under 5. I think at the end of this, they would want it to be 5. And to get it to 5, it means that they've got to, for the next 5 overs, they've got to score maybe another 39 runs. Am I right there, Clyde?
Yes, the math certainly is getting better.
Getting better. There's a delivery hit down to the long on area, straight rather over the bowler's head, and they go through for a single.
I know you're sharp when it comes to the math, so I'm not going to fall for that.
No, really. I really have to work very, very hard in making sometimes what's supposed to be the simplest of calculations.
Well, it happens to all of us at times. What could be very simple, it seems like you need a genius to solve.
Mintu takes strike, he's on 3. There he is now, facing up and pushes out behind square on the offside. Everybody's got their forte, got their strength. Some people have the ability to calculate so very quickly. Others have the ability with words. Some people are scientifically minded. All individuals got their own particular giftings. Driving out to cover, gets a single, Mintu, which takes him on to 4, brings Alfie into strike, who's on 11. So it's still quiet here by these two, but I think they know how important it is. How important it is to accelerate.
Yeah, they need some acceleration here. They cannot just allow the West Indies to build pressure on them. So they want to get that total up to 250 or close to. It's going to be important. The track is a good track for batting once you're willing to play good, sensible cricket.
Hit in the air. The catch is going to be taken by the keeper. Yes, it's taken. So another wicket goes. He was looking to pull that behind square. It went high up, and the keeper called. And of course, if you got the glove, be quick to say, that's mine. Although a couple of fielders were converging. So England, they've lost another.
Yeah, going for the big one there. But really needed to get something big just to keep England in the hunt to get to 250. And certainly not the result that he would have wanted. Good catch in the end by Apple. Really kept his eyes on it. It swerved and swerved for a bit there, but he was able to hold on and take a good catch.
Yeah, I'm sure that England will be very disappointed with this. With wickets falling and Albert going 8 wickets now gone. And I think they'll be disappointed with this latter half, the latter end of the batting.
Yeah, the work was done, and hence it shows you why this partnership between Ahmed and Moores was so critical in terms of where they would finish.
Sure, right. But both dismissed in the same over. Short rising delivery that looked to pull it from maybe just a little outside the off stump.
Yeah, Looms then not really able to handle that short, slower bumper. But Van Lang did a good job in terms of getting it that high. Certainly would not have been a wide because going past the stump, I guess it might have trickled past the stump as it was short. But so it's very good, a good slower delivery from Van Lang.
So the closing stage of the innings, short delivery outside the Austin. That Mintu just cut down to point and gets a single. Brings Lumsden to strike. 214 now it is for 8. Over number 47 in progress.
Miller has been ringing the changes.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? He
Yes.
really has.
Certainly has.
We'll move in to bowl to Lumsden. And Lumsden's bending the knees and driving neatly out to extra cover and immediately takes off for the single. Good aggressive running.
And what I like about that previous delivery is the fact that it was Yorker length, looking for the Yorker, but he held back the pace again.
Yeah, he's really bowled resplendently. It's Miller. 2 for 11 so far. Into Mintu this time, who turns it up to mid-on. Carter having to run across to his right, covers about 20 yards, and meanwhile the batsman had time to cross for 1.
Now, at this stage, you may just want to take a slight risk to bring some of your fielders closer, tighter, just to cut off that single and force the aerial shot.
That's an idea which can be workable. Aggressive intention there by Lumsden. So number 47 over number 47 in progress. I think the West Indies would be very pleased with this. Now, don't forget, this match is a very important one for both teams. West Indies wanting to go 4-2 up England wanting to square it. Carter moves across to his right. But the batsman can get a single out of a delivery that was struck up to cover. Field will change over now to accommodate the left-handed Mintu, who is 6. As Miller moves in again. Diving attempt there at backward point, and they in fact come back for the second run and they get it. Wouldn't be happy about that at all. No, Joshua Dawn wouldn't be very happy. What should have been just a single turned out to be 2.
Yeah, Bell.
And might have been a drop chance too, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a very difficult chance, but getting hands to it, you may want the fielder to hold on to it. And to compound the situation, Bell was really lackadaisical or lackluster in terms of getting to the ricochet.
Well, 47 overs gone, 3 remaining. Miller's bowled really, really well. Very good service.
Yeah, has really come back like a champion there, and certainly has done a good job mixing his pace, mixing his length, slower deliveries, and just doing all that he can to put some doubt in the minds of the batters as to which one they can really attack.
Van Lang into his 5th. He would be very pleased with his services. He's picked up 2 for 15.
Yeah.
Well, the off stump has been pushed back, comprehensively beaten on ball. He was onto the back foot, and the ball sneaked through. So England, they've lost another one. 9 for 219.
Yeah, good delivery from Van Lang. Just saying, you were just making the point that he's bowled well and coming up with a really good delivery. Looms then looking for it to bounce maybe a bit higher. Just cannoning into the middle off stump. And so picking up another wicket, Van Lang.
Yeah, it was a ripper. And it just seemed to jack back slightly. Wonderful line. Look at that. Beautifully bowled. And it came back and ripped him in 2 and hit, I would think, middle and off. I don't know your thoughts about it, but it does have a slightly Ravi Rampal's approach, doesn't it? And a slight build like him too, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He seemed to have that Rampal, even at the completion of the delivery, you get that sort of Ravi Rampal movement.
Yeah. So, Alex Green has come out to join Mintu. 9 wickets down, 219. England won't want to be bowled out on the 50 overs. So they got another 2.4 overs to ensure that that doesn't happen. Green will be taking strike. And Van Lang, who has picked up 3, bowled so very well, will move in with his tail up. Here he is. Off the back foot. And cuts the ball down to cover. Is Alex Green. Gets off the mark. Something that every batsman wants to do. Nobody wants to be dismissed for a duck. It's an embarrassment to all batsmen. They don't mind if they get a single, but not a duck. That goes against your name, and people could have much of a fun.
Well, the duck is not something that is favorable.
Mintu comes forward and tries, gets it out for a single up to mid-off.
And just as the ricochet of the stump is not favorable, most batters will not want to have a duck. It's not favorable.
I think it's something, but it's quite obvious. It's something that everybody would experience in life.
Yeah, you have some guys who are on a string of ducks.
That's true. Wraps on the pad. There's a. Oh, actually, he was actually bowled. I thought it was wrapped in the pad. But the off stump seemed to be pushed back. Oh, he's gone. Oh, it just took us by surprise here. So England has been dismissed. Well bowled there by Van Lang. I thought it came off the pad, but let's look at it. Yeah, sneaked through again. He was right on target. And so the bails dislodge, and England has been dismissed for all the twos, 222 all out. And they'll be disappointed because there were remaining 2 overs to go. And the West Indies will be very, very pleased with their performance. They go back in, obviously happy with their performance, as Mintu remains not out 9, and Alex Green was comprehensively beaten and bowled.
Yeah, really, the West Indies will be happy with this performance. England are a bit disappointed, but they certainly have seen that the partnership between Ahmed and Moores really was critical. And so they will be happy that at least, you know, there was something that they can hold on to.
Yes, so the news is England, I think the score has just been changed, 221 all out, with Mintu left high and dry, not out 9. And just to give you a little bit of what the scorecard looked like, Dawkins went relatively early, faced 10 ball, 9 runs. Mohammed, a good knock of 45 or 57, and struck 4 fours in the process. Mayers didn't come off. He was caught apple of the bowling of Van Long. Was a good breakthrough there for Lang, who got him for 8, 13 ball face. Falconer, cotton ball, was a very good catch by Laws, having to dive across to his right. Went for 16. 54 to Fahad Ahmed, who played a skipper's knock before he was caught by Carter of the bowling of Miller. Miller also picked up Moore's leg before for 42. Got both of them in 1 over. It was a wonderful bowling performance. And then he picked up the wicket of Joe Moore's leg before for 42. And so 3 of the batsmen who really came off well were dismissed there by Miller. Mintu was not out on 9. Lumpson was bowled by Van Lang for 2. And also Alex Green was bowled by Van Lang for 1. 221 all out of 47.5 overs. And the extras were 14, which consisted of 3 byes, 2 leg byes and 9 wides. This time the Englishmen didn't bowl any no balls. So Pollard had 1 for 22 of 6. Bell none for 49, a bit expensive of 9. Jonathan and Joshua Dawn, who had none for 30. Van Lang picked up 4 for 17. He really bowled very well. And McKenzie had 1 for 45. 2 wickets apiece for Laws and Miller. And all in all, it was a wonderful bowling display by the West Indies. So England dismissed for 221 of 47.5. I think they'll be disappointed with that.
Yes, certainly they will be disappointed. Looking to get off to a good start. Really didn't happen, and they struggled all the way through. Save and except that partnership between Ahmed and Moores, I think the batting was really poor, and certainly they will have to come out with the ball and work extremely hard to defend this total.
Yes, they certainly will have to do that, and the West Indies got a modest total of 221, but the old-fashioned cliche. Runs already on the board. That's England's runs already there. The West Indies will have to chase. So we're going to be back after this break. I'm sure that the players will go refresh themselves. We'll do the same here, and we'll be on hand to bring you through the West Indies reply.
Well, welcome back to the bright and beautiful St. George's, where we are at the Grenada National Stadium for this, the 6th ODI, West Indies under 19s versus the England under 19. And we've seen the first half, the England under 19s, they were able to muster 221 all out. And the West Indies, they are going to chase 221. It makes for a very interesting afternoon. A lot in the balance. One team can clinch the series. The other wants to get back in. And so far, the West Indies have done a good first half. Can they continue with the second half? Welcome, Rifel.
Yeah, I think West Indies will be very pleased with the day's work so far. First half of the game, I think they would be very pleased with having to chase only 222 for victory. They bowl well. I think that really England was pushed back, and as such, I think they can go after a chase with a great deal of confidence, hoping that they're going to will be able to clinch the series today.
Well, Alex Green with the ball in hand has a lot to say about that. He has started very aggressively. And he's bowling to Zachary Carter, to Tanez Francis. Francis is accompanied by Carter. And this pair has certainly been prolific in terms of scoring runs. Carter really getting a solid score in. Had a partnership of some 115 between them. So they will be looking to continue in that sort of mode.
But if that shot that was played there by Francis, second delivery, is any indication, seems as though they will be positive, trying to get to that score. First delivery really was a good one that lifted and really hustled him. Had in some difficulty, he was able to play it down. Then he was going for a big drive outside there off some second delivery.
Yeah, so certainly similar starts to the days, to the innings play. Fortunately, England got 4 runs off their shot lifting delivery. And Francis has to really get out of the way of that one. So certainly some bunks on offer. Nicely worked to mid-on there, and Francis can't score.
I think England, on the other hand, really would be very careful. They'd really want it to get some early breakthrough. They'll really want to plug back, push back the West Indies, not to allow them to get off to the kind of start that we have seen between those both players, both Carter and Francis. One aspect that Carter is going to continue to play his game, try to be aggressive. England would be hoping to pick up all the wickets.
Yeah, feel nice and tight. Have one slip in place. Have the man at point. You have a cover, extra cover. You have the mid-off, the man on the third man boundary. And then you have 3 Perus in the leg side. You have the mid-on, shot mid-wicket, and the man down at long leg. And so they will be looking to keep the pressure on. Francis yet to get off the mark. So maiden over has been completed by Alex Green. And so certainly a good start for the English in terms of their bowling response.
Yeah, good over by Green. First up. Looks very businesslike and was very consistent. He's hitting really good line. Francis was required to play at every delivery, with the exception of the one that he flashed at outside the off some. But generally, you know, he was really consistent. And you can see the England field. They're on their toes. So they are really looking to strike very early. And if they're going to, you know, create any doubt in the batting of the West Indies, they will want to pick up wickets early.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. And as we said earlier, the bounce and the pace of the wicket is good. Bowlers, when they bend their back, they will get something coming from the surface. What is important is the length that you're willing to hit. And so far, Green has done a really good job in hitting a good length. And his field backs him up. And so if you can sustain that pressure and build that pressure to the point where the team struggle to get runs, certainly you have a chance. It's going to be Looms then. Sorry, Minto. That's James Minto. And he's coming from the river end or the road end. And so far has started with a short one to Carter.
Yeah, we've seen again the lift, the bunks that they're getting out of the wicket. Good one. That Carter really was in some difficulty just having to hustle into defending that delivery.
And this time he lifts it high in the air. The keeper is going. He's going to get to it more as he does. And so Carter goes. Carter is gone. And so early breakthrough for the English under-19s. And man, they're really pumped. They are pumped. They love to see the back of Carter.
Well, that's a lovely catch. Again, as we have seen Carter being strong on the leg side and on anything short, you're looking to pull. And that ball went high up in the air. I think it came on him quicker than he expected and went almost dunked along on. And I would think that the keeper would have probably run about 20 yards to take that catch. And he judged it well. And it was a beautiful catch.
Yeah, really good start there. No run on the board as yet, but they have taken a wicket. And so that is going to inspire them. That is going to keep them motivated. And certainly they believe that they will be able to come out with a victory here today.
Well, we see both bowlers seem to be really rushing in. The first delivery actually Carter faced was one that really kind of shake him up a bit. So I think anything slightly short, he was looking to go, and I think that's what he did. But that one really hustled onto him, came off the edge, went high down in the air. But credit to the keeper. He had to run, he had to judge it, and took a tremendous catch. I think it's the sort of start that England would have wanted, picking up that vital wicket of Carter.
Yeah, really a big blow for the start that I think the West Indies were hoping for. And so it brings Kunal Telokani into strike. And so the West Indians not yet off the mark. Will want to get off the mark. But certainly England, they have started in some good areas, asking some good questions, using the conditions, the bunks of the wicket. So it makes for a very interesting afternoon here at the St. George's National Stadium. Minto. Shorter lifting delivery. And now they're going to get off the mark. I suspect leg by, so it seemed to have hit the glove or somewhere along the bat.
Yeah, and I think they probably missed. They had two slips before, or they had two persons in catching position, and if they didn't move out the field, I think that would have gone loft in goalie's hand. Again, we see another lifting delivery, and I think the batsman in some difficulty there, as he probably was taking high upon the gloves. See the physio just running out, but a very good over, quick over, good aggressive over. Well, not just 3 deliveries in the over, but had been aggressive bowling so far.
Yeah, Minto has certainly been quick in terms of his pace. He's bowled with aggression so far. Again, the wicket is responding to the piece, to the bounce, and so he has that advantage where he can hustle the batters. And so far, he has really hustled them.
Yeah, it looks as though both fast bowlers are pretty happy to bowl on that cricket, on that pitch. The assistance they have been getting, particularly with the bunks. And we see Mintu rushing in there and creating some problems to the batters. But England would be happy with the start. They will really want to pick up wickets early. West Indies, on the other hand, will want to make sure that they clinch the advantage at the end of this game.
Yeah, we certainly want to have the advantage. You want to wrap the series up here, and so this is a big innings for them, and so it means that if you are going to show character, if you're going to show that winning mentality, this is the sort of condition that you need to do it, right? They've been pegged back from early, but they will need to rally through.
As we would have seen in the England batting, in that they are able to steady things when probably they would have lost wicket or in a difficult situation. At one seed, 106 for 5. And one felt, listen, West Indies could blow the bottom half away. But we saw this partnership, which brought the score almost up to 200. Whether was able to dig in, go through the difficult period, and then bat on. I think the same would be necessary for the West Indies. Having lost their first wicket and having seen both batters seem to be challenged by the quality of bowling and probably the bunks in the wicket, they will have to stick it out. And sort of go through this period. And you know, the longer you stay in the wicket, it becomes easier and easier. But an impressive start by England, and the next few overs could be very exciting.
Well, it's definitely going to be exciting as we bring you this action here. It's really not over until the fat lady sings, and I'm not certain where she is now, if she has gone to some voice training or somewhere, but hopefully she will sing at some point in time. And this one is cut away with disdain by Francis. It's short, lifting wide outside the off stump. He doesn't need invitation to put that away, and he put it away, he did. And so he will be confident that once he gets it in that region, he will go after it.
Yeah, very good shot, and that would have released the pressure. Short delivery, and he was on top it in the air, but over the point position, and it really raced really quickly to the boundary. That will give him some confidence and release a little bit of pressure.
Mintu bowling rather quickly. Short delivery down the leg side, wide, signaled by the umpire.
Yeah, we're really extracting some good life off the wicket. And you can see Francis, they're having to flinch as that ball just passed. Probably just outside the leg stump. It was not that far, but, you know, it caused him to react quickly.
Mintu again. Again, short delivery, just looking to unsettle Francis. Francis not ready perturbed. He got on top of that one.
Yeah, England would need wickets. One would have thought that maybe not a second slip, but in a goalie position with the ball bouncing as it is. Anything that comes off the top edge could easily go through that gap there. One would think they would have need to have someone closer.
And there he goes. So Mintu again with a really good delivery. This one seemed to have left Francis, and he was committed to playing the shot. He was committed to being on the defensive, and he goes caught behind.
Well, I think he was very good delivery again. Ball leaving him. But I think he was worried with the sort of pace that was coming to him and the bunks that Mintu have been getting. You could see him more or less sideways to the delivery. And that was another short lifting delivery. And just part of it. One that probably could have allowed to go through, seeing the bunks that they have been getting. But wanting to get back on the ball, took the edge and really was sticking in the first slip region. So yet another wicket, Western losing the second wicket. And I think that's why it's also important that I was saying, you have another catcher. Because now the players are on the back foot, just looking to defend. So you want to pile on the pressure. But good breakthrough for England. They couldn't ask for a better start.
Yes, certainly a really good start, excellent start. 2 overs completed, and West Indies, they are 6 for 2, and they need to do some repair work here if they're going to challenge this 221 that has been set. As we said, runs on the board is runs on the board, and England, they're backing the 221 that they have on the board, and they will hope that they can really defend it and defend it with some honor.
So the captain, Don, really going to be an interesting period of play here.
Yes, it will be. Don joins Tilokani. And they will need to stay together as long as they can. Short leg in, please. Tilokani just taking his eyes off this one. Being struck somewhere on the body. But certainly he does not look comfortable, Telokani, to the short delivery.
Yeah, they're not handling the sort of short pitch. Not necessarily short pitch, but, you know, they're hitting good length. So it coming to the body, so you have to play. And really, Telokani does not look good there, handling that delivery. Now the forward short leg comes into play. This is a good move.
Now, tell you what. Green, Yorker, I would make it. No, he doesn't. Instead, he goes outside the off stump. But certainly, having the player back on the back foot there would have been an excellent opportunity to slip in a fast Yorker.
Yeah, I would probably think that he wanted to push him back a little bit more still. But he had a little bit of room there. This one was again shortish, but he was outside the off stump. And Tilokani played it down to third man. But a really interesting period of play here as we see both England bowlers really bowling quickly. As now the gully's been put into position. Another good move.
Well, Don will really need to bat well here. A very capable batter. He's the captain of the team, so a lot would rest on his shoulders here. And he wants to make sure that he gets his team off to a good start.
Yeah, the captain would be called upon to bat and really to take the lead. Because really they have a battery of fast bowlers coming against them. And they just seem to be getting more and more out of the pitch.
So Green from the Darbo Hill end into, and this one he just swivels inside the line, gets it down to the man there at wide long leg rather, and he picks up a single. So Don is off the strike.
Yeah, and that's another short delivery that really hustled him, but he just sort of helped it along. And get it down to long leg and just drop just one bounce before the fielder, who is not right back on the ropes. But you could see that delivery actually hustled him as he was going for the pull shot.
Yeah, pitch just playing a bit in favor of the fast bowlers. We saw Van Lang, medium pace, but picking up 4 so far. The pace of Mintu has yielded 2 for England. This one, he goes after it. He's going to get it 1 bounce, 2 bounces over the rope. And so Telokani, he will, not in control, but at the end, he will like the result that he has gotten.
Yeah, he was fortunate to get 4 there. Beaten by pace. Again, looking the hook. And the ball coming off the top part of the bat and flying down to where a fine leg would be. A long leg on the boundary really had no chance. Again, the pace is making the difference. Really, batsmen are really slow getting into the shots.
So Green, let's see what he's thinking. He's thinking shot again. This time he goes again. It's in the air. It's going to be caught. It's dropped. Oh my goodness, he's dropped it. And so Telokani survives what should have been a really regulation catch. Running back, he got there. He got there, and it went straight through. And Dawkins will not be happy. Really not having a good day, Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, bad miss by Dawkins. And I think Telokani did just probably looking to fight fire with fire. Again, short delivery, looking for the same pull shot. But he was beaten by pace once again, went high up. Just probably about 10 yards behind where the slips would be. And Dawkins getting into position, but just not being able to hold on.
Yeah, I like Telokani. Fact that you want to bowl shot. He's going to be aggressive just the same. He's not going to back down. As Mintu pitches up and through the gap, and that's gone. That's going to race away to the boundary. And really, Telokani is in that mode. He's ready to fight back. He's not going to go lying down. He's going to put up a fight, and he's putting up a fight. He is.
Yeah, over pitch delivery, and driven through the covers for 4. A bit aerially, but picked the gap well. And he's very clear that he's going to put bat to ball. Anything remotely loose, he's going to put bat to ball.
Mintu shot, and he just guides it down to third man. Will pick up a single. So playing with a bit more level head here now. But Mintu continues to be impressive. He's bowled well. Really is a skiddy, quick, comes through rather quickly. Pretty easy approach. And Dawn in behind it in the rightful manner.
Yeah, seems to enjoy running in from that end. Is Mintu. Really smooth. Extracting a great deal of pace. Batsmen need to be really watchful against him.
And this one is tickled fine. It's going to go to the boundary. So 4 more runs to Joshua Dunn. Mintu just missing his line there and being punished.
Yeah, easily played, slanting down the leg side. Down into his wicket and just turned it neatly. That short fine leg there, as it beat the short fine leg. And rushed down to the long leg fence for 4.
So the runs are coming at a much faster rate. It took them a while to get off the mark, and the young West Indies on the 19s. But since they've gotten off the mark, the runs have been flowing. Mintu again down the leg side. Needs to score to 23. And they want to be careful here, England, that you don't get carried away with the bunks and forget to pitch the new wide ball up, which the tendency to swing is a lot more when it's new and it's hard.
Yeah, just losing his line a bit there. Maybe trying too hard. The ball going down the leg side. Now he's going around the wicket, which should probably might be a good move.
Well controlled by Don. There's a man out on the deep backward square boundary. So they pick up a single. Well played, well handled. And the short pitch really doesn't seem to bother him much.
Yeah, Don in control. And you know, what is important, you keep your eyes on the ball and really be able to pick up the line very, very quickly. And we saw Don was into his wicket day and just helping it around. And play it down to backward square. Very safe shot.
Mintu to Telokani. This time again pitched up and swinging down the leg side. So just losing the line there a bit, Mintu.
Yeah, lost his line and releasing the pressure quite a bit. We saw a boundary coming down to long leg. We see one coming through the covers. So you just probably need to get it right. And he's now going back over the wicket to the right-handed Tilakani. Still keeping the forward short leg in place.
Yeah, this one is just pushed through the onside. The man there at wide long on will pick up. So Telakani, he moves to 13. The score moves up to 26 after 4 overs. And certainly the Windies on the 19, they have pushed on. They're now scoring at 6.5 per over. And so they have lots of deliveries. So there's no worry in terms of deliveries. All they need to do is just string some good partnerships together, or maybe make this partnership count and really bring the game to that point where they can't lose.
Yeah, I agree with you. Over that has released the pressure somewhat.
Yeah, nice piece of fielding there, very sharp. The man in there at forward short leg. And it's good to see that Green is keeping the short leg in. What he has done well there is that he didn't bowl short. He went for the full pitch delivery. In my mind, I would have pushed the short pitch and then looked to focus in. And this is where the batter has to make sure that he keeps his eyes on the ball and he does not play what he thinks the bowler is going to do. Green, Telokani in behind it nicely. Thought about the single. It's not there. Certainly a time in the middle is all that he needs. He needs to, has a really good opportunity here to bat for a long period and get a decent score under his belt. Green again. Shot. This time he throws the kitchen sink, the bathtub, and everything else that he could throw at that one. Not making contact. Yeah. Had he made contact, I certainly think it would have traveled very far.
Yes, well, he would have hit that over backward point. But again, it's clear that, you know, he's gonna take his chances. He's not going to go anything, let anything pass. As I said before, if it's remotely loose, he's going to put the bat to the ball.
Down on one knee and crunches through the cover. It's going to run close to the boundary. It's going to be hauled in now. And they're going to pick up 2, but good shot. Like the approach of Telokani, he's not afraid. He's going to play his shots. He's going to make sure that this type of bowling does not disturb him.
Yeah, he was driving there again, having to reach for that delivery. Played it down to backward point. Was fortunate to get it along the ground. And he picked up 2 more. But he will continue to play aggressively.
And this one is onto the back foot, lifting high over, wide long on. And he's going to pick up 4 good-looking runs. So certainly, Telokani is going to play short. Once you come short, he's prepared at this stage to make sure that he makes it count.
Yeah, this is good shot. He got hold of this one. Another short delivery and pulled it down. And he was really quick into the shot. This actually went down to a long on position. So it tells you that he was only into the shot and hit it well and pick up another boundary.
And this time he's on the back foot and just guiding past the man at third man. And they will come back for the second. Good running. He ran the first one slowly, but saw that there was the ability to get 2. And so he's done the reverse of what you taught at a very early age. Run the first one hard and check to see if there's an opportunity for 2.
Yeah, good run in between the wicket there. He steered it back past that backward point position and picked up 2. Have been a good over for the West Indies. Telokani continued to be positive. He's 21 from 14 deliveries. Joshua Don, captain on 6. 34 for 2. We had 5 overs completed, and just pressure just seemed to have released a bit on the West Indies players. You know, as we see some positive signs shown by Telokani.
Mintu. And Don just neatly behind it. And certainly I agree with you. The pressure which would have been built up from the first 2 overs, in the space of 3 overs, that pressure has dissipated.
Yeah, I think England would get a catch. That catch that was dropped there.
Quick single taken. Don just dropping that one into the offside and picking up. I would make it a very easy single. Non-striker in Telokani responding positively quickly. And they continue to motor on 35 for 2. We're in over number 6. Run rate of 6.56. So certainly no pressure anymore. They're going well above a run of ball, the West Indies. And this is early days. Power play has not yet ended. So really and truly they would say that they've recovered well in the context of how they started.
Yeah, losing the first wicket without a run on the board, being 6 for 2. Now they can breathe a little easier.
Mintu, short pitch delivery. Nicely handled by Telokani. Just dropping in front of him. But it's been a good battle. I like to see the battle between the bat, the ball, and the aggression, the short pitch bowling, and how, you know, the players would handle it. And that's the sort of cricket we grew up looking at. Again, shots. Fine, third man is there, but he's not able to come around and to pick up. And so certainly a good result for Telokani. What's impressive, Rafael, is the fact that the third man is in place, but look how quickly that ball went, and he had no chance. So Mintu is really bowling quickly.
It was well played by Telokani. He steered it just past the first slip. Third man a little bit on the square side, really couldn't get across, but I thought that he really played it well and placed it well and picked up a well-deserved boundary.
And this time he's inside the line and lifting over fine leg, who's up in the circle. And so Telokani, he's on the charge. He picks up another boundary.
Yeah, another short delivery. Didn't get hold of it much, more or less help it over that short fine leg. And from the time it passes there, you know, you really went down to the boundary. But again, positive playing by Teleconi, who is not prepared to stay there and defend. But such really making full use of anything that is short. And he had 2 short delivery in that over, and one was down to third man, the next one hit over short fine leg. So he continued to do well. He's 29. And really, he's continued to play positively.
Yeah, he's playing positively. He scored 43 for 2 after 6. And no, the run rate now is up over 7. So it tells you about the positive intent of Teleconi. It's really not allowing the bowlers to dictate the pace out there.
So the gully feeler has been removed, so
you know, I want to contrast this start to what we saw from Pollard and Bell, in that yes, they know the wicket was bouncing, but what they did well was to vary the length. You saw the drives, and then very early in the innings of the English, you saw them trying to get them to commit onto the front foot, although the short one was there, you know. And we kind of see the opposite here. Green. Shot this time. He's latched onto it. That's gone. That's gone. That's Joshua Dunn for you.
Yeah.
Really got onto that one.
Yeah, superb shot. Short delivery, and he was quick into his wicket and hit it over backward square. Just cleared that backward square leg boundary for 6. But a good, really a good positive shot played by Don. Really a player that seemed to be in total control of what is happening there, and played it well down to backward square for 6.
So Green, let's see if he will continue with the short pitch. Yes, he does, and this time again through the offside. 4 more. That's dispatch. That's authority out there. Joshua Dunn, captain of the West Indies, he's taking control.
Yeah, good shot again. Shot outside the off stump, given the full treatment. And not much movement, but you could see that you reach and hit it over a point. And that went down to the boundary for 4. That brings up the 50. And there's 6.3 over, 53 for 2. And you could see West Indies really seem to be bouncing back after losing the second wicket at 6, with this pair so far doing well.
Yeah, really, this pair has been putting on a good show. I would make it not too much of a good, sensible bowling. Again, short pitch, and Don has enough time to get back in and guide it down to third man. Really, ideally, you would want him to be maybe driving at it, pushing at it, just asking him to come and meet it. And that's not happening.
I think what is happening, you know, the short bowling has been more or less consistent by both of the bowlers. The batsmen now is used; they are looking for the short balls, therefore preparing themselves when the short ball comes down. That's what has been happening, and that's why we see Don was able to hit down to over backward square for 6.
Ah, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. That's pressure, and this is what pressure does. It causes the pipe to bust.
Yeah, you're right. That pressure that West Indies actually face the first 2 over, now they have turned it around. No, they are now putting the bowlers under serious pressure. Full toss bowl there by Green, and stroke through the covers with all the ease, and race across the turf down to the boundary.
So just needs to take a time out here, Green. Maybe just catch his breath a little bit and regroup. Wants to make sense of his bowling innings. And short and wide, and I think Telokani there will feel that he missed out on what should have been a ball that he should have dispatched.
Yeah, flashing again outside the off stump. And that's really how we have been playing his innings so far. Not being afraid to put bat to ball, and again looking probably to get that ball over point region and making no contact. But again, a good over for the West Indies. Picked up a couple boundaries.
Yeah, some 15 runs coming from that over, and in the context of what you need to do, and that is certainly too expensive. So the pressure is back on. The pressure is back on the English bowlers. Now here is where the West Indies will want to control what happens. The field will spread very early because this start where the run rate is 8.29, it says that they've gone ahead a little too quickly. And so now England will have to try to pull back.
So it just calls for really sensible batting now. The rate is not too much an issue, but they just have to really be wise in terms of how they bat. And a lot of cricket sense here now. Just to push it around, and there's no need to take any extra chances. As we see spin for the first time.
Certainly, Ahmed will relish this innings. He saw what the spinners offered. As we look at this one here, Don just coming forward. Yeah, that one they have been just turning a little too much. As the reverse sweep comes out, not really getting it past the infield. Certainly the start, the way they have started here, as you rightly said, Rafael, if they can play sensible cricket, then it should be a pretty easy victory for them. Shot and looking to really spank that one. Fielder did well. It was traveling rather quickly.
Yeah, just not sure if that was on the ground or if it went into hand or on the ground. Well, you see in Joshua Dawn a very aggressive mood. We see them played some attacking shots, but coming out in a different style. Really being aggressive.
And this time he gets it into the gap. Sweeper on the onside will pick up. But again, I like the approach, the fact that you've been pegged back. It's still early days. You lost 2 quick wickets within 3 overs. Power play is still on. You know, you can still use the conditions to your advantage. And I think the batters have done well to use the conditions. Terokani, 33 from 20. Faces up to Ahmed. Gets it past the man there at short fine. Picking up a leg by, signaled by the umpire. Score moves on to 59 for 2. We're in over number 8. So will we see a partnership of maybe 100 plus here? Will they really take to the start that they've had? Shot delivery lifted. That's gone. That's 6 runs. Joshua Dawn. And he's in the mode this afternoon. He's going to be severe on anything offline, off length, as we look at the replay here.
Yeah, and that's a power that he possesses. The off spinner, shortish in length. Can't really call it a bad delivery, just shortish in length. Where he was quickly back into his wicket and lifted it over long on. Really went for a big 6 and really pushes West Indies to 66 for 2. The completion of that 8 overs, and really both batters just seem to be dominating the situation at the moment. All bowlers put under pressure, and really has taken back the advantage. West Indies this pair putting on 60 in quick time. 66 for 2, 8 overs, and a run rate of 8.25, probably the biggest run rate we have seen by any team in the series so far.
Well, I think it's there was the run rate between Carter and Francis that was up at 8. Didn't stay that long, as Looms then comes into the attack from the Darbo Hill end, bowling to Telokani, who is on 33 from 22, striking at well above 150 or just about 150. I'm not certain that when he started his innings, he would have told you that, hey, I'm going out there to strike at 150, but he's doing so. He's gotten some decent shot deliveries that he's pounced on. Oh, good delivery, and this is what we're talking about. Now, the earlier bowlers did not assess that you could get that ball to move and beat the outside edge. Looms then just getting that one to move.
Yeah, bring the ball right up and give it time to swing, and it just beat the outside edge. As Telokani tried maybe to push it on the offside.
Looms then his business-like approach again, just turns and back at it. He really does have that businessman mentality when he has the ball in hand.
Yeah, if you are consistent on that length there, then you probably need to bring back your first slip. All deliveries on really good line and good length, and be the outside edge of Telokani bat.
So Looms then again. Shot, and this time it's lifted, it's going, it's going, it's gone. That's gone. 6 runs. Telokani severe on that shot delivery. He seemed to be waiting on it and dispatched it well.
Yeah, very good shot. You could see that the backward screw on the boundary was just preparing to take that cat. But again, short delivery and good eyesight. He was quickly swinging it down to that, over that deep backward square position for 6.
Yeah, I like the approach there. He didn't consider keeping it down at all. Over the top, he goes over the offside. I mean, this is disdainful. Looms then, after being hit off the short one, pitching it up. And Telokani equal to the task and just lifting it. What was good there? He got closer to the pitch of it.
Yes, pitched up, and there was no danger in this one. It was close to him, and he lifted it nicely over extra cover, which is really vacant. So, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. Good attacking and positive play by Telokani. He races to 43 in 26 deliveries. It's 76 for 2. We're still in the 9th over.
Looms then, final delivery. Shot, getting the edge, it's beating the keeper, and it's going to go to the boundary 4 more.
Yeah, well played. Steered it to the right of the keeper, who didn't have much of a chance. But again, well played, sensible batting. Not only poor, but he can use the soft touches and just play it as one wide of the keeper and pick up another boundary. So really a good over for the West Indies. The score races to 80 for 2. And Telokani quickly go on to 47 from 27 deliveries.
Well, I'm not sure what the plans are for Telokani later, but he seems to be in a rush. He wants to get this over and done with. He's rushed on to 47, and the Windies total 80 for 2, and we have not had the power play completed as yet. Final over in the power play. Don just pushing that one out to short mid-wicket. Certainly the English boys, they are under a bit of pressure here. They will need something just to maybe lift their spirits.
England will need to pick up wickets and pick up wickets quickly.
Short and a lot of appeal, but certainly pitching down the leg side. Umpire no way interested. Yeah, definitely heading down the leg side. As Ahmed sets himself, crouches and hop skip. Dawn equal to the task, just coming right forward.
Very strange leg side feel, as it is two fielders behind square, one close to the umpire and then a short fine leg, very close on the leg side.
Yeah, but the kind of turn, I think with the kind of turn that Ahmed is getting, he's trying to avoid the ball getting into that gap. Because it could be a high scoring shot if he's able to sweep and sweep comfortably in that region. So he's aware of what is happening. I like this. He's making adjustments, allowing Don to see the adjustments that he's making. Maybe just put something in his mind. And this time he comes right across Don and square drives, and it's going to go for 2. Very good looking shot. He was able to get the foot across and just caress it through the gap. Man there at backward point had to retrieve. So 2 more to Don. Moved on to 27. Brings Telokani. 47 from 27. He comes into strike. As the over comes to an end, so Ahmed has completed his second over. So far he's bowled well.
Yeah, better over by Ahmed. Just going for 2 runs in that over. But England really would be looking to get a breakthrough. West Indies has really turned it around from that first 2 wickets. They are now 82 for 2 on a completion of 10 overs. And West Indies going at a run with a 8.20, so 140 runs required. They are finding themselves in a good dominant position.
Yes, certainly dominant. This one is wide delivery. The umpire will signal now. And dominant because Telokani decided he's not going to allow any short pitch bowling to trouble him. And so he's been severe since then. He got hit early in his innings, and since then he's been rather aggressive against anything short. Looms then in. And this time he lifts it over mid-wickets. They go for 1. It's going to run close to the boundary. So they get a comfortable 2.
Well, good shot by Tilakani there. Ball shortish in length, and he sort of clipped it over mid-wicket. The back of square having to run to his left. So 2 comfortable runs that really take him just 1 short of his 50.
And he's out, gone. Oh my goodness, what an anticlimax. He was set, he was poised, 1 run to get to 50, and all he could do was to cut it straight into the hand of the man at point. Telokani goes, he's disappointed, and he certainly has to be.
Yeah, steered it straight to backward point. Short delivery outside the off stump. A delivery which normally would see him put away. He just stood up and steered straight to the point fielder. And you could see him hanging his head. Very poor shot. And really will be disappointed. But played a good hand. He had 49. And really had some 8 4s and 1 6 in that inning. And really played well, and he really deserved to get his 50. He will be disappointed. England has now picked up the 3rd wicket in 10.2 overs, 85 for 3. And West Indies looking to get to 241.
Yeah, they don't come easier than that. Looms then will be saying to himself, hey, I didn't have to work hard for this, man. It was just really a shot where you expected a delivery like this to be put away.
I think he was probably more just looking to stay down to pick up the single. I think maybe that was on his mind. But again, a delivery really should spank on the offside for at least another boundary.
Yeah, really played well. And so he has really given his team an opportunity to overhaul this total much easier. But as we've seen, it's not over until it's over. I don't know if the fat lady is somewhere up Cemetery Hill, but somehow somebody's going to win. Zooms then in. And right away, the batter in Apple, Shamar Apple, he's off strike. He's gotten 1. Again, Apple coming into the squad of the just returning from duties at the Windies level. Don just guiding this one. He looks rather comfortable since he came in. Don, he's looked comfortable. He looks as a man that knows exactly what he needs to do, and he's going to just execute according to what he knows that he can do.
Yeah, he came in at a difficult period, 6 for 2, and this has been the most aggressive time I've seen him. This innings has been one of aggression from the time he reaches into the crease. We haven't seen that in the previous game. So he definitely has come with a different mentality. And certainly look well, hitting the ball from the middle of the bat. Already hit 2 6s. And has shown that other side of him, not just to come in and to push and to stick around, but being able to put batter ball. But he looks good. He's on 28. And he looks set for another big one.
Looms then just going through Apple there. Apple coming down late on it as the over comes to an end. And I'm going to vacate and leave you in the capable hands of Riffel and Stevenson.
A successful over bowl there, Lumsden picking up the most valuable wicket. That opening stand. That stand really threatened to take the game away from England, but they has struck back and picking up that wicket. West Indies 87 for 3. current run rate 7.9. Still need 135, 234 deliveries. So there's no worry about the scoring rate. Ball turned to short fine leg as Ahmed continues from that southern end. Joshua Don looking very confident. He's on 28. Ahmed with this unique preparation for his run-up. Don is coming forward and pushing it to short mid-wicket. Ahmed bowling to a backward point cover, mid-off. Also a cover on the boundary, so just 4 persons on the offside. Once again, play to that short mid-wicket. Really would want to pull things back.
But they're off to a rousing start, the West Indies, albeit they've lost 3.
This one is swept down to mid-wicket and just dropped short at the mid-wicket fielder. Don really didn't get hold of that delivery, but picked up a single in the process.
You'd want to be careful because there is a deep square leg and a deep backward square, both of whom are placed there for the sweep shot. This one dropping way in front. So he has to be mindful that there are 2 fielders set there strategically for that shot.
Shama Apple. The slip is now being put in place. A little more attacking. Left-handed Apple. The off spinner would be leaving the right-handed Apple. So just a little more attack. Turn on the onside.
Yeah, well, the run rate now is almost, it's about 7.5. And the required run rate is just over 3.5. So the required run rate is not the issue. But 3 wickets have already fallen. And that probably the Windies' concern.
Load appeal, he's out. That seemed to have missed the bat taken on the pad. Batsman just look a little disappointed there, but we pushing forward, the appeal went up. Let's see, probably given out. We'll see caught behind, or just want to make sure it seemed to be caught behind.
Yeah, stood there for a while before making his way off the pitch. So the West Indies, they're in a spot of bother here. They still need 134, but they've lost 4 wickets for 88.
Yeah, really good comeback by England. Yeah, seemed to be caught behind.
Yeah, that was the appeal. The keeper went up in jubilation, and the umpire said that was out. So he'll go down and Scott behind the wicket by the keeper. This is an interesting match in the making now, Raphael.
Yeah, it is an interesting match. As we always say, runs on the board is runs on the board, but I thought that the English bowlers came out really aggressively. Probably would have shocked the opening pair, the West Indies. They really rushed at them and was able to pick up all the wickets, put some pressure on West Indies. And just when it seems as though they were reaching in a position where they could relax a bit, now they have lost 2 more wickets.
Yeah, they've really galloped off. They got a bad start, and then the repair being done by Dawn, and Telecana actually missing the half century.
Play down to third man. Again, another single too. Van Lang actually off the mark. He faces first delivery.
These two will have quite a bit of repairing to do. No, they're not under pressure. When I say under pressure, the required run rate is under 4.
Beautiful delivery out, caught at the wicket. What a superb delivery there. The batsman, they going to drive. It's Joshua Dawn. Let's just make sure it's Dawn there. Looking to drive, and that ball, I think is that would be Van Lang. Dawn. And that ball left him, taken by the keeper. And what a delivery.
A pitch of a delivery, a Pearl had good carry to it too. And looking to drive, but not with all the conviction in the world. And Dawn makes his way back. Let's see if we can pick it up. Yes, he's driving, ball taking the outer part of the bat, and jubilation. West Indies now 89 for 5.
Yeah, and I think what has happened there is that there was no foot movement as he tried to drive there. Ball taking the edge and taken by the keeper. And that seemed to be Van Lang, not Dawn, taken behind. So Lumsden picking up his second wicket.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that, listeners. Deepest apology.
89 for 5. We are in just the 13th over. And West Indies in a spot of bother. England coming back strongly. Picking up 5 wickets. We would have witnessed this pair who seem to love to bat with each other. Van Lang not shoveling the scorers. So 89 for 5. Miller. Yeah, it's going to face his first ball. A nice lifting delivery outside the off stump. Good line. And Lumsden showing some aggression. Picking up the wicket of Van Lang with a beauty. Pitch and left him. In over number 13, 89 for 5. And right up just to the left of the cover fielder. This one was played down to the deep fielder on the cover boundary. Picking up a single. Miller is off the mark.
Yeah, there need to be some repair job done here. Look at the total, 90. We're just in over number 13, but 5 wickets have fallen. They're scoring above 7.
The pass outside the off stump. Looking to pull the Joshua Dawn. This one staying down a bit. Also seemed to be a slower delivery. It was kind of only into the shot. He made no contact. Dawn would be really called upon to play a captain's inning. Lumsden, really businesslike. Strain on the legs played down to the backward square fielder on the boundary. and they amble another single. And that completes a really good over. Picked up 1 wicket in that over.
And an important wicket too, because Van Lang has been in pretty good nick and has been striking the ball very well. Has been bowling well too, so his confidence has been high. And for him to be dismissed at this stage, England can feel now that they're more than into this game.
Yeah, 90 for 5. They're just halfway there.
Yeah, the top half gone. What has to happen here is that this pair should not think about going all guns blazing. Keep the scoring rate going just about 4 runs and over. Even if they get it going at 3, it won't be a bother because they're already scoring at 7 runs per over.
Yeah, push a mid-wicket for a single. I think that Miller would know that he has to stay as long as possible with his captain. Over number 14, 91 for 5. The mid-wicket is placed forward square leg, a squarer. There's a short fine leg, mid-wicket. And the long one not right back on the fence. No, it's being pulled up. And let's see, probably going in the circle at mid-on. Here, Matthew Miller. Please, mid-wicket. It's really have been an action-packed period.
It has been, really. Everything has been happening quick and fast. The wickets have been tumbling, but the runs came furiously quickly.
Again, the short fine leg comes into play. England would just want to tighten things a bit. But there's no need for West Indies to worry. I think they are way ahead in terms of the run rate.
That's why it's important for these two to work the ball around, rotate the strike. Don't look for boundaries except it's ideally necessary. If the bowling is bad, then yes, put it away. But it's about playing each ball on its merit now, looking for angles. Don't try to be too adventurous. No need for that. It's about being careful and highly selective.
Push on the offside.
And the skipper is there now. He's got to play an important role to mentor and lead his fellow batter. He knows how important the role is. So he's got to be constantly talking with Miller, letting him know what the expectations are.
That completes the over, Amit. Just 1 run going in that over. He has bowled now 4 overs and picked up 1 for 11. Joshua Don is on 32. Matthew Miller is on 1. And West Indies trying to get up to 242 for victory. They are 92 for 5. Just witnessing the players just refreshing themselves. Really has been a good action-packed period. West Indies responding to 241, 92 for 5, having lost wickets at regular interval, losing the first 2, and then coming back and losing the next 3 in really quick succession.
Yes, alarmingly regular. Not good for the team at all. But can they do a bit of repair here? It's going to be a tall order. I think if I were in the England camp, I would feel very happy with what has happened so far. Not necessarily with the speed at which the scoring rate has gone, but that should not be a bother. The important thing is 5 of your top players of the top opponents are back in the pavilion. That is what's important. Now, what should happen here? England would say, we're going to keep this tight, put the pressure on, see whether we can get another scalp. And if we can, then it's going to be the cat among the pigeons. The West Indies would want to think differently here to say we've gotten off to a rousing start, 7 runs per over. So we're right up there and beyond the expectations in regards to the scoring rate. We could now tone down, maintain our wicket, keep wickets in hand, and just travel along for the next maybe 10 or so overs at 3.5, 4 runs per over, and then bring it back on even keel. So it's a really, really interestingly poised match here. But I would say England would feel more comfortably placed.
Yeah, I agree with you. England, having been able to pick up those wickets, would feel that, they're probably just a nose in front. But really has been an interesting period. Were you really surprised with the amount of bunks, the amount of pace they got off the track?
Well, I think England took a clue from what happened this morning with Pollard getting the ball to rise and bounce. What I liked about Pollard, though, is the fact that he varied his pace and also varied his length, in that he brought some of a shorter length, some that were pitched up, but they saw that there was something in the track. Now, this is a good wicket, a wicket in which you can play your shot, but a wicket that also has some bounce attached to it. And that's the kind of pitches you want to play on, where the fast bowler can run in and expect to get a little bit of speed and movement off the track, and the batsman can get bounce that is true enough to be able to allow him to play his shots. And that's what this pitch is offering for both batsmen and also for bowlers. Nicely balanced.
Yeah, you're right, but it's good to see batsmen sort of dodging and a little weaving and trying to get out of the way. Something we are used to in fast bowling, but it was good to see that opening spell by both the England opening bowlers. Short delivery as we hit down to mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2. Ball sort of stopping a bit, and Joshua Dawn in total control played it down to that mid-wicket area. So he picked up another 2. Pushes the score to 34.
Yes, the other thing is that though the deliveries were short and some of them bouncy, the West Indian players were not ashamed and afraid to go after the shots.
And they could get an overthrow there as the ball was pushed to point. And the fielder, they just hitting the non-striker's wicket. And ball just rebounded in.
Yeah, so at a certain time it was fire against fire, so to speak. And sometimes the counteracting would work, other times it doesn't.
Well, I think we come back to that, but it was really exciting. So ball is once more played to Gully. The approach taken by Tilakani, I think that was really an exciting period. I remember he was dropped in the Fridioli, and then he just seemed to now change gear and decided to attack.
Yeah, it was scintillating. It was a wonderful piece of batting display where he counteracted the bowling. It was on the ultra aggressive side.
Ball pushed down to mid-on, and the going to amble easy single. Score pushes on. 95, 96 for 5.
Yeah, maybe had they stayed there on the back foot and just pushed and prod, another wicket could have fallen. But the counteracting did work.
Yeah, it really pushed the pressure back on England. And when they would have reached a stage, seemingly where they were in charge and could have pushed on. Yeah, then we saw that shot that was played by Tilakani as he kind of basically steered it to point. And that bring the pressure right back on the West Indies.
Yes, sometimes players have to understand the value of changing gears. It's not always about one gear right through. Now, if you're on the road, so to speak, and you're getting ready to climb the hill, you probably will want to ensure that you don't go into use the same gear that you're on a flat stretch. And all of those are important features that you would want to use, of course, when you're playing the game of cricket. Know where you are, know at what point you are, know when you're ready to climb the figurative hill, and when you need to change your gear and do that effectively.
Yeah, so important. Changing of strategies and as you sum up the situation. 97 for 5, 15 overs completed. Ahmed gonna continue from that southern end. Unique start to his run-up.
Does have a longish approach, run up to the wicket, and a bustling one too, not the conventional off spinners run up. We probably will just check and see how many strides he makes. Spreads his legs apart first.
Does take some time before he starts. This is driven.
Yeah, so he does have 12 paces entrance to the wicket. Sometimes medium pacers do use 12 to 15 paces. And you got fast bowlers who get up to 17 paces too. So it's rather long for a spinner. But to him, it's all about momentum. Driving himself to the crease.
And this one is, again, the sweep shot. Just going to the short fine leg. Always look dangerous when that sweep shot is played with ball on the stumps. Down 37. 37 deliveries. When a runner ball. Once again, sweep shot goes down to backward square. I had kept the control there and keep it all along the ground. Trying to play that sweep, going with the tide, the off spinner coming into the right-handed batsman.
I think Ahmed is one of those confident bowlers, regardless of the position of the game. He's not afraid to bring himself on and bowl. He's that brave young man and believes in leading from the front. And he's done so effectively throughout the entire series.
Yeah, he has led from the front. Ball played down to third man. They're going to come back for 2 runs here. This was nicely played by Joshua Dawn. Just put wide of the first slip and pick up another 2. That brings us score to 100. 101 for 5. 16 overs completed.
Yes, so a very important landmark coming up. But they still need 121. 5 wickets intact to do that. So these two must see themselves, though the partnership is still small, just 12, but they must see themselves playing a capital responsible role to ensure that the West Indies come out of this rut. And they've got to do this in stages, have little targets, say we're going to go and put on a partnership of 25, get there, and then put another target. All of those are critical features of batting and partnership, and you've got to be always talking with each other, especially when you're in a precarious situation, as it might be deemed there now.
So Ralphie Albert picks up the attack. He's coming off this northern end. And Miller play to cover. England would be looking to make further inroads. Ball this one hit down to the cover fielder who is deep. So yet another single. (102 for 5). Ball, give him some air. And the short cover comes into play.
So we notice, Rebel, that there has been a dip in the run rate.
Comes off the edge, just to where first slip going to be. Let's see the signal here. Yeah, it's a bite coming off the keeper's glove. Don cautiously tried to push that one on the offside and spin away from him. Hit to just elude that mid-wicket fielder, or short mid on there, and who tried to make a catch off for it. The batsman pick up a single in the process.
It is very important. Mintu having to do a bit of cleaning up there, but very important for these two to stay.
And caught just past the point fielder, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, well played, Don. A little bit eerily, but was able to get it past the backward point fielder.
Yeah, I like how he got onto the back foot, played deep into the crease, and sought to play it late. It was a well struck, airborne a bit, yes, but he played it well. He knew that it was going to challenge the sweeper position, and it went down to backward point for 4. Valuable runs. And he's gone to 43 and has scored very quickly too. 43 or 42. Important that he stays, Dawn.
108 for 5. Now the start of the 18th over. And Ahmed again. Keeping things tightly. Ball push out on the onside. Now this pair really would need to remain as long as possible. 114 runs needed. 197 deliveries. Ahmed now going around the wicket.
Yeah, good ploy. Sometimes you've got to do things just a little differently. Don't have the batsman getting comfortable. Let him change his guard. Let him change his stance. Let him look from a different direction. All of those are important things that bowlers must be thinking about.
Play down to backward square. And the amble, another single.
Yes, don't let the batsman get too comfortable. Give him different angles, give him different sightings. Don't allow him to make you become predictable. And it's a good move to go around the wicket. And who knows, maybe the following over start to come back from over the wicket. Sometimes just a little wider, a little straighter. All of those little dynamics, they do help.
Again, push a short third man. Probably just beyond where the slip, first slip would have been. They pick up a quick single. And that's all what is necessary. Keep turning the strike over.
Yeah, they put on 21. As I said a little early on, targets are important. Have those set. Reach them and then set others.
Driven straight. Good shot. Left with his goal. One bounce down to the boundary for 4. Given some air and well played by Miller. Hitting straight and picking up a welcome boundary.
I love that shot. I loved it. And he didn't move. He knew from the moment he hit it, because it was straight, that the long on was nowhere within vicinity, and there isn't a long off straight. So he knew it was going to be 4. That was well struck. Nobody is feeling directly behind the bowler's arm. You're always safe if you're going to hit it there.
I'm now going to pick up another single, just on the onside, push it down to a long on. And the amble another single. So at the end of another over, 18 overs completed, 115 for 5.
I think that's good, sensible batting by Miller. When it was there for the hit down the ground, he capitalized on it. A better delivery, next one up, pushed it up on the onside, got a single, and the West Indies would really hope that these two would bring them closer to the target. They still are 107 runs adrift.
Yeah, it's 192 deliveries. So Albert. Ball is played back to the bowler.
It's an important match this is. This is the 6th match in a 7-match series, which the West Indies lead 3-2. Now England would want to win this to square things up, and then the last match, final match, which would be a decider. So somebody's going to win this series, really. But
really could be an interesting position if England are able to square the series 3-3. Ball is pushed back on the offside. Albert in his second over, just going for 6 so far. 4 dot balls in this over. Again, played to that short point.
Thought about a single. Miller made a few exploratory steps down and then decided to go back when he was sent back by Dawn. Good decision. It would have been suicidal.
This time, ease it down to the cover fielder and come through for a single. That's just 1 run in the over.
We did speak earlier on, Raphael, as to the ability of the West Indian players, most of them to bat and bowl, and the advantages that would emerge out of that ability. We also talked about how important it is to have specialist players, those who don't bowl at all, and their primary principal role is to go out there and bat. And just going back then at past West Indian teams, we had Gordon, Greenwich and Haynes. I can't remember. Gordon Greenwich may have bowled over 2 in his career, really, not many of them. Neither Des Haynes. But those were specialist players. Larry Gomes, who batted number 3 for many years for the West Indies.
Swept down to backward square, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Good shot by Miller. Easily played. Ball straying down his leg. And he's just helping it and playing it beautifully down to that long leg, backward square leg fence for 4.
Yes, the fine leg is in the circle, and there is a deep forward square, so anytime it beats the fine leg, it'll be 4, and that was the result.
Ball driven back to the bowler. Will Benison that has picked up the attack from that southern end. .120 for 5. Stroke down to long on.
Yeah, but we could think of other players who were not known for bowling. Richie Richardson, for example, and Bran Lara. These were players that hardly ever bowled. Richie Richardson did a bit of medium pace here and there, but were known primarily for the batting.
Full toss, driven down to long off. Another single. Benison in his first over. Yeah, just to go back to, you speak about specialists, and maybe that's something that we could have speak about in the time of the Greenwich and the Haynes and so forth. Cricket before. Full to the bat. Again, going to pick up another single. You could have speak up with specialists. I think at that time, there wasn't so many formats. Basically, we had probably the test matches and probably the one-day international. So you find, that the specialists at that time, I think, was really crucial. The opening batsman and the specialist batters. I think now that the game has evolved, there are no shorter versions.
You're right about
you
that.
find out now that you want something more than just a specialist, just one area. Ball played down to third man. They're gonna come back for 2 runs here.
Yeah, I think he wanted to hit that much straighter. Got it down to third man, but was productive in the end. Got 2.
So that's 2 more runs. So Don, who continued to Miller rather, he goes to 18. Albert continues. Another short delivery outside the off stump. Not being. We don't want to do a lot more with that short delivery. We'll hit it straight to cover.
Yes, I think he would say that he missed out there.
He driven over mid-on. This going to go over the boundary for 6. Really good shot. And didn't seem to put much into it. Put ball in the arc. And just came forward and stroked it nicely. Went over long on for 6.
Now, that was absolutely superb. Got to the pitch of it and allowed his hands to go through the line of the ball. And the timing was sweet.
Yeah, pick up another single. He hit the play down to the mid-wicket fielder on the boundary.
And these young fellas are strong, you see. They're able to clear boundaries like the senior players do. They're strong. The bats are different from those of yesteryear too. All of those.
Don is cutting. You pick up a single. Just back to your point now, as there's so much format of the game now. So, you know, you have to do more than just being a specialist in one area. And I think all in an effort to make sure you have you know, the strongest team possible. This is, again, play down to cover, short delivery. One more to Miller. Completes the over number 21, 133 for 5. And West Indies now seem to be breathing a lot easier. This pair seems so comfortable in inning.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that when probably the game would evolve to the point where everybody's expected to be able to bowl. That's not going to be surprising at all. We're seeing more and more all-rounders coming out. Now, in the past, you used to have an all-rounder, or maybe 2. Now you're seeing on a team 6 bowlers and sometimes 7 who can come in and bowl effectively. It's never ceased to evolve.
Case in point is the wicket keepers. Used to be really specialist keeper. This ball is swung down to mid-wicket. Again, it can go down to the boundary for 4. Again, Miller continues to be aggressive. Ball over pitch, and he didn't do much. Just stood and swing it down over that vacant mid-wicket region and pick up another boundary.
Yeah, what is in the arc? It seems to me that he's willing and ready to free his arms. It's worked for him so far. He's gone to 32 of 35. Should he continue? If it's there to hit, I think he's going to continue to hit.
Driven down to mid-off. Pick up another single.
So we did talk early on about putting little partnerships together, maybe starting with 25. They've gone up to 50 runs partnership. And the run rate remains pretty high at 6.52.
So Benson in his second over. Again, ball stroked down to long on.
And I did talk early on about learning to change gear. That is so critical. Started off at pulverizing the bowling, galloping pace.
Swung down to the man on the boundary, deep backward square. So the singles have been coming regularly.
Yes, and then lost a few wickets. Then they had to just curb that aggression a bit. And they did. Settled in, and now the runs are coming much more freely.
This one bouncing off the short cover, and they come through for a single. Again, has been another good over. 8 runs in the over. Benson going for 14 in his 2 overs. West Indies 142 for 5.
Now, I want us to look at players and what they can become known for. So like a Joshua Dawn, who, in my opinion, could be known to become a match winner. One who seemed to be able to remain composed even in very critical situations. We saw him getting a 90 yard against Sri Lanka and winning an important match a few months ago. And we saw him doing similarly here, not panicking, not being crushed under the pressure round about him. Those are good players to have, who can marshal the forces. And the other players, the non-striker, your partner, so to speak, can sort of feast from what you're doing and get some inspiration and drive from what Joshua Dawn is doing.
Alex Green, shortish, hit down to cover. Dawn go closer to his 50. Dawn in particular is a player that I expect to hear to move to the next level pretty soon. He's a mature cricketer at his age. He's shown a lot of maturity, very calm, very cool. He comes into bat with the team in difficulty. I think more than often in the series so far, right up, push down to mid-on, and they come through for another single, one more to Miller, 144. And you saw the majority, the sort of maturity that he's shown. So he coming up from the first game which he scored 90. He has scores of 18. Now he's on 49. He has shown that really he has the ability to go to the next level, in my view.
I agree with that.
Added to that, you know, the ability to bowl off spin. Very good feeler. I think these are the sort of player that you have to look for the future. He would be one of the players, in my view, that, you know, I would expect within the next year or two to be playing at the senior level.
Yes, he's a fine player and not afraid. He's unafraid. And not many things seem to intimidate him. So that's really good. Besides that, he seems to be a naturally good player, just talented. So with all these combined factors, he can turn out to be a really, really good international player.
Played a neatly down to mid-wicket. And Miller going to pick up 2 more runs. It's not often you are a leader and you go in and find a team in difficult situation, you're able to stand, you're able to stay the course. And the calmness that he has shown never seem to be ruffled. I think that those are all features that that signify that you're ready to move on from where you are.
I agree.
Good delivery, hit on the pad, and a loud appeal there. It seemed to be probably missing off stump from here, and
umpire not interested. I don't think the bowler seemed to be too interested too. Let's look at it.
Yeah, probably maybe high. Probably think the height. It's 148 for 5. West Indies.
Took it, saying not out.
74 required from 163 deliveries. Green. Ball is played again down to the deep cover fielder.
Had to stretch to reach that one. It was
picking up another single. So at the end of another over, 23 overs completed. West Indies 148, 149 for 5.
That's what happens too, of course, when your eyes are in, and when your eyes are in on another day, you would leave that alone outside the off stump, let it go. But when you're in good nick, you can go after it and expect really to get results from it. Good afternoon to you, Clyde.
Good afternoon. And wonderful sunshine, wonderful partnership. Everything just seemed to be going the way of the West Indies. As Ahmed searching. This one is just pushed in the cover region by Joshua Dunn.
Everything seemed to be going the way of the West Indies. You know the commentators curse. You know about that, don't you?
I certainly do. But I don't think it's applicable in this regard. It's Ahmed looking for his second wicket. We'll be hoping that he can get a breakthrough here.
Strange things do happen, Clyde. Careful.
It does. This is the game of glorious uncertainties. Certainly, we are uncertain as to what the next few deliveries will bring, but Miller has looked good. 37 from 40. Very positive since he came out. Shows that he can adapt. Another single being taken there, so doing it rather easily this pair.
Yeah, they didn't allow the English bowlers to dominate, and that is one of the good features of this partnership of 63. They have capitalized on anything loose, and they've run between the wickets well.
Ahmed will want to see the back of one of these. Don, he's well set on 52 or 54. And somehow, I think the persons who are here viewing and who have been here for the past few days, those online and in the stadium here, will hope that he can go on and get a big score. He's shown very much good consistency.
Yeah, people from all over the world following this series. Just got a text earlier on from a very good friend of mine, Peter Bishop, up there in New York, and said that he's following the broadcast. There's a big listenership in the United States. People love their cricket there too.
Certainly, the English, they love their cricket, and they were just hoping to love the umpire to raise his hand.
It didn't happen. But Brian saying not out.
But certainly the sport has grown, and with the Caribbean, so many persons from the Caribbean up in the United States, I can understand why, you know, the viewership will increase.
Yes. Lots of them don't get to see the game live. So they go online and follow cricket from all over the globe.
And with when you have friends who may be from Pakistan and the friends from South Africa and all these territories, then you know when we meet up, it's cricket and more cricket. So another over completed. It's 153 for 5. This pair of Don and Miller just settling some nerves that may have set in.
Yeah, but they need a further 69. Not out of the woods. Still got to fight this through. But they've done a great job so far, these two, to put on some 64.
Yeah, certainly they need to continue. We saw the same thing, Ahmed and Moores. After they were dismissed, it was all downhill. So this pair will want to remain here as long as possible. Edge comes, and that one is going to be the keeper. 4 runs. So Don, I would say a bit lucky there.
Yeah, he was. It was a great diving attempt. Outstretched right glove. Beat that and went to the boundary for 4. Bit fortunate, but sometimes it's not how they come, but the fact that they come.
And he will be happy that it came there in the form of 4. As Looms then. Oh, bowling a good area. Really started well this over. Looms then got the edge, and this time he has gone through the defenses of Don.
I would love to see that again. Must have just come back a bit. Maybe kept a little low too.
So here he is, Looms then. Short and wide, and Don, with all the time in the world, just rocks back and punches it to the man that's sweeping cover. So things rather quiet for this period. I think the pair have really hit the wind out of the sails of the English bowlers.
Yeah, I dare say deceptively quiet because Miller is 31 of 41 and Don is 58 of 60. So they have in fact motored on.
Shot delivery, coming inside of it and turning it. They go for 1. Will they get 2? No. Strong return from Mintu. So they move on. 159. It's just about the halfway stage. And so there is nothing about runs required. They're well above 6 and over.
In fact, they need just about 2.5 runs per over to get there. So that is not much of an issue.
Again, guiding. And now, when you look at the way these youngsters have played, especially the strike rotation in this innings, and you look at your senior team losing a match by 7 runs, you often would try to compare what goes wrong from this level to the senior level.
Quite frankly, I really like what I see here. No, it's not calypso collapso. So you have a few wickets falling cheaply, quickly, as the over comes to an end at 160 for 5, the halfway stage. And yes, those things do happen in cricket. But let's take, for example, our senior team. Wickets fall quickly, you would think that there'll be 2 guys who would come there and dig in, fight it out, and just bring back respectability. And very rare we find that happening. There usually that procession of departures and dismissal. But I like what I see here with this group of young players who may lose a few quick ones, but there is that will to restore things, to repair. That is what I'm seeing among this group of young players. And if they're not spoiled, I think that they can go on to bigger things.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. But for me, it's not anything new. West Indies have done really well at the under-19 level for years. But just that transition from this level, you may have the 1 or 2. This one is stroked to the mid-wicket region, and they pick up another single. Don just continues to quietly move on.
Yes, I think some of our players, and I hope that I don't sound too harsh here, some of our players, they just grow too big too quickly. They're not as teachable as when they were younger. You graduate to the senior avenue and somehow some of them believe that they have arrived. And that's something you've got to look at. Teachability is important. You've got to be apt to learn, want to be taught. And those are principal things that you should never allow to leave you throughout your entire life. Now, I see that there is a style, and don't get me wrong, where so many of our young cricketers at the test match level, they're going out there and they're batting with chains, necklaces around their necks. Now, I have a problem with that. I'm going to tell you something that happened some time ago. It was with Shimron Hetma, who was given out at one time, caught behind. It was reviewed, and we realized that it had to do with the necklace that he was wearing. Now, let's assume that there were no reviews remaining. He would have been dismissed and not gotten an opportunity to have a good score. To me, it doesn't enhance your playing ability with these necklaces. You might be going to hit a ball and that chain makes that contact with something just at the point of where the ball is about passing the bat. Sneakometer picks that up. And it may just look as though, you nicked the ball or something like that. Or the umpires, if there is no sneakometer there, but the umpire picks up a noise and put you out. Gosh, take the necklace off, and you can wear it when you're asleep and wear it when you go out and have dinner, just for relaxation. But again, it's a new style, the dawn of a new era, and then you'd want to say that there were some players of yesteryear who did that. And yes, I do understand that. Some of these players were so great you can't even make the comparison anyway. We can start with Wes Hall, who had this medallion that was swinging from left to right as he bounded his way in as a fast bowler. But you can't fault Wes Hall at all. He was such a wonderful performer. And if I am your coach, I would say you got to take this out to go and bat, and you've got all the freedom to put it after you scored a 50 or 100.
Incentivized, that's what we call it. Yeah, but certainly, I think the mentality and the fact that you've earned a spot in a squad. Somehow I don't think that fellas put that sort of pride on keeping that spot anymore. What they're more concerned about is their brand. I can hit some big sixes. I can clear the ropes easily. Or, we don't put a prize on the fact that, hey, I have this spot. I want to be whether the best in the world or be known as the best in the West Indies camp for consistent high scores, or that we need to really get a standard, I believe, for us to work with.
Jaden Seals, for example, says that he wants to be the #1 test bowler in the world. He who aims at nothing would always hit it. So you've got to have something that you want to achieve.
So we're going to continue here after a bit of a delay. Ahmed. He's in. And Miller just tucks this around the corner. Picking up, again, another easy single.
When you enter the West Indies team, you want to say, I want to remain here for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years. Nobody must oust me. They must have it very hard to get me out from this team.
Well, there are some players that can say that because nobody's performing better than them. And that's the problem. When everybody is averaging 25, you can't ask for 30 because you will not have a team.
That's right. You've got a test team, for example, where nobody in the current test team is averaging over 45, and I'm still rather modest about that. That, to me, is of grave concern. We're not saying 50. we're probably not even saying 45. We're thinking about 40. And you've got players who've been there for quite a while and can't go beyond that 40. They're into their 30s, late 20s. No, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, again, well played there by Miller. Has really done well in terms of hitting the ball into the gap in this innings. Remember speaking about him earlier, we mentioned, you know, the crop of all-rounders. And here he's showing that he does have that all-round ability.
Now you look at these crop of players and who knows, will we be hearing a lot about Falconer or Lumsden or these players later on while our players in the Caribbean drift away into oblivion? Will that happen? No. You should say to yourself, these are guys that we played against and won against them. So if they can do it, why can't we do it too? Come on, quit ourselves like men and be strong and get out there and fight and perform and be proud about yourself and represent the region well.
So Ahmed into his 8th over. Just going past the edge of a flashing blade. Don just looking to get that one into the gap.
1 for 30 of 8 is Farhan Ahmed. He's bowled well throughout the series. He's batted well today too, didn't he?
Certainly batted well, took the responsibility, and put on a really decent partnership. I think the lifeline of the England's batting for the day would have been that partnership between himself and Moores. And what we saw shortly after that is another collapse. So the West Indies will want to avoid maybe losing any wickets here because the momentum just seems to shift whenever you have new batters coming in.
58 needed of 144 balls. That's the equation, which is should be an easy one, really.
Yeah, mathematically it should be easy. We can say because we are in the come box, but the way the things have been going, it should be easy. This one is just turned down the leg side. They trod through for another single. And it's just about 2.39, so not much to be done. 3 singles and you're up to the rate that is needed. And if you so choose, you can block all the rest.
Yes, it's just plain sensible cricket.
Yeah, Don just following that one. Really doesn't want to get out here.
No, he wants to bat on, and Miller would want to think about getting a first half century in the series. And the stage is set very well for that accomplishment.
And this one is just lifted forward a square. It's going to run close to the boundary. It goes over the ropes now. And so 4 easy runs, good looking runs, well played, well timed by Don, picking himself up another boundary.
Yes, and they touch bat as they cross path, these two. What a lovely shot that was. Done with nonchalance and skill. Just got neatly inside the line and clipped it. And it had nothing to do with immense power. The timing was superb.
Looms then. Shot, and this time he put a bit of power into it. And he's going to bring up another boundary. Really just rocking and rolling onto that one for more.
Well, you know what? The other one was pure timing and class. This one was disdain. Onto the back foot. And when he smacked it, he just looked at it go. He didn't bother to run because he knew from the moment it left the bat that there were 4 written all over it. It was a marvelous shot, that.
Yeah, he should be seeing that ball as a football by now, because certainly he's been there for some 109 minutes and he's faced some 68 ball for his 69 runs. And so he's in really a good command of what is happening out there, Joshua Don.
Back-to-back boundaries struck neatly through the onside. Balls of contrasting length, yielding fours.
Slower delivery, just tapped down to third man, picking up a single. And really the way these guys are playing the deliveries out there, it's just a matter of time. I do believe if they could have declared, they might have declared and say, hey, we won this game, man.
Yeah, 48 needed by a lot of deliveries. 139 of them.
Good aggression from Looms then. But certainly the game of cricket, you think about the fact that we have hat-tricks and we all, so many things can happen that it's not over until it's mathematically impossible.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why I love cricket. It's a game, as we always say, of glorious uncertainties. And you can never know what would happen. All it takes is one legal delivery to turn things around. Sometimes it takes an illegal delivery to also turn things around with a free hit. That's the beauty of the sport. And I think everybody's got a right to determine what sport they like. But if you don't like cricket, quite frankly, you are missing something in life.
Yeah, certainly missing. It's not just about skill, it's about character, it's about, being able to overcome situations and circumstances. You got to love it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to take us to task for that, because if you're listening to the game, now you love it. So non-lovers wouldn't be hearing what we just said.
So we have Ralphie Albert with a short delivery, and wow, what a shot. That is going to plug. It's going to go close to the boundary. Goes over the ropes now. Really well played. I love the way that he played the shot.
Yeah, in the end, one hand was holding the bat. Let's look at it. Yes. And it went away for four. It was short. His eyes lit up. And he lifted it nicely through the mid-wicket area. There ain't nobody out there. Yielded four.
Now, the man was back deep mid-wicket square. And he hit it a bit straighter. This one coming off the edge. It's going to run close to the boundary. Will it get there? Two fielders chasing. It does not have the legs, but they will get 2 more runs. And so, certainly Don, he's motoring on.
Green having to run after that and couldn't prevent the batsman from crossing for 2. They're motoring on now. 42 needed.
Albert in. Oh, a mix up there. And luckily for Miller, he was able to slam the brakes and have a good turn and get back. Could have been disastrous.
Yeah, he probably got good spikes there. Didn't fall over. We've seen that happen very often in the sport, but was able to turn and rush back.
Albert just getting a bit of turn on that one. Again, turning, bouncing. The wicket has played well. It has offered something for the pacers, something for the spinners. And the batters, well, they have all the advantage. It's nice and flat. And very true and consistent.
Yeah, I love how this wicket has played. And if the bowlers make any complaint about this, well, I'll be concerned. Good carry, good bounce at time. If you do bend your back, you can get something out of it. And even the spinners can get a bit of turn out of it too. I think all in all, it's a wonderful pitch. Wonderful pitch. You can play your strokes. Nothing has been keeping low. Nothing has been doing anything untoward. Fine cricket pitch.
Looms then from Dabo. This one is just guided past the point there. And they turn, and there's a run out, there's a run out. He's out. Miller goes. And wow, what a turn of events. And we were just saying anything can happen. Let's look at it here. Fielder was really quick onto it. Turn through. Throw in. God, that angle doesn't give us the best view, but certainly it's touch and go.
Yeah, he looked as though he was just short of his crease. And so the West Indies have lost one. Miller goes back. But I think you can say he played his hands well. He would have loved to score a half century. And just when you think that the West Indies were cruising home, they've now lost another. It's 181 for 6. They need 41, and England need 4.
Yeah, this is where, as a commentator, if you can say, well, all right, just give him the 50, man, he played well, you know. But certainly a good hand played there by Miller. It's unfortunate that he had to be run out at this stage, 43 from 48 deliveries, 64 minutes, 3 fours and 1 6. A strike rate of 89.58. Well played and well fielded there. No, that was important. The fact that he picked up turn through on the turn to get that ball back in really quickly. That was some good work.
Yes, not just criticizing the batsman for not getting back there, but you've got to also commend good fielding when you see it. And it's not always about picking up the ball and releasing quickly, but your accuracy is so important. Can you get it accurately back into the keeper's glove?
So Shaquan Bell comes out to join skipper Dawn, and he's off the mark right away. Bell, as we've seen, a good player, has that ability to strike the ball rather powerfully. And now what is needed is just that he remains there, joins his skipper, put on the 39 runs, or 40 runs rather, partnership that is needed, that the West Indies can get home and get home easily.
This is where England needs to pile the pressure on, and especially with the field position, make it difficult for these batters to pierce the field and make it difficult for them to get the last 40 runs.
Dawn swivels inside of the line. Again, ball running close to the boundary. Fielder comes around quickly and rifles that return in. So another one to Dawn. He moves on, 77 of 76.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful innings, a wonderful display of batsmanship here by Dawn. An innings that has been adorned with good stroke play.
The English fans viewing here will just be hoping that the boys can pull another one from nowhere. I think we've seen the last 2 wickets really coming out of nowhere, more or less against the run-up play.
Yes.
Looms then to Bell. Bell tickles fine. Seem to may have come off the pad. Yeah, umpire signals leg by. So one more to the total, 184 for 6. For the 38 needed. Will they get there and clinch the series?
Yeah, it's just about how important this match is. We have said that over and over today, that this is, regardless of which team wins this game, it's going to be important in regards to the outcome of the series.
Don quickly onto this one, past the fielder there at long on, and it's going to go into the boundary ropes now. Again, really good hitting, good striking from Don. He's really seen that ball well out there.
He isn't slightly in the mold of Shea Hope. Maybe that's not the right comparison, because Shea Hope drives the ball so very well and plays spin so very well, but really lovely temperament, and there's some similarities. Now, when he pulls the ball, there's a sort of Shea Hope-ness about the manner in which he pulls. This is just lovely batting for 81.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. There's just the way he gets in line and the swing of the bat, the power of the hands coming through. It does resemble Shea Hope.
Yeah, sometimes secretly these young players admire other senior players, and they pattern the way that they bat after these more experienced players. Ahmed.
Yeah, as he's in from the road end into Bell, who just looks a bit uncomfortable with that one and getting quite a bit of turn. But I'll tell you what, they were during my younger days of playing, I got a string of low scores as safely back in. So I got a string of low scores, and for the life of me I couldn't figure out what to do. So I started looking. I say, all right, you know what, I gotta do something. So I got the big booming bat lift like Lara, and I was waiting. Anything short, I was ready to pounce. And mind you, I scored a brilliant 48, just too short of the half century.
And that was just patterning from what Brian did.
From what Brian did. The bat lift was all the way up there, and anything short, man, I would come down on it quickly. Anything strip up, I would punch through, and I said, well, maybe I need to keep it for a while longer. But it didn't last long.
Yes.
Ahmed to Bell.
And sometimes, sorry, Clyde, sometimes your coach got to look and see what it is, and it may not be a major thing. It might be just a little thing that you need to change in your batting or bowling or fielding, as the case may be, and it makes the difference. I'm going to give you a story that goes back to many years ago.
Ahmed looking just to build a little pressure.
I was feeling that backward square. I think it was against St. Lucia back in can't remember. Was it 1980 thereabout? And usually I fielded at cover, and I was very sharp. I was fast across the turf. I love fielding there. And there were a couple of balls that were struck. And as far as I'm concerned, I covered it. And it beat me and went to the boundary for 4. And later on, Raphael Crony, our fellow commentator, walked up to me and said, do you know why the ball beat you and went into the boundary? And I said, well, sir, no, not really, because I covered it and it just went this way. Then explained to me that once the ball is cut like that, it would not travel in a straight line. It will be curving its way. And boy, as a youngster, I didn't know that. But once he told me that, you would bet on it that I took note of that, and you're not going to pass me so easily again. I'm sure he's giggling across it because he remembered that. Do you remember Raphael, did you? Yeah, he did. He just nodded.
Well, and that's the beauty of it. And back then, in those days, we didn't have much coaches around, but we had senior players, and we have persons who played the game that when they spoke to you, you took the word of advice.
Oh,
Now,
yes.
I think we have so many coaches, but somehow the ability of the youngsters to pick up on what the coaches would have said to them, and somehow the understanding takes a little longer to get to them.
Well, in life, you do not know it all, and that's why I have a very strong belief in experience. You can't do without it. Those who've gone before you, and even if they may not have done as great an exploit as you have, experience is one of the greatest teachers. So it is so very important for younger players to listen to more experienced ones, senior persons, and learn from them. That is critical. The moment you've got younger players who think that they have arrived and there's no need for these older players or past players, retired players to invest into them advice, then some of these young players do not reach very far.
Yeah, I quite agree. So long discussion between the English camp there. You're not missing anything. We're on our final drinks break.
Yeah, I mean, we probably could just go back and talk biblically here because we remember the story with Moses' father-in-law who came from Midian, Jethro, and saw Moses in his leadership capacity. And don't forget, this guy had done so much, but his father-in-law, who was older than him, noticed indeed that Moses was not doing something right. He was not delegating. And he told him, hey, Moses, this is going to wear you out. So get some elders and let them judge the less weighty matters, and the harder things you get involved. And that allowed Moses, I would think, to last a little longer. Experience, you see?
Experience. And that's the thing, experience, and not just experience, but the younger ones have to be willing to work with the what was said to them.
You're sure right about that.
Yeah, the stubbornness at times, sometimes, you just wouldn't understand, and then you realize, hey, I have a string of low performances, but it's because you've been stubborn.
Yeah, how important it is to listen. Listen to the counsel of more experienced individuals. 188 for 6.
So looms then on the resumption. Bowling there to Don, who just again swivels inside, well controlled. Gets it to backward square. Picking up another single. 189 for 6. 32 runs required. And at this stage, the way things have progressed, one will expect that within the next few overs, and this match will be over with the West Indies clinching the series.
I'll give you a story about the late Malcolm Marshall and Curtly Ambrose. Malcolm Marshall was playing in England against Graham Gooch. And the ball was really darting all over the place in typical English conditions. And Gooch was playing and missing. And then Marshall turned to Curtly and asked him, how do you think I'm going to dismiss him? And Curtly Ambrose said, well, he's going to be caught in the slip or caught behind the wicket because the ball was moving so prodigiously. And Marshall said, no, the ball is moving too much to take the edge. Would you believe this? I'm going to get him out leg before. and Gooch got one that was outside the off stump, jacked back in, and was padding up, and he was trapped leg before. I remembered it, but I didn't know the conversation that was between the two great fast bowlers. Experience, you see?
Bell nicely in behind this one.
Yeah, and it would seem that that would be the natural mode of this dismissal because the ball was beating the bat so much, but it was beating the bat with alarming regularity simply because the movement of the pitch, lateral movement, was so prodigious.
Yeah, and that's why, again, as you say, experience, understanding, and knowing conditions. And this one is jumping at Bell. In the end, he survives, but certainly a short one. And maybe Bell was not looking for that one. So a good surprise delivery by Looms then. May just want to test Bell to see what he has. He does have the man at backward square on the boundary.
And this is where they've got to be chirpy. This is where they need to be egging each other on. The English men, you know, it's 33, is it? Runs needed. 3 wickets to fall. They've got to say, hey guys, we can do this. They've got to be chatty over there. Can't look as if you will allow the game just to meander into the victory lap of the West Indies.
Well, I don't know if they have heard that the fat lady is somewhere in the market square, but they certainly need to do something to get her here and get her here to maybe sing for them.
Yeah, they've got to not ease the pressure up at all. 3 wickets to go. And believe that they can do it, just as how the West Indies believe that they can do this.
So Ahmed again in. He's bowling to Don, who was on 82. Striking over 100. His strike rate 105.1. And so very quietly he's just gone on to have more runs than balls faced. Looking to be a bit expansive there.
You wonder whether he can get 100 here. 33 to go, and he needs 18. Can he get 18 of those 33? Well, that'll be interesting, won't it be?
It will be interesting, and I think he's the person in the best position to do that. He has enough time that he can push it around and score the 17 that is needed.
Yes, come on, nobody has gotten 100.
Yeah, it will really be nice to see someone get 100 and they don't have to wait to game 7 for that to happen.
97 being the closest?
97 being the closest. So Ahmed just setting himself.
Dawkins came mighty close to it.
Yeah, really was hoping that he would have gotten it. He played well. He started the whole idea of the 100 because he got 100 in one of the warm-up matches against the Grenada under 25s. And so one expected that he would move on and maybe get the 100. Bell nicely in behind this one. Really in no hurry there, Shaquan Bell.
Ahmed is into his 10th over. He's really bowled his heart out. 1 for 31. So we won't see him in this match after this one. He's not bowling.
His allotment will be complete. Bell goes. It's high. It's not going to go very far, but certainly will pick up the single. Looking to get after that one there, Bell. And well bowled as the spell of Fahad Ahmed comes to an end. He's bowled his 10 overs and the 1 for 32.
Yes, 1 for 32 of 10. But it's interesting that Bell has faced up 17 deliveries for his 2 runs. I think what's more important is that he stayed there for 17 deliveries, not the fact that he scored only 2.
But I think secretly Bell has come out with the intention that Joshua Don must get his 100. So he doesn't want to score much. He just wants to accompany Don.
I'm going to tell him what you said. Well, the required run rate is under 2 really. They need 31 of 108 deliveries. So the equation is a pretty simple one once it comes to the scoring rate.
Well, it's going to be Mintu. James Mintu from the Dabo end.
He's been expensive.
As this one is just turned down to fine leg. And they pick up another easy single. Yes, guilty of just bowling too short for too long. I think he got the 2 early wickets with the short delivery. And he just needed to really bring a bit more calm to the situation and look to maybe pitch it up. Yes, use the short delivery, but use it as a means of pushing the batter back before you slip in the Yorker or ask him to chase one outside the off stump, which might have yielded much better results. Again, shot, and Don doing well to control that one. For a minute there, you wondered if he was going to put it down the throat of the fielder. But he's done well to control it.
Yeah, sufficient time. And had the option of getting under it and lift it. But I think he allowed caution and safety to prevail. Got on top of it and sought to roll the wrist rather than trying to lift it.
Mintu. To Bell, who just again brings the player from fine leg into play. Picking up another single. He moves on to 4 from 19. I think if you are Barbadian tuned in here, you will be on the edge of your seat, especially if you are a relative of Joshua Don. Just willing him on to get to that 3-figure mark. He certainly played well. Again, clipping that one nicely. Don.
Well, he bears the name Joshua, which is a biblical name. It means savior. So this innings might well be a savior innings here for the West Indies.
Yeah, certainly. In the context of what has happened, we can say it is a savior innings. Came out at a time when 2 wickets fell, and he joined Telokani. Bowling was a bit hostile, but they weathered the storm. They put on a decent partnership which just swung the momentum, and since then I don't think the English have recovered from that momentum swing.
Yeah, partnership that was 14. And Bella scored 4 out of them.
Again, Bell just looking to turn that one using the aerial route.
I think he want to come out with bat in hand here, Shaquan Bell, and walk proudly off and say to his other teammates, I should get a promotion higher up the order.
Well, again, the beauty of the team that I'm seeing, it certainly could happen that I'm seeing a number of players that you can put into different roles and different positions. And they seem ready and willing to handle it. Mintu. Final delivery of his over. Again, short delivery into the body. And Don just turns this one down to long leg and pick up a easy single. He will remain on strike, Joshua Donner, at the start of the next over. More importantly, he moves on to 86.
Oh, for only 84, so he needs 14 to get there to that 100, while the West Indies need 25. So he would think about scoring 14 out of those 25. And Bells will say, I'm going to score the remaining.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see that he gets there. It will be good for the series that Don can get there. He's threatened it once, fell short by 10. Dawkins threatened, he fell short by 3. So he will really want someone just to convert that double figure score into a triple figure score.
I think he deserves to get 100. Really does.
So Albert into Dawn. Shot, he's back cutting. Fielder coming around. They will not get the second. But more importantly, he picks up another run. And this is really a good for signs for the young West Indies. You know, at some point in time, you have players who may just get a rush of blood and try to do something out of the ordinary. But they've handled the situation really well.
Yes, quite frankly, I like what I see. I honestly do.
Yes.
They've not been rash, and that's what I applaud them for. Yes, there have been the odd times when wickets tumbled, but by and large, I think all of them did something good in one or two matches, as the case may be.
And this will make the selector's job a very hard one. As Bell going straight, will the catch be taken? No, it drops short off the fielder, who was just a little bit slow to get around. And so Bell survives. And again, I'm wondering if we didn't put the commentator's curse on him.
Well, he's still there, isn't he?
Yes, he is. So it didn't work. We're just praising them for that sort of temperament, and he goes over the top. But they move closer to the 200 mark, 199. Don coming in, loud appeal. And let's see the signal. It's signal runs. So the umpire does not signal, so it means one more to Don. Seem to have gotten some bat on it.
Yes, he must have. I don't think the keeper was really convinced.
And so the 200 comes up. Bell going high, hard. Fielder coming around and they can't get there. He thought he had it covered, but really it did not reach the ropes and they only get one.
Yeah, Dawkins made quite a bit of coverage and wasn't able to pull off what would have been a very good catch indeed. Yeah, dropped just ahead of him.
Yeah, so the 201, 200 coming up in that over. And certainly with 200 on the board, only 21 required. And Bell, I guess he's saying, Don, I'm tired waiting for you. I got to get this runs.
No, I'm of the philosophy though that it's your responsibility right now. It's Don's and Bell's responsibility. Can't ever say that we still got another 4 wickets to go. No, that's not the idea. You've got to say we're the ones responsible to bring this home. Don't leave anything for chance.
So Mintu shot and Bell gets into that one. And the keeper missing having a shy there. Had he hit, I think that would have spelled the end of Dawn. Certainly he survives. Pretty risky single taken.
Yeah, no need for anything unnecessary, nothing risky. Yeah, be aggressive, yes. Aggressive when you're running, but not unnecessarily risky.
So the partnership moves on by 121. Dawn on 88, Bell on 8, 202 for 6, requiring 20 for victory the West Indies.
Well, Bell will say that Dawn didn't really dominate this partnership. I got 8 out of them.
And this time hitting into the cover. The English, they will need 4 wickets to maybe upset the game. And one remembers the 5th ODI. England was cruising at one stage. And then a bit of panic may have set in. And the game had to go all the way down to the final over.
Yes.
And so this pair will want to remember all of this and not allow any chance. Mintu to Bell, who just gets on top of that one, plays it down. It will be interesting here to see what can happen if a wicket were to fall.
Yeah, they can also hit 3 sixes, you know. 3 sixes are 18 and a single, and then we out of here.
And I bet you if the opportunity presents itself, Bell will take them. He likes to hit that ball hard and far. And there he goes over the top of the infield, and it's going to rush close to the boundary. May not get there, but they will pick up 2 more. And so he moves into double figures, Bell. He moves to 10. Requiring another 17. So
But it's been a good game, not a high-scoring game, but competitive.
Mintu teasing, looping bumper. Not high enough to challenge anything, and Bell, with a clever view of it, just allows it to go through. You know, for the persons who love drama, would love to see a wicket fall. the persons who are safety persons will just say, guys, just bat on. Don't give chance. Again, well played, just dropping the hands, swaying away. Typical test match style.
Good delivery. I thought was well handled too.
So over comes to an end. That's over number 35. And so we have another 15 overs remaining. 17 runs to get the West Indies. And England, they will need 4 wickets if they are going to level this series. And if they can't, it means that the West Indies are on the verge of winning their second on the 19 series here in the Caribbean. They won against Sri Lanka, and once they get over the line here, it will be a second series win for them.
Yeah, that would augur very well for the team and the team's confidence, knowing fully well that they can play and probably beat any team that is up there.
Don, this one coming off the edge, running close to the boundary, goes for 1. Comes in, that one. Seems like it has gotten the edge. Keeper couldn't get it in. And so he gets into the nervous 90s, 91. And surely in the back of his mind now, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, why not? It would be a proud moment.
And so he requires 9. And the team requires 15 for victory.
I hope Bell could be nice about this. I hope he's not mischievous. Skipper wouldn't forgive him, would he?
I don't think he will.
15 needed. 9 needed by Joshua Dawn to get 100.
So, with 1 delivery remaining in the over, Bell will want to just see out this 1 delivery and allow Dawn to have the strike. He needs 2 boundaries. He's just 2 boundaries away from his half century. Looking to cut, well fielded there. And so that brings the Ralphie Albert over to completion after 6 overs. Albert, he has not picked up a wicket as yet. He's gone for 31 runs, an economy rate of 5.17. And certainly it's been tough going for him in this match.
So 14 needed. And Bell is 10. Dawn is 92. Now, Dawn needs 8 out of those 14 runs. What do you think should be the attitude of Bell here?
Well, I think Bell has shown certainly that he's willing to be patient with Dawn. But I'm not certain how long he will be patient. And this one is cut. It's going to run close to the boundary. Does it have the legs to go all the way? Yes, it does. And so Joshua Dawn moves to 96. 1 hit away from bringing up the first century in this series in match number 6.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. It really was. Got on top of it well and cut it behind square. Raced across the turf rather quickly. And though 2 players darted after it, wasn't able to pull it back. Lovely shot. 10 needed. Don't know if there might have been some discussion with whether Don would say, hey, I want to get 100.
Yeah, I think they definitely will discuss it.
Or he might be one of the modest ones that says, it doesn't matter whether I'm left-hand drive 96 or 98. The more important thing is that the West Indies bring home victory.
Shot delivery, rocks back and pulls well. It goes, it's over the line. That's the century. This is what we were asking for, and certainly a proud moment for Joshua Dunn. 100, the first century of this under 19 series coming off the bat of Joshua Dunn.
Done in 94 deliveries, and the timing was absolutely superb. It was a wonderful strike. And he got his 100 in 94 balls. And what a marvelous century this was. 152 minutes, 10 fours, 2 sixes. And you couldn't want a better orchestrated innings than that.
Yep, superb knock-off 100 by Joshua Dunn. He continued to demonstrate the quality of player that he is. And coming in at 6 for 2, which was a difficult situation, really has batted as a captain would have and played a captain's inning.
Yeah, batted fluently, maturely, with great composure, and rather responsibly for a well-orchestrated innings of exactly 100.
216 for 6. West Indies just requiring six for victory. It's really been a tremendous inning played by the captain Joshua Dunn. Just continue to demonstrate how good he is as a player. This one is he swings it to the mid-on fielder. It's going to run back. They're going to pick up another 2. Really looking probably to finish it in this over. 218. Don moves to 102. And really has been a great batting display by the captain. He looked positive from the time he came in. From the time he started his innings. West Indies being in a spot of bother. Continues to show maturity, skill. Has really been a critical role player in this tournament for the West Indies. Outside the off stump, into. Batsman allowed this one to go to outside the off stump.
4 needed. Can take one big hit, or you can decide to have 2 twos or 4 singles.
Just one delivery remaining. And Joshua Dunn hits straight to cover, and that completes another over. 37 overs completed. 218 for 6. West Indies requiring just 4 deliveries. Requiring 4 runs from 78 deliveries.
Yes, they played well. Really played well. Had a bit of a scare when they lost a few early wickets, but then redeemed themselves well. Led by a marvelous innings of 102 of 98 by the skipper Dawn. What a wonderful, well-built innings this has been. And this is going to say a lot for him and also for his teammates, that if you stay there and play sensibly, runs will come.
Yeah, there's a sense of coolness, calmness, you know, as he approaches his innings. And Bell has played this one to cover. And it's not that that has been done in one inning, but he has been consistent right through the series. I think with the exception of just 2 occasions in the 6th match.
Yes. He has really played sensibly and with a great deal of maturity too.
Scores of 90, 80. Cut down to backward point. Going to run close to the boundary. They probably will just settle for 2 here. Though he's going back for the 3rd run. And scores are now level. A shortish delivery. And it was Bell got on top of it and steered it back past that short 3rd man.
But good running on the part of both of them, but more so Don, who said, hey, I'm going to be coming back to the danger end. Let's go for the 3rd. Well run.
It's so fitting. Maybe the winning run will come from the bat of Joshua Don. It pushes to mid-on. It has been really a tremendous effort by the captain. Again, play to backward point. As we see the fielders all close in with just 1 run required. This one again is hit, looking to hit it somewhere over mid-wicket, and it made no contact. That completes another over. 38 overs completed. Ralphie has completed a 7 over, none for 34. Ralphie Albert.
And that should be his last over for the day.
With 1 run required, really should be his last over. Just a run through the scorecard. Francis, he was caught by Moses, bowled Mintu. 4. Carter, also caught by Moses, bowled by Mintu for no score. These 2 wickets fell very early. Score being at the time 6 for 2. Tilakani played an attacking inning. He was caught by Mays, bowled by Lumsden for 49. We are about to see Alex Green. Yeah, and driven through the covers, and that's a winning run. West Indies would have gone on to 222 for the loss of 6 wickets, and winning this game in the end convincingly with some 11, the better part of 12 overs to go.
Yes, some 72 balls remaining, and they got to the victory target with the loss of 6 wickets. Had a bit of a scare, yes, but in the end, Dawn and Bell brought them home to victory and had a very good run rate throughout the innings. Ended with a run rate of 5.87. At times it went as far out up into the late 7s. So a great performance here by the West Indies under-19 team, heralded and of course highlighted with a wonderful innings of 102 of 101 balls. And don't underestimate the importance of those 15 runs of 54 by Bell.
Yes, I thought that we saw once again that partnership, how important partnership is in. If you have a batsman is in, and there's just someone that needed to be with him, just to keep the partnership going, and that we have been able to see from the West Indies lower half of batting. We look at even from the first game, they had to dig deep. The second half of the batting lineup. And today we have seen it, West Indies at one time being 6 for 2, 106 for 5. And what England would have thought that really they had a good chance. Captain's knock, tremendous, mature inning of Joshua Dawn would have turned it around, and with support from Bell coming home to pick up that important victory, which means that West Indies now clinch the series, leading to 4-2 with 1 game to play.
Yes, I think they deserve to win this game. They played very well. The bowlers came in and did a great job for them and restricted England to 221, and they were able to eclipse this and win by 14 runs. Great 100. Again, we cannot underemphasize how important this innings was. Important from the context of the game, because the West Indies needed to win this game to go up 4-2 in the series, and important for him, Joshua Dawn. So I would keep boosting his confidence to know that he's not a player that would settle only for 20s and 30s, but one who has the capacity to go big, and in this case, to get 100.
Yeah, that all certainly would give him a lot of confidence going forward, being able to lead from in front. So West Indies coming home victors today. Mintu had 6 overs, no maiden, 2 for 48. Ahmed had 10 overs, 1 for 32. Lumsden 8 overs, and none for 52. Well, picked up 2 for 52. Ralphie Albert 7 overs, none for 34. Will Benson had 2 overs for 15. But really, I think that coming off the opening pair, which it did seem to create some anxious moments. I thought that that partnership between, I think it was, as we look at it here, that batting partnership that really turned it around. The aggressive start, the aggressive play from 6 for 2, and they brought that partnership right up. And I think that's what actually turned the game, and really would have put them in a position where they were able to bat well to end up with 222 for 6.
Telekoni just missed out on a half century, and I thought that he really played very well. Mintu had 2 for 38. Ahmed 1 for 32. Lumpson a bit expensive, 2 for 52 of 8, and those were the wicket takers. And of course, there was a run out, fall of wicket, not 6, 85, 88, 89. So 3 wickets falling in quick succession within a 4 run. And then there was this beautiful partnership in the end, brought the West Indies home and winning by 4 wickets.
But just look at the approach of Tilakani, I thought, and the captain Don. Tilakani in particular, and when West Indies lost those 2 wickets, but certainly his attacking approach would change the context of the game, and as such really just put the pressure right back on England, even though it was able to pick up 3 wickets quickly.
Yes, did in fact push the English team on the back foot. That total, though it didn't go on big, but in the end, quite frankly, it turned out to be an innings that pushed England on the back foot and turned out to be a crucial innings indeed. He would have liked to go on to get the half century. He didn't do that, but he played his hands and he played his role well to see the West Indies obtaining a victory in the end.
So West Indies coming home victors. They defeated England in this 6th one-day game to clinch the series, 4-2, with 1 game remaining. Just about waiting to go down for post-match as we go down to Rondell.
Okay, so welcome to the post-match presentation for this, the 6th ODI. Really an important match today, and I think the result speaks for itself. I have with me Mr. Dwayne Gill, the manager of Cricket West Indies High Performance, and with me the skipper and the man of the match for today, Joshua Dunn. He's going to be presented with the man of the match. All right, Joshua, quickly tell us, 6 for 2, you're going into bat. Your team just seemed to be rocked there. What was the thoughts?
Well, thoughts was just to stay calm. That was what the coach always encouraged us to do, and just stay in control of the game, till Lakani and I regain a little momentum. So it's just important to stay in control, and yeah.
Well, you started off really nicely in this series. You got a nice total of 90. Everyone was hoping that you would have gotten the 100 there, but you didn't. And today, in the 6th, you got the 100. How does it feel?
Well, it feels really good, but what's most important is that we won the series today. And it was important for us, not to level out the series at 3 games apiece. Just do the job today. So just really happy that we was able to win the series today.
All right. Final question. All I want to know is that in terms of your preparation, you seem to have the tenacity to bat for long periods, concentrate for. How do you prepare for this?
Well, it's just a lot of mental stuff, because cricket is merely mental. So I just stick to my routines and just play the game as I see it.
All right, well, Joshua, certainly a series victory. We wish you all the best. You have the final one on Monday, and you guys can really go and celebrate, because this is another victory, another series win for you.
Yeah, definitely, because you just got to take the wins as they come, because sometimes you're not going to win inside, so it's just important to enjoy it.
All right, so there we had it, ladies and gentlemen, speaking with Dr. Joshua Dunn. I will send you back up to Raphael and Stevenson.
So we have come to the end of game number 6 in this 7-match series, West Indies under-19 versus England under-19. Today, once again, we had a exciting game being played, competitive game, West Indies coming out on top, and as such win the series. There are 4 games to 2 with just 1 game remaining. We do thank you for being with us and ask you to join us on Monday for the final game of this series, and we know that it will continue to be exciting and continue to be competitive. We hope you will join us then.